Welcome to the LXC.
Lights flashing bright, players take the stage. Iron silver.
The answer to the question is much simpler. It will not be completed by soul time, and that is important as Complex will be in a 1v3. Does it kill anyone? Let's find out. Stunned up, everyone's flashing away. Finally, Courtlow comes down, and they will grab the kill. It only took 4, Beg. It only...
They're just pushing this event in their advantage. They're in 4v5. They're looking for the Baron. It's a TP. It's for us trying to find something. They do get engaged by a Courtlow, but looking for the re-engage again. Ultis on ultis, but not really hitting. Frost is going to get the first kill of the fight, but here comes Chokles trying to get onto the back line. Gets the shutdown, but they'll be trading their life 1 for 1. It's a 2 for 1. And to the side of still have Diana, they still have Cassante, they still have Rakan, but that being said, Jolly Rogers, it doesn't look like they want to give this up. They are trying to look for the fight, as they are a little bit split here in terms of what they're doing, and now they've completely turned to look at the fight. Atonic looks to be the first one tonight, but Tonic with the huge ulti, and Kittikus gets the first kill, and Kittikus just running the game over. The Victor ulti is huge, they're all flashing away, they're all trying to live, but it's just not going to be the fastest. Cassante, it finishes it off onto the Jhin.
Gets the next +2 team fight win. Who comes out of the next team fight 2 kills ahead? Is it TD Harmony, or is it the likes of Jolly Rogers? This does not count. This one.
Well,
all right, come on. Complex, stop it. Stop it. You're not helping my fun, Complex. This doesn't count. Complex is dead. Frost is now going to be caught out as well as the Galio ulti comes over the top. He's going to have to flash away. Frost looking to survive, but Wildkey is 1v1. The barrier's going to take him out, but Kittikus is able to clean him up on the back end as well. Now Toxin looking to re-engage, but Atomic, Toxin, and Kittikus are in a little bit of trouble. It's 3v4. They don't have the members to help them. Complex, remember, died before anything else started, and now it's time for Rift Herald.
From the bottom up, reach for the skies. Arbiter lead tonight, everyone's fight. Climb up in the height, shine on in the light. Game's on fire now. Tension in the air. Every player counts.
Good evening, everyone. We are currently live with week 3 of playoffs in Arbiter. We currently have TD Harmony versus Contingent Esports Purple. Both these teams are currently fighting out for the upper bracket playoff spot, so whoever wins automatically gets to go to playoffs. And I think this is going to be an amazing series. I am joined with Soulkeeper right now. Righteous is running a little bit late, but I think we're going to have an amazing series today. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a good one. Apologies to everybody for the late start. Riot went ahead and made me do some fun things. But yeah, gonna be a real banger matchup. Really looking forward to seeing how this bot lane performs, and the return mid matchup between now Gregaset, who formerly Bubbles, and Frost.
Yeah, they get that. Even both teams get like the rematch. Back in regular season, TDH went undefeated. They currently still are undefeated in playoffs, but TDH took a 2-0 win to Contingent Purple last time they played against each other. So I wonder if it's going to be another 3-0 win, or will Contingent put up a fight this time?
Yeah, and winner here does move straight into championship. So we are going to see Frost immediately targeted with that Yon ban.
Yeah, I also want to mention to some of our viewers, Arbiter's playoffs is a little bit different compared to what other playoffs are like. So the team that loses here, they aren't instantly out. They go into the losers bracket where they basically go into a loser's bracket final where they have another chance of winning to be making final. So technically both teams here could be our finalists again.
Well, definitely one of them will be.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
will see
definitely
one of these teams 100% in the finals.
Yeah.
And then yet they become the final gauntlet boss there of the losers bracket. So we'll be seeing more of
Yeah.
that next week for that lower brackets as they all try and qualify in.
Looks like we're getting a Victor ban along with a Rumble ban. Looks like Contingent's targeting Frost here. Triple ban on Frost.
Yeah,
That's probably one
probably
of their
justified.
best players.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Frost has been a huge menace and was definitely a large factor to how they beat Purple here last time. On
Yeah,
I think all three of them champions, maybe not the Victor, but I remember the Ori was a factor as well as that Yon.
Yeah, when I was looking at the playoff stats, Frost currently is sitting with the highest damage on the team, with Complex coming in second. So we'll see what the third ban is here. Jinx. I think that's a pretty standard ban. Jinx is just in a good spot. It's a good blind. Amumu immediately coming up with the Amumu first pick. Really good jungler. Technically could be flexed into the support, but I think it's just stronger in the jungle. R1 Cassante. Honestly, I think that's Complex's comfort pick. Really good tank. Pretty good if you just want some beefy frontline, even though he does like a bunch of damage, even though he is a tank. I never understand that champ, but it looks like it is going to be an R1 Cassante, so I wonder what they're going to counter pick into that, because top lane early pick, that's really interesting.
It's
Was not
definitely
expecting that.
yeah, it's a bold choice. It's really
Yeah.
calling out Urameshi there to say I have a Cassante and I don't think you can beat it. In a
Yeah.
5-game series, that's a way to start off just for a banger. I
Ooh,
got something
Nocturne.
you can't beat. Parry it
Yeah,
with a
so I wonder-
Nocturne's nice.
Yeah, I like Nocturne. Also in lower elo, I feel like a lot of people also it's like I like it in solo queue too, because a lot of people I think overextend, and I think Nocturne's a really good way to neutralize people that are trying to overextend in the side lanes, and maybe that's what they're expecting, to have Complex in the side lane on Cassante, and they can get those picks because Cassante is just a really strong side laner as well as a team fighting champ, because not many people can lane against him late game.
Yeah,
We've seen
especially
Nautilus.
down in this elo, it's a lot tougher to deal with a Cassante. I'm surprised we don't see the Garen pick up here. Garen's more known for dealing with Cassante's at least easier, pretty easy champion to play as well. But this is a lot of CC coming out for Purple here. Mumu,
This is a
Nautilus,
lot of
Gnar.
tanks too. Wonder if they're gonna like. I feel like Kog'Maw or like Vayne like would be amazing here. What does King Vivi play? Do we know? We're gonna get the Azir pick for Frost.
Azir, this
I
is
think that's
another
a-
like
I think that's a
higher
good pick.
elo champion pool that you don't really see because it's so mechanically like you need hands to play Azir, or that shuffle goes terrible.
Yeah, I think they might just be using it as a disengage tool. Nautilus wants to go in, Amumu, Gnar, but it's the matter if you can get your ult off in time, because if you get hit by a single CC, there's no way you're getting that ult off in time. But also Azir, very ranged, he's just gonna hang out in the back line, so he should be able to get his like ult combo off if he ever does want to try. But we're gonna see it. Kali MF into an Elise Maokai ban. Pretty standard bans.
And that Elise is targeted at the support here. Atomic
Yeah,
has
I
been
saw.
abusing this Elise pick.
58% win rate right now in solo queue.
Yeah, very justified to get rid of that, as well as this Maokai pick. And the Nautilus is also a good takeaway. Those are basically Atomic's 3 highest winning support champions right there that have been taken from him.
I'm assuming we're to see an ADC pick here. Jhin. I'm a big Jhin fan. I really
not
don't
here.
like it into this team though, yeah.
Okay, we're on the same page. I'm like,
Yeah.
anyone but Jin would have been my suggestion.
Jhin, I honestly probably I would have liked to see in I know when I was looking at these OPs, I know that King Vivi here plays Ashe. I feel like Ashe would have been a much better pick here into all these tanks, because you're into a Gnar, Nautilus, Amumu. You're not really going to be doing damage to them until the late game, and by the time it is late game, I don't think it's going to matter either way.
Yeah,
So,
there's so much CC. I think
Probably
you got enough
one of the
damage.
worst ADCs you could have picked.
Yeah,
in my
I would have liked to
opinion.
see the Ashe here. I agree.
Yeah,
You got so much
I think
damage
Ashe
coming
would've
out
been
from Azir, from the Nocturne. You really, that's utility ADC would have been perfectly fine to play here.
Yeah, we're gonna get Alistar counter pick here. Maybe So I like TDH's team until they pick the Jin, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it doesn't quite
So
mesh with everything else they're looking to do.
no, they're
Uh,
very ranged, but I don't think that's gonna matter because I
you're
think Contingent just has too much engage.
That's a really big death ball comp you're walking into, and a much
Yeah.
easier comp to execute. Like they're going to TDH is going to have to really play around these objectives carefully,
You
pick and
know,
choose those fights, and keep away from choke points completely.
yeah, I would have liked to see in definitely a different ADC, but they might be cooking something that we don't see. We'll definitely see coming into this match. I think it's going to be based on game one. I think Contingent's going to take this win. What about you?
Yeah, I agree. I normally like to play devil's advocate here, but the Jin to me doesn't make sense. I don't think there's enough damage that's going to be coming out from Harmony until very late in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know how they get in unless,
Azir
Nocturne
does
just
seem
goes
spread,
insane
but
to
yeah.
keep them in until they can get to late game, and Cassante becomes that immovable wall at a side lane that no one can really deal with. Because that's the one
Yeah,
breaking point. They don't have anybody that can actually kill Cassante late game for
no.
Contingent.
Yeah, they might just not have to though. They could probably also just maybe ignore him because they're very death ball-y. So Cassante doesn't have much peel, so
Yeah, the
they could also
4v5
just ignore him.
goes very well for Contingent here.
Yeah. TDH, they're undefeated. They might just prove us wrong here. So I guess we'll see going on into this match.
Yep. Well, the audience agrees with us. There's a lot of points on Contingent Purple. So if you're feeling like gambling, time to bet on Harmony. If you want the underdog in this match, but the undefeated team.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we're gonna cut to a short break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes once we're on to the Rift, and I guess we'll see you guys there.
I've seen relics of kingdoms past and crowns of ancient kings. I've heard stories of distant lands, realms I long to reach. Your voice, it beckons me to go to worlds unexplored, to leave behind my home and wander. been treading water for some time, picking up the parts of all my life. Didn't get to solve it this time. How we had to break apart. Don't tell me why we can't collide. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Don't you feel it? On the break of dawn, I'll follow you to carry on. On the break of dawn, I'll follow you to carry on. I was seeing farther in dark sky, bringing me for fire, not for a time. Following my heart, thinking I show you how I play no part. Ghosts in the night don't justify the love we lost, the love we hide. Don't you feel it? Don't you feel it? On the break of dawn, I follow you to carry on. On the break of dawn, I follow you to carry on. Till the break
I feel the gravity pull and it keeps me away. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy.
Welcome back, everybody, to the winners bracket finals here at LXC Arbiter. I have made it back. I have arrived. I missed draft, but I heard it was a doozy. Looking at these two teams, anything standing out to you here, Star, in terms of any like runes, summoner spells, anything like that?
Yeah, when we were loading to this game, we noticed Neon Sword on Tristana has Exhaust, most likely for the Nocturne, so not your typical heal or exhaust for the ADC.
Yeah, not
But yeah.
typical. I do want to take note. I know it's standard to go Ghost on Cassante for complex. Looking at Blue Side Draft though, I feel like without Flash, how do you ever get on the back line?
Yeah, it's very true, but to be honest, the backline might just be going in, so you
Yeah,
might not
true.
need to flash
True.
if they're coming to you.
We'll see. I think Nara will have an easy time in that lane as well without that flash. We'll see. Nart opting for the grasp, gonna try to get those free stacks on the Cassante. Of course, TD. Okay, you gotta remind me. I missed the draft. Which side is which again?
TD is red, and then
Okay.
Contingent's blue side.
So TD is undefeated. I know there's been some reservations about their draft, specifically the Jin pick, but if there is a team that can make it work, it is the undefeated
It's gonna
squad.
be
So
TBH.
yeah, we will see.
It
So
sure
far,
is. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say so far nothing really. I would have imagined Foxhound Cause would try to play aggressive here, but nothing yet.
Might be waiting for the level 2, but what I was just gonna mention is, yeah, the Jin pick sure is something you don't see when they blue 1-2-3 Gnar Amumu Nautilus to pick
Mhm.
Jin, but they also, yeah, again, they are the undefeated team. They might be cooking something that we don't see yet, so we're just gonna have to see as this game continues.
I do like the fleet footwork though. It would have been really crazy if we saw the
Dark Harvest.
Dark Harvest Jin in the
Yeah.
3 tanks. So they got that going for them. So far, I would say lane's going about as expected and are gonna be looking to get that early push with the ranged advantage. And then I feel like mid and bot are probably a wash in terms of the ability to push their lanes. I like the Nocturne pick into the Amumu if it gets aggressive lanes it can play around. Because honestly, with that spell shield, it's really hard for the Amumu to deal with it. As we see a nice hook from Foxhound Cows, but a great response from I Am Atomic, and that's gonna be about it.
Just some simple trades here and there. Eventually one of these hooks will, I think, definitely lead into like a first blood or a kill for a Contingent, but it just depends. Jin's like, they're not tanks yet. Jin will still do a bunch of damage, including with those fourth shots. And also because Tristana doesn't have that heal or barrier, she's gonna be very like weak. So she has to be very careful when these fourth shots come out like this right now.
Nice little bomb from Neon Sword there to get some chip damage on the King VV. We see the Mumu down in bot lane, gonna be spotted out by a ward from I am Atomic, sorry. Toxin gonna be forced out and loses the crab.
You're
It's a
gonna
great use of
snake.
pressure there.
Looks like
Yeah.
they're gonna just walk through mid. Frost I don't think can stay. He's half HP. I think he's in a weird spot right now. I think if Dragon now goes in on Azir right here, just I guess
Yeah.
ignoring the Azir, I think it could have been a kill there.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that he opts for the 1v1 because I will say this is Nocturne favored. Gragaset is here though. And Toxin without that spell shield. Ooh, the E goes wide. The flash doesn't matter. That is first blood for Gragaset on the Nico.
That's a really good first blood to have. Amumu now is look like coming for the rebound gank against
That's a
Frost.
crazy back by Frost. That is what we call a greedy back. A flash forward. Gonna force the flash from Frost. So that's both mid laner flashes down, but with the 1 kill advantage into the Nico, I expect Dragon and Out gonna be making a return gank here in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, you should definitely utilize that flash gun, including Azir. Isn't super mobile. I mean, he does have his E to get out with his army, but like
Engage from I Am Atomic. The nice root from Jin on King VV. Neon Sword, like you said, taken extremely low, but the fourth shot goes on to Foxhound Cause. And with both the summoners up, I don't think Neon's really in any danger, especially with no Nocturne presence here. But they do have to play careful. Look how far back that Tristana now has to play.
Yeah, just one engage from Atomic onto Tristana. That's probably a dead Yordle you're going to be looking at because Jin, again, has that W, very far range, can easily follow the engage with Atomic. But it looks like just the wave's going to crash. There's a farm safely under tower here, but again, back to the mid lane. I think, yeah, what I was trying to say earlier was trying to gank this mid with both their flashes down. They're both pretty immobile champs, including if Frost is gonna use your E really aggressive like that, I guarantee you Dragon and Out will be able to have a really easy time ganking mid.
Yeah, the trade-off is Gargaset trying to trade into Frost has lost a little bit of farm, down about a little over a wave into Frost. So despite not having that flash available, Frost in the driver's seat in terms of lane pressure, Gargaset does have the individual gold lead with that kill credit. But Frost has been playing this lane pretty well. I think this is probably as expected. Not a lot of trading power in the Nico, just a lot of burst. So it's going to be on Dragging It Out and potentially Fox on Kaz to definitely try to punish the flashless Azir. Instead, though, with the pressure from bot lane, it's a free Drake. Always good to see. And the neutral response
There
from
was maybe a
TD.
trade of objectives. I
Yep.
think Contingent having grubs I think is really good, including that you have Tristana is gonna shred those towers later. So I think TDH, even like I think both teams are fine with each objective, but I think Urameshi with the ult.
Or especially with the ult, Complex does have the ult available. Looked like he was trying to get the engage under tower. Didn't end up happening. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, a fight is developing in the red Gragas taking down Toxin. Toxin getting a little greedy there. Trying to fish out some individual farm advantages. Unfortunately, leads to their untimely death. So now 0-2 on this Nocturne. And if you're Frost, you're like, what are you doing, man? You're feeding my lane for free.
Yeah. I mean, a 2-0 eco, that's certainly what you don't want earlier.
Ooh. Nice little trade from Complex, but not quite the angle he needed to take that ultimate under the tower. Meshi gonna go Mega Gnar here, but Toxin is waiting in the wings. Ult comes forward, but is on top side. Meanwhile, on the bot side, a good Mumu ult forces both sums out of King VV. The W won't stun up Dragon and out, so that's a 1-for-0 in Feats of Warfare going blue side's way.
Beast is definitely a good thing to have early. Oh no! Yeah, that is definitely a sad FEMO, but that looked like it was gonna hit. I guess just Yordle, Gnar being so small, just barely missed the ult there. Very unfortunate for Frost there. Definitely unfortunate. I think he lost a whole wave for that too, pretty much. So that's really not a fun spot to be in.
Yep, lost a wave and a tower. I will say, if you do that play 10 times, I bet that ult hits 5 times. As your ult is notoriously buggy, so maybe in a different timeline that would have hit. But I am Atomic was immediately found out with Fox on Cause. Gonna go down to the ignite. No, the ultimate is just enough. A flash forward, buster shot from Neon Sword. Gonna make sure they walk away with 1 kill. King VV goes down.
If TDH was looking to get ahead early, this is definitely not the spot you want to be in early. 2k gold diff already at 9k, and both the carries on Contingent are already 2-0. Really good start for Contingent. I do think that they are going to struggle in the late game, so I think they need to start finding these picks. Again, it was really unlucky with Frost ults earlier. I think just like also it being Azir, it's a really hard spot to be in. Oh.
Ooh, Frost taking extremely low, but Gragas has no mana, but the third auto coming through that Nico W passive doing work. That's a 3-0 Nico. Despite, the farm advantage Frost has been able to find individually. Nico now on a killing spree. And as the map starts to open up, this is kind of a lower elo. If they're not counting minions, I feel like Gragas could maybe have some fun here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I guarantee we'll see it sometime in this match where Nick will definitely clunus the minions. I think the good thing. Oh,
Foxhound misses the Q. Gonna fear away the Nautilus. I am Atomic and King VV are here. The engage from Toxon Agragas has enough mana for the ultimate. The Q does come through. the root, but a nice fourth shot from the curtain call. King VV gets a shutdown. That's going to be two given right back to TD.
Really good play from TDH. Gragaset just really getting a little bit greedy, trying to get some poke on the Nocturne, but
Ooh.
then Toxin immediately just turned right back into it. That's definitely 2 kills on a champ that you want to be ahead early because you want kills on this Jhin so he can get his armor pen and shred later for these tanks coming up in this next, I guess, 10 or 20
Yeah,
minutes.
with the action on that red side, I failed to notice that Neon Sword has swapped with Urameshi here. But the grubs, I mean, the team swapped, but the grubs are already being taken by Toxin and Frost. So that's going to be 1 grub secured. Of course, Contingent only needs 1 to get the little Void Mites going. And it looks like they're going to be able to get that as Neon Sword does back away. But all in all, I believe it's going to be 5 grubs to 1 in favor of Contingent, which, I mean, this is a team that should have side lane pressure, right? Whether it's the Nico
Yeah.
or the Gnar, having those extra grubs,
Are definitely
pretty
gonna help.
big. Yeah, for sure.
Putting you with Tristana that can also use probably can't say that on Twitch, but E the tower. They got 5 grubs now. They don't get the objective from it because TH did secure one of those grubs before running away. But 5 grubs on Contingent. That's a really good spot to be in. We do
Yeah.
have Ocean Drake up. It looks like I guarantee we'll probably get a fight here maybe for it. It looks like Toxin's gonna start it up, but Contingent's positioning like they want to fight this.
Rameshi
They
won't
definitely
have the
could.
Mega Gnar available for a little bit, but Gragaset has forced out Toxin with the helps of Fox on Cause and dragging it out. Dragon's gonna reset. I will say if the Azir isn't at these neutral objectives, TD's gonna take it extremely slow, right? The 4 shot is nice for securing the objectives, but Jhin is not a champion that can really do a lot of work here in these early stages in terms of taking Dragon. So it's gonna be a little bit nerve-wracking if Frost isn't here to try to secure this objective.
Neon
And
Sword's
speaking of
also
Frost,
not here.
Frost caught out, but it looks like the tables have turned. A nice flash ultimate from Dragon and Out will find 3 members, but the damage is done. Garagasset is gone, and there is no damage to follow up this engage. That's a 3-for-0 trade in favor of TD, and the early game work, the Contingent had been doing so well, just kind of thrown away for naught.
Yeah, I think also having Neon Sword in the top lane for when they wanted to fight this Drake was a really bad misplay for Contention because that's a lot of your DPS right there. That is your whole DPS. Sure, Gragaset has the burst damage, but you want someone that can consistently hit, and you just didn't have your 2-0 Tristana there. So definitely, I think a misplay there for them.
Yeah, if they're gonna contest that Drake, they probably need both members there. I will say it was a nice self-peeling ult from Frost.
Oh yeah, that was a really good ult. It hit
Yeah,
this time.
yeah, it hit this time. It's pretty easy when the engage is coming onto you. But it got Gragaset and Foxhound Cause off of themselves and into their own team. And then, like we said, once that Nico is gone, Neon Sword not there, that really isn't a fight. The Contingent should have been taking Urameshi. Trading aggressively on a complex, we see how tanky this Cassante can be. Gonna be able to control the tempo in the side lane for a little bit here.
Yeah, definitely. I think the whole game he's gonna have like a lot of prio in like these side lanes because I don't think late game anyone's gonna be able to stop him. Like Gnar does that damage. Oh,
R with the ultimate as Mega
like
Gnar
a
was about
heal.
to expire. Yeah, nothing crazy though. I mean, it basically comes up as soon as you're back into Mega, so you might as well use it if given the opportunity. But Complex looking for a freeze. A late freeze, but a freeze nonetheless. So Gnar gonna be forced to break that. A nice root from Gragaset though. This might be a solo bolo. The ultimate goes onto the
Oh,
clone.
the
Frost said
clone.
no. Oh, you hate to see it. A nice W from Gragaset. Nico, you know, despite the little hiccup there before Drake, is still scary. 4-2-0 on the champion. A nice hook from Foxhound Cause. This is a very tanky Alistar though. Dragging it out and Neon Sword not in a position to really punish, so not
Yeah.
going to be anything there. Dragging it out does find Bandage Toss onto the Alistar. So many cooldowns being used on this Beef Boy, even ultimate as well. So they do eventually get the kill. Lots of cooldowns expended. A flash over in top lane. Complex said, no, we're diving this. I want more. I have ult. The unstoppable comes through. Oh no, there's gonna be 2 kills
no!
for Arameshi. That's just getting too over aggressive. You saw Toxin didn't want to take that, and probably for a good reason.
You know, Urameshi, I think TDH over forcing a dive there, including on a Gnar, that you see the rage bar slowly filling up. I think it could have been done, but I think they need to be on the same page if they were diving that or
Oh
not, which
man.
Gragas
Frost.
too, just in the mid, just
Yeah.
completely getting zoned off that tower.
My guess is that
Oh,
she
that's
was.
feats. This is gonna
Oh,
be
that
feats
is.
here.
This is gonna be feats. My guess is that she was a minion, and Frost had no idea because it looked like he just got back to lane and immediately
Yeah.
taken out. This looks like it's gonna be. Ooh, wow! That 4-shot just goes wide. Thought it might have been a kill there, but instead, Contingent gonna be able to back off safely. And with
Yeah, I
Dragon
think
coming up here in a minute 40, we'll have to see. This could be a tempo killer for Contingent. It seems like they've probably waited a little bit too long.
what I will mention is just a little bit on the dive top. Very unfortunate. They lost feats because of it, but also I feel like Toxin is ganking the wrong person. You have a 4 and 2 Jhin that you want to be ahead because they're gonna be really Greg is getting a little bit low there. Gonna have to back here.
Yeah, we'll have the TP coming up soon. Has the ultimate available as well, so we'll be there for the dragon fight, and that's a big cooldown expended by the Azir.
Yeah.
I believe if it's gonna be up, it's gonna be right as a fight might be happening, but I think it'll be down for the next dragon and for the team that's stacking drakes. Giving one up for free might be a little bit of a feels bad. We'll have to see.
I would like to, so what I was saying earlier was, I think I'd just like to see Toxin gank a little bit bot lane more, keep your Jhin ahead, maybe get some pressure in the mid lane as well. Complex, just getting beat down.
I don't even know if Fox on Kaz needed to be there with the completed black cleaver and the level advantage. Complex. Those autos from Gnar there looked like they hurt.
Yeah, Dragon's also up in 20 seconds, unless Contention are just looking for the rift because they have the prio mid and top. I really don't think it's a good idea giving up this Drake though, because this is going to be the 3rd Drake for TDH, and I wouldn't get them this close to soul point if I were them.
Yeah, nice spell shield there from Toxin in the mid lane. I will say that the pick off on Complex in the top lane to create some tempo here. A nice engage from I Am Atomic. The ultimate gonna come through, but wow, look at the wombo combo. 3-man ultimate from the Nico. I Am Atomic gonna be going down. Toxin already down as well. Complex is here. Had the TP, but this is gonna be an ace. 5-0. Look at the CC coming through. Oh my goodness, quadra kill. Urameshi doing his best Canna impression from over in the LEC. This is a scary Gnar, all this said. 7-0-1, an ace, a dragon to boot. It's gonna be 2 towers. This is all Contingent here, 18 minutes in.
Yeah, definitely the death ball the death ball team, sorry, that we were definitely expecting. We saw that 5v5 work out perfectly for Contingent. Just the amount of wombo combos that they have. Someone's just bound to die in those combos, and then you're already down a player after this. That's 3 towers. That's what 5 grubs and a Tristana does.
Yeah, 19 minutes in. This is a huge gold lead for Contingent. I know TD got the better of them in the regular season, but you gotta like this start if you are a Contingent Purple fan, as that's gonna be 4 towers uncontested after that 5-man ace. I mean, if you're TD here, Burrito, I mean, what are you saying? How you keep a level headed? How do you get back into the game? It seems a little bleak.
So the benefit of being behind is now you have those objective bounties up, you have the shutdowns on the enemy team. I think going Rift here right now is a good idea, because you know they're out of tempo.
Nice little trap placement for King BB is there. Meshi's already below half health. The curtain call does come through. Mumu gonna block it out, but being taken down half health himself. But wow, Gragas with another 3-man ult, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Nico does go down. Fox on Kaz flashes to no avail. That's 2 kills, and this is just an ugly fight. A triple kill for King VV. We were thinking Jin wasn't gonna be the pick here, but getting a triple has to feel nice as well as that shutdown.
Yeah, you were just asking me what's the way of getting back into this game, and I think I just answered it for you. Starting Rift, Contention, out of tempo. I think trying to contest this Rift when they, I don't think they had too many some ultimates up, even though what Grega said did get that good Nico ult. There's out of tempo right now, and I think they just needed to give it. And
VV doing
King
work.
VV got those 3 kills.
So what you're
haven't-
saying is, when you're behind, you just hope the enemy team throws you a shutdown. That's the recipe
Well,
for success.
That's best case scenario. What I was gonna say is look for picks like this on Neon Sword right now.
Yeah.
It looks
Picks
like
coming through.
Contention.
Yeah. Complex
Coming up for the
getting
wrong
picked
team.
off. Yep.
Yeah.
That's Cassante. Oh,
He
I
lives.
spoke too soon. That's Cassante just down. I think Rameshi thought Gragaset had it in the bag. Did not. And Cassante gets to walk away. So, I mean, a little bit of a hiccup. You know, teams in lower elos have been prone to make mistakes. But still, the gold lead is still at about 5,000 for this Contingent Purple squad. So, gonna feel good, but you know, one lost play might kind of make you a little bit less aggressive in the future. Do you want them to continue with the aggression, or maybe play back and let TD kind of fall into their own traps?
Yeah, right now, Jin just backed with a really nice back, finished that
Yeah.
IE. But I do notice he bought Scout Slingshot, which means he's going RFC third. I guess he is doing the damage, but if I were him, I would go LDR third item because, like, these tanks are now building armor. You got 2 Bramble Vests, you got a Bammy Cinder, what's gonna build into a Sunfire. Like, they're gonna have that armor, and they're gonna be really tanky, so I don't know if Jin's gonna have that damage. I mean, he
You think
might, but
it's got to be rapid, right? It's not static, because
please, it shouldn't be. It's definitely rapid fire. There's no way it's static.
okay, maybe even
I mean,
Utah,
we've been rocked this
Utah
whole
tech.
time, so
I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. Um,
RFC
yeah.
standard on Jin.
I would say like Contingent needs to slow down a bit the objectives first, because every time TD has engaged, I mean you're engaging into a Nico that has ult and a Mumu that has ult, or a Meshi with the Mega Gnar. It's a scary comp to engage to, and that's all TD can really do, right? With Toxin on this Nocturne, I am Atomic on the Alistar. Basically, it feels like whatever team engages first is gonna lose the fight. And so being at objectives first is definitely the priority. And with the team that has the gold lead, you expect them to create some tempo here.
I think how TDH can like win these fights. I think they have Nocturne. I think they just look for the side lane picks. I know it's really hard right now because they have yet to get a tower this game, but I think once these first tier towers fall, they need to look for these engages on either Gregaset or Meshi. I think they tried that dive top. I don't know if that's a really good engage that you can try. I mean, they could try it again, but I think Gregaset's your best way because that's also their big engage with that ult. So I think they just need to
Yeah.
look for the picks with like the comp that they have right now.
Yeah, for sure, especially with the long range CC from the Jin as well. Could
Yeah.
potentially help out
Like this.
as we see the engage, but I think Toxin might have gone a little bit too far aggressive. Gragaset with the ultimate gonna miss, forcing out the flash from Toxin. Neon Sword is here. Toxin gonna be taken down. That's a 4-man ultimate from the Umumu as well, dragging it out, making it work. King VV forced a flash away from the Vantage Toss, and I'm convinced whichever team engages first is gonna lose the fights.
I mean, I feel like that was like a fine engage on Foxhound Kaz, but I think Toxin, instead of going for the backline, I know like that's what like you like to do when Nocturne is like at the backline all, but like before
Yeah.
that fight, you're 1-5. You don't have the damage to kill a 5-0 Tristana, including that has exhaust. She'd even use exhaust that fight, and she still killed you. You just need to secure the kill on Foxhound Kaz, and I think
Yep.
that's where the issue. They just get that kill and walk out.
Yeah, total agreement there. I mean, we call it Lee syndrome, right? Like Nocturne definitely could be a proprietor of that, where it's like, oh, the carries are right there. I could just ult them, but their team can't follow up. So now you're Nocturne in no man's land. forcing a flash out. Did get the Nico ult out of it, but I don't think that's worth when the rest of your team
No.
falls because of it. So, an uphill battle to climb. Contingent has now even out the dragons, and this is a stacking Hex Tech Soul potentially. 4 Hex Tech dragons could be doing crazy amounts of
That'd be
damage for
pretty
this
good for
for this
Contingent,
meatball
yeah.
comp that you're talking about.
Alright, so we did notice Jin did buy the cloak. I guess that definitely is
Ooh.
rapid fire at that point, right?
Yeah. Oh well, it could
The
still be
complex
Intel, I
is
guess.
being for this. I think they're
Yeah,
looking to.
it's an
Oh,
interesting TP because now Baron could just get started. That's 3 members of TD on the bottom side, and this Baron could be
no
taken
TP.
down to already half health. Toxin is here, and with the shots coming out from Jin, does have vision to get into the pit. But this is a Baron that's at 2,000 HP. Wow, it went down really fast. The smite didn't come through from Toxin. No steals here. That's a kill and a Baron secured by Contingent.
I respect the steal play for Toxin, just trying to steal it, respect it, but yeah, I think TPing, complex TPing down to this Gragas set that's already safe under their tier 1 tower is a very big misplay. Now, Contingent are almost 8,000 gold ahead, they're just under 7,000 gold ahead at 26 minutes, and now they have Baron with 5 grubs and a Tristana. It's
Yeah,
not looking too great right now.
it's not looking too great. I mean, you can say like TD, oh, we're scaling. Frost has his ear. Complex is only gonna get tankier. Oh, a nice little potential pick. Nope.
Oh my
I am
god, that
Atomic just
damage
takes
was
half
bomb.
up bar. And I mean, this is a team that's firmly in the driver's seat. Contingent has all the tools to close this one out. Has the Baron available as well. Nico could be able to push in that bot wave for free. Probably pick up that tier 2. The siege is on here in top. I will say I would like to see Gnar not with the rest of the team. Maybe a 1-3-1 or a 4-1. The mid
Yeah.
inhib is free, guys. There's no tower there anymore. It seems like you can just take it easy, and if TD decides
It
to
looks
fight,
like
you
they've
just end the
forgotten
game.
about Gragas though.
Yeah,
Gragas just shredding those towers. Oh my
I,
goodness. Yeah,
the lane
this
allocations are a little bit weird here. As Complex gonna be engaged on by Meshi and pretty much everybody else. Complex is extremely tanky on this Cassante, but I don't think he's tanky enough. I take that back. He is. Yeah, I feel like if you're gonna let Gragas push like that, you have to pull the trigger and make an
Yeah.
engage happen, right? Just sitting there and picking up farm is one thing, but they got 2 towers, actually 3 towers for free. So I don't know.
So I guess it's my turn to ask this question. How do you think TDH gets back into this game?
uh, Realistically, I think you just preserve mental and say this is best of 5, and we tried something
Yeah.
out game 1 and it didn't work. Other than that, though, right? You were talking about these like side lane plays that could potentially be made. The problem is now with the pressure from Contingent, the follow up from like the long range King VVV curtain call or any other damage isn't going to be there. And even if it was, it's not a lot, right? These members of Contingent are now pretty healthy, pretty beefy, and doing tons of damage. This is a mid game comp to the extreme. And 29 minutes in, they have a huge lead, and it's really up to them to not throw it away.
Yeah, also, it's really hard to get these picks now because just look at like the map control. Contingent have wards just on every single lane and every single entrance of the jungle. They can constantly track where Toxin is and where the rest of the team is. So finding these picks is just gonna be like close to 0 now. Unless Contingent somehow get caught, I don't see a way where TDH can get these picks now. They need to
Yeah.
start sweeping out these I think they need some blue wards too a little bit more because I think their regular trinkets are just getting sweeped out instantly.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh
wow.
no.
Gragas finding
Oh
the
my
pick
god.
on the King VV. You called it. It was gonna happen once. 29 minutes and 50 seconds in, the Jin goes down without a fight. I mean, once that happens, you can't really do anything.
No matter what time it is in the game, you always gotta count the minions, okay?
Yep. Yep. When there's a
I
Nico
think
in the game, you can't trust. You're never safe. She's always somewhere.
yeah, I have so much PTSD from Nico. That's why I'm always counting minions, always trying my best. But like you never like the one time you don't count, that's the wave Nico is in, and it
Yep.
sucks.
Frost
Looks
getting
like
some chip damage, but this is gonna be soul point for Contingent. That's 3 Hextech souls. I mean, and honestly, with Baron coming up in a minute and a half, I don't even think they need to really play for Dragon Soul. I feel like a Baron secure would basically secure game 1 for Contingent. It's gonna be up to TD to stop that from happening. But like you said, the pressure from Contingent is gonna make that tough sledding.
what I will point out right now is King Vivi has Noon Quiver. It does give him the crit, but if you're building LDR, you have to go the armor pen first. I
Yeah.
think including into this team, you're into a team with 2 Thornmails, a Locket, and now a Sunfire Aegis, another Bramble Vest, and now a Zanya's. They have so much armor stacked, and you're a Jin that is not going to be able to shred that much armor, I don't think, at this point of the game. I mean, we'll have to see in this next fight, but so far he's just been getting blown up, so we haven't been able to see the damage that he can put out.
Yeah, the damage was done with the Baron as well. I mean, they've gotten everything but the inhibs basically. Take a look at the level lead for the Contingent members over the TD squad. That's a level 17 Gnar. Urameshi, 2 levels up on Complex, dragging it out 2 levels up on Toxin. Frost has been able to keep about even, but this level lead, I mean,
They also got Otacon, though. It was the blood
yeah,
idol, so that
yeah.
definitely helped. But either way, it's still not
It's
great.
it's not great. I will say though, once the members of Contingent hit level 18 and get full items, if you're TD, you say, well, they can't get any stronger. So if they can hold
Yeah.
out, I mean, there is a scaling con, I would say. It's just it's gonna have to be like 10 minutes into this game, and we're already 32 minutes in. Can they make it happen? That is the question. Complex. Trying to make sure the Baron isn't going on, but you talked about the ward coverage. This is a very dark map for TD here.
Like if I just take a look, yeah, I'm just looking at red side's
Ooh, we
belt.
see the engage. Atomic forcing matters in their own hand. Toxin goes flying into the back line, but oh my
Oh
goodness, a
my
triple kill from
goodness.
Gagaset. The flash forward for Foxhound Cause. Will the Q come out? Doesn't find King VV, but the damage is done. I believe this is game 1 going to Contingent. And I said it once, I'll say it again. If you engage first, you're going to lose the fight.
I was just gonna ask. I just missed who engaged that fight first. Was it TDH?
It was TDH. Atomic went in.
Oh.
Toxin and Frost tried to follow into the back line. But, I mean, there's not enough resources for TDD to really make anything happen. And that's going to be, honestly, kind of a stomp for game 1 Contingent. There were some mistakes here and there, but with the result, I mean, Contingent fans have to be really happy from what they've shown from game 1.
I definitely be happy that they ended that game with a 12k gold diff. Definitely came out swinging in that first game from start to end. They had a few hiccups here and there, but that didn't stop them. And I think going into game 2, including for TDH, I agree with what you said earlier. They just say like, hey, we tried something, it didn't work. This is a BO5 series. We still have 3 more, up to 4 more games. If we win the next 3, we're into finals. So I guess definitely like their mental needs to be definitely still positive because there's still a lot of games to be played.
I mean, we are believers that draft isn't the end all be all, but do you feel like TD just lost it in draft?
A little bit, yeah. I think they their first picks were pretty strong, but I think once I saw the Jin, I lost a little bit of hope. I would have liked to seen I noticed King Vivi plays Ashe and it wasn't banned. I feel like Ashe would have been a good pick here considering they're a very dive comp with those slows and like the CC that
Mm-hmm.
you have on Ashe. I think it would have been a better pick. But yeah, I
Yeah,
definitely agree draft. I think they lost in
it
draft.
was a tough draft. We'll have to
Mhm.
see if any adjustments come through for either of these teams. Obviously, side select will go to TD after that loss, but we will get that situated after a quick break. We will be right back. All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Game one just concluded. Contingent picking up the win against TDH. TDH has opted for blue side here in this game too, and we are waiting for the ready checks to come through draft. Sar, after seeing game one unfold, what adjustments do you expect both these teams to make?
Um, I think again, I don't think like I think at the start of the draft last time, I think TDH had a solid draft. I think just like the ADC pick was a little bit weird. We might see like maybe like a Nico ban, but they also already oh no, that was Contingent that triple banned the TDH. But
Hmm.
I don't think Contingent needs to make any changes because that was a complete stomp for them. I don't think they struggled at any point in the game in terms of the champs, so I don't think they're gonna make any changes. TDH, you might see a. I doubt you'll see a Narban maybe if they're thinking of picking it early. I think that maybe Nico might get thrown in there and just a little bit changed, but also I don't exactly. Let me look at the last draft. Who did they ban last time? They banned Lux, Rumble, and Jinx.
Hmm.
So maybe like well instead of the Rumble ban, maybe we'll see Nico or something, or maybe vice versa with the Jinx. But
Yeah, I think it changes a little bit because they are on blue side.
yeah,
Um, so if any of their players play any of those three champs, you can afford not banning them for something else.
I believe VV
Um,
plays Jinx.
okay, so maybe
So
we see a
yeah,
Jinx B1 priority for TD.
yeah, he's played some Jinx before, so they might be looking to be one Jinx.
Um, but yeah, I agree. I feel like if you're contingent purple, you're very happy with the outcome of game one.
Yeah,
They made some gameplay mistakes, and just in terms of like trying to make plays out of tempo. But other than that, it was a pretty clean game from them. Had answers to everything TD was offering them. TD on the other hand seemed a little bit disjointed. I, I want to go back to that tower dive we saw, complex and
yeah,
toxin take, right? I do agree. I feel like if they're both on the same page, that kill probably does happen. But there was obvious like a disconnect there. There was obvious
yeah.
miscommunication. And when that's happening with playoffs on the line, it gets a little bit scary. So they definitely have to look to sharpen up in that regard.
Yeah, even though like it might be like whatever the quote unquote right play was there, they need to commit to one of the plays so
Hmm.
stuff like that doesn't happen because either you do the wrong play together and it could like possibly go bad but it went fine, or you do I guess like the right play together and then like it's fine either way. But like doing two different plans, like just being on the wrong same page of that, they lost 2 kills. They gave 2 kills to Urmeshi, and then they lost feats because Urmeshi followed up with the tower with the 5 grubs.
Hmm. Yeah, and it's just those small mistakes, right? Where we're in playoffs, right? These are the best of the best teams. This is Winter Brackets finals. Like a small mistake can lead to just insurmountable outcomes, and we kind of saw that throughout game one. But it's a new game now. If you're TDE, you reset mental. You say this is best of five. We got this, and rapid fire bans coming out. TD immediately banning that Lux away once again, while Contingent
Yep, there's
is
the Nico
matching.
ban.
Yeah, Contingent's matching their game one bans.
Let's see if I was right about the bans. So we got the Lux Nico. I'm assuming if they don't like the Rumble, Rumble's gonna get banned, or it's gonna be Narg. So I think those two are like the big issues. Maybe Tristana, but also I feel like there's a lot of stuff that you can play into Tristana where she doesn't get to do that. But
I mean,
if they
it
have
was interesting, right? Because like you say, Nar is an issue, but they willingly chose to blind pick their top lane on red side. They saved R5 for support, so I feel like just the allocation of
they also
drafting
counter Nar
resources.
was a counter pick too, so and it did play
Yeah,
well.
yeah. So it's just interesting the
First pick Braum.
resources. No, I think Braum was the misban, is what they're saying.
Oh, I didn't notice that it was. Oh,
Well,
oops,
let's
yeah,
get
okay, so Braum was
confirmation.
the ban. That's a little interesting.
Okay.
Um,
That kind of leads me to believe it's gonna be something like a Leona or a Nautilus in the bottom lane with Braum taken off the board. We're gonna see the Amumu
they're
B1.
stealing it this time.
Yeah, and then the answer is Jar of Misfortune, a potent combo for contingent.
That's already a pretty good combo. I noticed like with these drafts, Contingent really like the Death Ball champs, and it looks like they're gonna do the exact same thing here.
Yep. Can't follow that up with the Nico on R3. It was banned away. They still have plenty of options. You're talking about that Rumble. The Hot Pot is still available if you are
Yep.
contingent purple. Good to see that Jinx you were talking about
Yep.
picked up by TD. I expect support maybe here with that Braum ban in the first phase, but we will have to see. As TD gonna take their time, make sure there's no more drafting mistakes.
Yeah. I wouldn't like not expect Frost pick here like for mid because they already did triple ban him. I don't know if they want to go into I mean we might see it here. They might go into 5 bans against Frost into this next draft, but they
Yeah.
picked Nautilus. Didn't Contingent play Nautilus also last game?
They did. Yeah, so stealing away some champions.
Yeah.
The Leona gonna be a nice answer, especially with the Misfortune Jarvan locked in. This is a hit
Wave
R.
fan.
Make sure everything gets landed on the opposing team.
Yeah.
Really nice setup for both of these squads, I would say. Jinx, could get a little bit scary depending how this game goes. Not a lot of peel options for her, but champs don't want to go in, so we will see. The Rumble going to be banned away, so no more Hot Pot available.
Will
And
we
like
see
you
the
said,
5 bans for Frost?
yeah, it might be 5 bans.
Way. Maybe we'll get the next one.
With the
I will
Jarvan,
admit, sorry, I was just gonna say Frost is when I was looking at the playoff stat sheet with you, Frost was their highest
mhm,
input damage. So he is definitely the champ to look out for, and there it is. We have 5 bans against Frost.
yeah,
Oh, this poor guy, man.
the Azir's still available, which you can say a lot about how that game went. The Azir had an okay of enough
I think it
time.
was fine. Like, I don't think it was a bad pick. It just like wasn't a good game overall for
Yeah,
anyone.
could make it hard for the Jarvan to function if the Azir is taken by TD, but Contingent might steal it away with this fourth pick. Unsure if Gragaset plays the Azir. I don't know if that's within her wheelhouse, but an option. I expect
Oh,
I expect mid to come through. With all those the 5 bands like you were
yeah.
talking about. Um, but we will have to see.
If they give mid blind here, I'm going to be shocked. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so we got the Ari pick for Greg Bissett. I think Ari is a really good pairing with this team right now. You got like a
Mhm.
really dive death ball champ, Ari just to go in with the follow. You'll get a lot of resets with your ults this way as well.
Yeah, and the 1-2 punch with that Jarvan as well. If the Ari charm lands or if the knockup from Jarvan does come through, it's basically a death sentence for any opposing mid laner. The Silas though, a
I
nice
really like that pick.
yeah, a nice answer into the Ari, not only for the lane, but with the ultimates available with Contingent, could do some work as well. Lots of good ultimates to really choose from for Frost and Ambessa gonna be hovered and locked for complex.
So it looks like both
And there's the
teams are
red
just
then.
oh my goodness. Okay. So, looking at both these drafts, very team fight heavy. Both these team
Hmm.
fights just want to fight nonstop. I don't really like in terms of draft. I don't really see a winner here. Like I think both these teams can go both ways. The only thing that I can mention is I think if Contingent just misses these ultimates, important ultimates on like J4, MF, and Leona, you're gonna have a really hard time compared to TDH where they're
Yeah.
more like I guess they're more sustainable compared to Contingent.
So if the theme of game one was whoever engages first is gonna lose, it's totally flipped now because I feel like whoever
Who engages
engages
first, yeah,
first
should
will
win.
win. Yeah.
Yeah.
With that snap engage with so much damage coming through. If you're looking at Jinx and Misfortune, both of these ADC players are like freaking I hate playing games like this because they're playing a mobile with so much engage, not a lot of peel available to them. So I feel like the script has flipped, and now it's going to be which of these teams can be more decisive with their engages. I will say, for both of these teams, if the engage doesn't hit, if Jarvan doesn't hit, the Invested Jinx, or if a Mumu doesn't hit the Misfortune Ari, um, then it gets a little bit shaky. But as long as
Mhm.
the engages are sure, uh, the that team should win the fight.
I think just for streamer's sake, I'm gonna go with TDH this game to take the win because I think even though both team fights are sorry, both these team comps are team fighting champs, I think TDH just slightly take the more edge because I think the Silas is a really good pick into this because you have so many good ults. You have Ariel, you have Leona ult, you have J4 ult. Like any ult that you take from Contingent here is gonna be used really well. And I think just overall, getting the resets on Jinx is going to be a lot more important because I feel like either these fights are going to last like 10 seconds or they're going to last super, super long where this Jinx can get the reset and do so much damage. So I think it's going to go to TDH this game.
I'm gonna say for argument's sake, I think Contingent is gonna take it to a match point and pick up this win. I do like the points you made out. I will say though, from experience, this Mbessa Renekton matchup is like borderline unplayable for Mbessa. It's gonna be so
Oh,
hard with that matchup, and the way that Urmeshi was playing last game, I expect the momentum to carry, so to speak. And then outside of that, like you said, if the Jinx does get resets, it gets scary for Contingent. But if the Jinx gets behind or doesn't get resets at all, these are gonna be really quick fights
yeah.
for purple. So we'll have to see. It's gonna come down to I think the early game, probably the first
Yeah.
15 minutes.
I think whoever
Um,
gets like kills first, I think is just going to really take the wheel on this game.
yeah, we will have to see. I think if TDH, I don't want to, I don't want to coach on the fly, but I feel like they have a level one engage, a Bruin with the Silas and the Nautilus as well. So I'll have to see if any level one shenanigans develop.
Oh, I love to see an
Um,
invade. Invades are like my favorite thing. If you ever scrim with me, I'm asking every single every single time. Invade? Do we stack the invade? Like I'm always asking
yeah.
about invades. It's my favorite thing to do.
We'll have to see. Both of these teams coming out fired. This is winners bracket. Winner moves on to finals. A loser does go to the losers bracket finals, but losing in playoffs never feels good. I don't know. I do agree. I feel like both of these comps are a lot more stock standard in terms of ease of execution, familiarity of the champions.
Yeah.
That Renekton on the R5 into Mbessa is a big red flag for me. If Renekton gets ahead, I feel like TEH is gonna have a really tough time.
Yeah. I agree.
All right, with that, I think the in-client draft they're taking their sweet time. But we will be back as soon as that is over, and we'll be into game two. We'll see you then.
There's a beauty in the way you're worn, and the sharpness of your thorns. So vibrate in the imperfections. In the pain, there's something real. All that anger so concealed. Still you're lost in how to feel. Just let me hold that severed world. The pieces feel so cold. All the tears won't bring it back to life. But hate will always grow. There's a beauty in the way you lay, and the way your color fades. You stand out now with your imperfections. Oh, it was never meant to fall apart. It was not supposed to cause us harm. But these days, all I do is wonder, is it better now that we can start again? 'Cause in the pain, there's something real. All that anger so concealed. Still you're lost in how to feel. Just let me hold. Oh, that severed world. The pieces feel so cold. All the tears won't bring it back to life. But hate will always grow.
We are back with game 2 of winners bracket finals between Contingent Purple on red side this time and TDH on blue. We were thinking with the Nautilus Silas there might be some level 1 shenanigans.
I'm so sad.
Yeah,
It's
they
just a
are definitely not
5 point.
happening. Yep. Kragaset doesn't. Well, probably should know that the move is in there. Yeah, boring level 1.
I mean, it also could be the playoff jitters, you know? Like, you don't want to do anything that can potentially, like, ruin your match at the start, I guess.
That's true, but I will say once you see the enemy team going in the 5 point, you can always do a late invade, and I feel
Yeah.
like the team that gets ahead in this game is going to be at a huge advantage. So it's
Oh,
interesting
yeah,
that
definitely.
with the Silas and the Nautilus, that didn't happen. But like you said, they don't want to throw game 2 before it even starts. So it's gonna be stock standard here. You were talking a little bit about the summoner spells loading in a
I
game. You want to
was.
discuss about that a little bit?
Yeah, so I noticed Neon Sword went exhaust on MF, which he went that last game on Tristana, but I understand like why you went exhaust for like the Silas and the Mbessa. But now you're gonna be super careful. You don't have the cleanse for the Amumu, so you either have to play super far back or just like pray to God that like they just don't go for you because you're like one of the main damage dealers on this team, including with your ults. Now you don't have a way of like getting out of like any CC.
Yeah, gonna be interesting. I will say. King VV opted for the defensive summoner spell, the barrier, which you look at all of the burst damage with the Jarvan, the MF, the Leona. Interesting that they didn't take cleanse as well. Usually, I feel
Oh,
like
I
when you
just
see
realized that.
Leona,
Yeah, both ADCs
you
should have points. 100%.
Yeah, you see that as well. So we'll have to see. It's going to be honestly, it might come down to which one of these ADCs can stay alive for a team fight. Um, definitely not envious of either of them right now. Looking at these two comps.
I will say, I definitely think Contingent has an easier time of landing CC on the Jinx compared to TDH on the MF. So I think, oh yeah, Gregus said just getting chunked a bunch there in the mid lane by the Silas combo. Classic Silas things.
Classic Silas things. Urameshi
Top lane
taken
too.
down
Oh my
low on
goodness.
Complex. Complex didn't want to force a flash from Urameshi. Urameshi get a back on out of there. Still sticking around though. Interesting. Has to be really, really careful. The cooldown's coming up for Complex. Could be a solo bolo in the top lane. I definitely know Complex wants game 1 back the way it went.
Yeah, and you're also mentioning that
Ooh.
Ambessa has a harder time into the Renekton, but like so far it doesn't seem that way.
Doesn't seem that. Oh.
Oh.
Okay, Complex takes a tower shot, so it's gonna even out a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you for Renekton, right? You basically want to trade around empowered Q and W as we see Dragon it out. Gonna cash out Toxin. This is a rinse repeat of game 1. Toxin at the wrong place. Gonna give over first blood. With the ignite, Atomic does secure the kill, and Garagasek goes down as well. So the difference between game 1 and game 2 is that this is a 3-for-1 trade. Feats of Warfare claimed just like that. Silas 2-0.
That's a really early 4-minute feat, but again, yeah, so Toxin was in the wrong spot at the wrong time, but this time he's got his friends with him. Oh, Complex. Oh, just shy. That was a really close fight between Urameshi, but Urameshi just takes that 1v1 up the top lane. I guess
Renekton diff.
Yeah, you're saying that matchup should favor Renekton, and I guess that 1v1 really did show.
Dragging it out is here. Does smite away the scuttle and walk on out. That's a drive-by. You hate to see it. Toxin had the smite available as well.
Yeah, I will just mention bound to this bot lane fight. Yeah, so Toxin did get caught, but this time he had his friends with him, and they were there to definitely secure the 3 kills. It would have been, unfortunately, Atomic did get one of those kills, but I don't think there was a choice. I think the Ignite is the thing that killed him. So, I mean, it's a kill secured. You're happy either way.
And this is a Nautilus that does have double buffs, so trying to get aggressive. You love to see it, maybe a little bit too aggressive. Traps do go down, which means Foxhound Kaz finds the engage avenue. Gonna be forced to flash out, though, Atomic using the W. Honestly, this is just a whole bunch of nothing going on. I feel like neither of these lanes are really in danger of losing unless they egregiously overstep.
Neon is low mana though, so I have to keep in point that. But I think they're just both are gonna reset, yeah, because Atomic's definitely sitting on that gold too that he definitely got with the kill.
Yeah, Urameshi trading aggressively. Complex. So you see the power of the E from the Renekton.
Yeah.
You go in, you trade, and you force the Ambessa to try to catch up to you. Never gonna happen. Complex has to settle for short trades, especially with the grasp as well. Any longer trades are gonna favor that Renekton. So we'll see this game. Only about 200 gold separating these two teams. We see an engage come through. Frost doing so much damage with the electrocute Silas. Not something we see every day. But it's making it work.
Taking this Drake though.
Yeah.
We have Atomic on the top side. I'm assuming they're just gonna look for grubs. I think they have to try shutting down this Renekton though. Atomic is on vision. I don't think he knows that. No, he does.
Now. Knows now. Gonna be spotted out, and I think for the side of Contingent, you're happy with the Dragon trade. Gonna give up those first 3 grubs. No harm, no foul. Gargaset using the ultimate to try to trade aggressively into Frost, but now Frost has the Ahri ultimate.
Wow.
Does need to be careful. Takes the tower shot, but
I think he gets away.
He gets away. Atomic is here. Foxhound Cause.
He's walking down though.
Yeah, it seems like a bad fight for Contingent though. Frost. Oh my goodness, what a bandage toss. I mean, we went for a ride there. Gonna find 2 members of Contingent Purple. So this is a 5-0 Silas here, 7 minutes in.
I also just want to point out they sent 5 bans on Frost, and he is He is pissed, probably. He's now 5-0, 7 minutes in the game. He's like, ban me all you want. Like, it doesn't matter who you ban. I'm a strong player. I'm gonna play well no matter who you ban. And I
You know
think
he's
that's really
confident
what's showing,
because
yeah.
he pinged his bounty. He said, "Look how fed I am, guys. Let's just keep the mental, play through me, and we'll be okay." So far, it's working. I was just talking about
Mhm.
the small goal lead has now ballooned to about almost 2K, a shade under 2K, 1.5. But the top side is not a part of that. Complex struggling into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, as long as like it does suck that like you lose gold and like CS and maybe a bit of XP if you're getting zoned off, but you just gotta look at the rest of the map. My mid laner's 5-0. My bot lane is even, but we also got the kill on the Nautilus. Like my team is in a good spot. I just need to not int and I should do fine.
Dragging it
Frost
out
gonna
is
be a bit
here.
careful though.
Gragaset forced to use ult, but does find the
Ooh.
charm. That's a solo bolo for Gragaset. No more bounty to ping for Frost.
He'll maybe eventually get one back, but I do say, you are 5-0, but you still gotta be careful because of that shutdown. People are gonna be really wanting to gank you, and that's
Yeah.
exactly what Dragon Out was trying to do. It was just easily gonna lane gank, and you still don't want to get too cocky, you know? Including, you got Dark Seal. You still are up gold, and you just need to, like, play a little bit, better,
Already
and
the
I think you'll
completed
do
item
fine.
too, I will
Yeah.
say.
Having a rocket
Um,
belt.
yeah, Rocket Belt. This Silas gonna be doing tons of damage. Urmeshi. Uh, not nothing crazy going on the top side, but Dragging It Out does find the drag and the ultimate. I am Atomic forced to flash away. Neon Sword taking some free chip damage from King VVV. The zap does land, but now the
I
Leona is
would've,
here. So four members of TD are making their way down to this bottom side.
this is diveable, I think.
It's diveable, or they're looking for a play on a Dragon It Out. I believe the EQ does come forward, but oh, Frost misses the chains. A nice ultimate from the MF. Won't really matter though. Fox and Kaz forced to flash away. That was a nice little play from
They
TD,
can dive this. They
kind
need
of
to stop the
saying like
backs.
Atomic is here alone. Just kidding. Silas is there in the back pocket. Ooh, Frost finds the chain of corruption, forcing the flash from Gargaset. Gargaset does have the ultimate coming off of cooldown here momentarily. The chain does go wide. Gargaset does have the malignance, but I don't think that's enough damage to deal with Silas.
Wow.
And Frost gets the misplay back. Finds a solo bowl of his own.
Yeah, definitely back and forth this mid lane. It looks close, and then I think just the moment Frost dodges these abilities from Gargaset, I think it's just favoring Frost a little bit more. But I mean,
Yeah.
6 kills, really good spot to be in.
Really good spot to be in, and I will say Toxin having a lot better of this game 2 than the game 1. The mid jungle duo that was so potent for purple in game 1, now 1 and 3 apiece. Meanwhile, Silas is 6 and 1. TP coming through for complex.
Really aggressive TPU.
2 members of TD are here though, and I think this was a bait. Complex has the ultimate available with the chain, or the bandage toss. Will be easy to land, forcing the flash out of Urameshi. Atomic not able to find the dredge line. Is dredge line? Is that the
There's
ult?
definitely even though like they didn't get the
Yeah.
kill, they got the flash, they got the
Yep.
ult, and now they secure 6 grubs here.
Yeah, 6 grubs. I will say, I don't know. I mean, other than Frost, I don't know how much of a utilization they can get from the 6
from
grubs.
grubs, yeah. At this
But
point, like, it's good for the objective, at least. Like, you got the feats early, now you're 1 away from, grabbing this, feats, sorry.
yeah, it's good for the mental too. We got 6 grubs. We're killing it in the early game.
Good
Frost
Frosty on
is
his
here.
following, though.
Neon Sword has flash. Foxhound Kaz does not. Frost. Leona ult goes wide. Nice flash from Neon Sword to get to safety. But that's both members of the contingent bot lane without sums. With this drag coming up, I think they're going to have to seed.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have the cleanse on MF, and you still have Amumu R and Nautilus R. Is that Nautilus R up? Oh, no, he's still level 5, actually. He doesn't
He's
even
still
have
level
level
5.
6. But either way,
Foxhound Kaz does have the ultimate, and the
if Neon gets
Cataclysm
caught,
is
it's over.
available. They just don't feel comfortable
Why
moving
is
to the
Vivi
pit.
back? Okay, Vivi can't back here. I was gonna say. I just realized I saw Vivi back. He needs to
There's the
stay.
flag and drag, but that's a cataclysm onto. It ends up being 3 members. Frost does find an avenue onto Neon Sword, but is going through so many members of Contingent Purple, and that's an easy, easy team fight for Contingent. Kind of surprising.
Yeah, I think it was that combo just really went well. Dragon Owl got the really good ult with Neon Sun following up with their ult. They got the ult combo down that they needed, and it's really unfortunate for TDH because Vivi got so close to getting that the passive reset, and I think Gregaset just lived like shyly of like 100 HP and just got the heal off the kills.
Ooh,
But
and we
we have a
see
pause.
yeah, a little bit of a pause there. We could talk a little bit about what we saw from the dragon. The dragon was secured, so
They got the
that
feet.
was feats for TD. But the skirmish went the side of Contingent, so they're up 1,000 gold. Looking at these two teams, obviously Jinx is your scaling win con for the later portion of the game for TD. But having a gold lead here in the mid game is going to be the difference between I think won and lost fights.
Yeah.
It was interesting. So carrying over from game 1 to game 2, Frost and Toxin just went too far deep, and there was no follow up from King VVV. It was close, but I feel like if they just take the targets that are available to them, these fights would go differently for both of these games. It just hasn't happened.
I also want to point out, even though Frost does have 3 extra kills on Ari, Gregaset's actually up gold. She's up by 300 gold. And because I just realized, even though Frost does have those kills, he's down 30 CS. So he's definitely paying the price in terms of that, as well as Gregaset getting the shutdown on Frost earlier in the match. But now Ari's actually up
Yeah.
gold, and I think Frost needs to take a point into that and being like not thinking that he's so far ahead now because he's really not.
Yeah, and the way he's playing, right? He's going so far deep. Maybe if it was Conk, Silas, you can kind of get away with that, right? You want
Yeah.
to soak up damage and kind of be a menace. But this is more of an assassin build with that electrocute with the proto belt and or sorry, proto belt, rocket belt. Excuse me. That was
Same item.
yeah, a little bit of a throwback. But it's not lending itself to diving in like we're so used to the Silas seeing. They're gonna have to play for pick probably as the game goes on because this won't be a tanky Silas. Really, it's just gonna be the Amumu and the Nautilus set of tank.
I mean,
And
it also, sorry, not to cut you
I
off.
don't
It
know, you're
also,
good.
the electrocute also just could be for you have complex too. It could just be like an assassinate MF comp. She has no mobility, she has no cleanse, and if you know that she doesn't have flash, what is she gonna do? Like,
I mean, she didn't
she
have
has
flash
some
in that
surge.
guy in that fight.
Okay, well, they didn't find the Okay, that's
I know,
fair,
I know, I
but
know.
if
I'm just saying.
you
I totally get what you're saying, right? Like
need a
if
flank, you
yeah,
can't just run at them.
if misfortune is caught, unaware, then it should be an easy kill, right? It should just be burst into death, like
It should
easy
be
peasy. But you're
Frost
walking,
taking Ari ult
yeah. But
to
that
get the
time they were walking through the MF ult to get to the flashless MF,
yeah.
which was the difference. And I will say, you know, 300 gold lead for Gragas despite being down those kills. It's 1,000 gold lead for this Renekton.
Yeah.
Complex has been having a tough series so far. Of course, the series is young. It is best of 5. He could definitely turn it around, potentially in this game even. Um, but the more, you know, the longer this game goes on, the more of a menace that Renekton is going to be on side. And the way that this game is playing is basically been 4v4 with the top lane island. And I don't know if TD can get away with that much longer.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree. I think even now, I think both teams could win this game really easily. Only a 1,000 gold diff. TDH does have the feats. It definitely just comes down to like who's dying in these fights first, because
Yeah.
I think if Neon's sword like gets a really good ult or even misses an ult, that's gonna change the the fight dramatically. Renekton or Rameshi's gonna eventually start coming in these fights pumping out a bunch of damage, and I think again, I think it just comes down to like who engages first. Who engaged first that last fight? Actually, that's a good question.
Jarvan went in, found the ultimate on Atomic, and then Frost kind of. It was either Frost or Toxin that kind of got stuck in
So
there as we're back
our
in the
theory's
game.
been right so far.
So far, I will say though, does that fight go differently if Atomic has ult? Because he was only level 5. You had said before that Nautilus
Ah,
ult wasn't available.
I think maybe a little bit because you definitely can just point and click ult the MF, stop that ult maybe a little bit early, and whoever's in front, which is like the J4, because J4 is trapped in his own ult. I think Leona was in there too. I think it may have gone a little bit differently. Maybe Jinx could have gotten that reset a little bit faster, but
I mean, the way they were grouped up, it might have been, a 3-man, 4-man knockup.
yeah.
It just wasn't there. And a lot of the
Mhm.
time, I feel like the mistakes coming out from TD that are being punished, it's just not knowing what resources are available or what resources the enemy team has, right? Um, they got the dragon. They should have been able to get out as we see Frost
God.
with so much damage on a Gragas. Gonna use the Ari ultimate. Not quite enough to finish off the Fox. But the damage is done. That's gonna be at least 2 plates going Silas's way. No
It's,
TP for the Ari.
I think
Oh,
Frost has learned his lesson though, being like
yep,
every
backs off.
time I walk up, Dragon and out is somewhere nearby. I think just gonna take the one plate and get back. I think playing it safe is a fine move to play here. And just
Yeah.
with that, they're now even gold, so
Yeah, Complex got the plate up at top as well. Still down a little bit, almost 1,000, but not enough to be like, oh man, like how do we win fights? The ultimates are available for everybody now. King VV does have the stacking util arrows. Complex still dealing with the Renekton. I expect that to change soon, hopefully.
yeah, how
Uh,
does the mid game matchup work for Renekton and Mbessa?
it's pretty much, unless the Ambessa gets ahead early, it's always Renekton favored. You can't really play into the Croc when he has W.
Argosette again getting chunked out. I think she might have to back again. Oh, it looks like we have another pause. It looks like King Vivi's really not having a good time right now. Maybe that's what happened too in the fight. Maybe because we saw him backing as Drake was being taken. Maybe he was like, "Hey, I'm lagging. I don't really want to fight this, but like a fight was bound to happen, so it's better than him like being in the fight than him like being at base."
Maybe.
So maybe like that another had a factor into that fight. But again, Dragon and Out and Neon Sword just had a really good ult combo. So I guess
Yeah.
we'll never know. Maybe in the future, in these next fights, we'll see something.
We'll see something. Complex has to be careful here. Dragging it out is there. Fox and Kaz making their presence felt as Leona. The charm does go wide. Leona ult comes down. And we're getting the
The
spectator
streamer,
delay.
no,
It's okay. I don't expect Frost to be able to pick up a kill here.
no.
And yep, they just go ahead and back out. I will say that Silas ult down for a little bit.
Looks like Dragon Out might look mid here too. I think could definitely look
Somehow,
across.
how did Urameshi end up with red buff? Maybe Dragon Out just took it and gave it over. I guess that makes sense.
I think it's at the time in the game where you can get thoughts
Ooh,
over.
nice flash and charm for Gragasette. That does mean the summoner spell is no longer available to her. But I think if she doesn't hit that flash charm, she's going down.
Oh, she has no ult.
No ult,
Oh,
the ultimate
never mind.
from
Her ult came back up.
Nautilus does come through. Oh, Jinx out just wide. And with the Scuttle Crab speed, gonna be able to... Oh, just kidding. Nice ult from Complex. This might be 2 members going down from Contingent Purple. Instead, it's just the one. A nice flash from Urameshi with the ultimate, able to get away. But that's tempo for a Rift Herald take for TD.
That's a really good shutdown to get on Frost again. I think that's like your main damage dealer early. I would like to see some kills on the King
Foxhound
BBs.
Cause, dragging it out, have sticking around. A nice flash ult from Foxhound Cause forces out the flash from King VV. The Cataclysm is there, but not a lot of damage from Neon Sword quite yet. Toxin taking extremely low, but that is a reset for a Jinx. And wow, 2 quick kills for TD. A kill as well for Contingent. And in the midst of all that, Rift Herald didn't go down.
Rift Herald's still alive. Shelly's still there, dancing
stands.
by herself.
Yep.
But King Vivi finally got some of the kills that she needed. It was a really good ult from Dragon Out Neon Sword as well. It
King
was just-
VV, I don't think they knew Neon
know.
Sword was there or didn't care, and does get caught out. Kind of a silly play. It happens. Not gonna be the end of the world, but it is a kill for. Did Neon pick that up? Now 2-0. I'm not sure.
I believe. No. Gregaset got the kill. Neon
Okay.
was already 2-0 before that.
So only 1,000 gold separate these two teams.
going
Dragon
back and
started up by
forth.
TD. So many ultimates were used. The MF ult gonna be used. Neon Sword backs themselves into the pit. Kind of an interesting decision, but it was all a bait. Frost goes in, will find the kill, but will go down for the trouble. A nice Jinx ultimate does hit multiple members. I'm Atomic. This is a split fight, but I don't think it matters. TD has all the tools in the world to secure themselves a skirmish win. Complex going to chase down Gragasset. Meanwhile, the hook does come through. Atomic chasing, dragging it out. Toxin does flash forward, but now Atomic has to be careful. Urmeshi doesn't have the ultimate available, so will go down. This is a shutdown for Toxin. Gragasset did go down on the backside of that fight. Dragging it out is chased out, and all in all, a huge win for TD.
Yeah, I think that was a really good engage for TDH. Even though Frost died, he took Neon with him, and I think that's exactly what you want, because even though Contingent has like a lot of high damage output, once you don't have that combo and like that combo's over, your damage is almost gone. Like, Emoff is definitely a champ picked for her ult, and even when she's out of the fight, you don't really have that much damage, including when you have Mbessa, and then you have Toxin, and you still have King Vivi in their fight, which is their main DPS. Those fights become really difficult to take, and I think TDH really played that well.
Yeah, and the tempo that they've gotten from that play as well, secured themselves all 3 outer towers. I think maybe bot had already gone down, but nonetheless, they got 2 towers from that. They're now 3k up, a little over 3k, and this
We're getting another Ruinous Otacon.
We're getting another Ruinous. We talked about how the team that gets ahead probably is going to be favored for the rest of the game, and so far that is TD. I want to give a quick shout out to Complex. The lane was not fun. We didn't expect it to be fun, but since the laning phase has concluded, has made the presence felt. Now 2-1-2 on the Mbessa. A big part of why that fight was so positive. A nice TP from him.
Yeah, he's only down 3k gold now. Or not 3k, sorry. 300 gold down. Jesus, my bad. He's probably really happy.
Bandage Shots did find the Jarvan. Jarvan has to get the heck out of there.
Ooh,
a great hook from Atomic. That flash Q said, get on back here. And that is the jungler going down. A Cataclysm from Frost as well. Tons of damage on the Gragasset. Neon opting to use the MF ult just to clear that wave. And yeah, TD definitely feeling good, especially after, you know, how game one went. You said they might have been shocked maybe a little bit. This is the TD where I'm seeing playing aggressive, playing with confidence, or Meshi on the run. But this is Cloud Soul. Oh, nice dodge from Urmeshi. Oh, and a great Leonel. Are they gonna turn this? They do pick up one. Atomic does go down, and that should be it. But honestly, yeah, big win for Contingent there.
They need to be careful because King Vivi still doesn't have flash. Like, she has
Toxin's on a ward there, so they know.
MF's not here actually.
MF isn't here. Urameshi was taken down so fast, but a huge Cataclysm. But I don't think it matters because that's an easy Amumu ult. King Vivi has the resets. Doesn't have the ultimate, so Gragasset will get alive with the ultimate from Ahri.
Wow.
Toxin gonna go down for their trouble. That was a shutdown for the Ahri, but that's gonna be tier 2 gold for King Vivi. And this Jinx 4-2 and 5, looking like they're gonna be able to get the IE with that gold potentially. Very scary here. Atomic donating gold. Nope. Gets away. Calculated.
I do notice that this is the second time now where a big fight happens and Neon Side's on the completely wrong side of the map. As like the main DPS and
Oh,
with no TP, Neon might be getting
TPs.
caught now.
Silas is here. Yeah, this MF is done.
She's
I
not on my
think
screen
Neon.
anymore.
Oh, Neon opts to use the flash.
What?
There's no way you're ever getting out of this. Wait. Okay, does get the flash in return. Silas.
Did have to use
Uh,
everything, but I think even though Frost had to use everything, losing your only source of like losing your flash on MF is not a good thing to go, you know?
And I don't know if they knew Frost TP'd, so it could have been an
Mhm.
avenue where if Dragon It Out went straight bot, they might have looked Otacon in return. But they don't know if that summoner spell is actually down. They can't pull the trigger safely, and so Dragon It Out just get a clear down towards that objective. Renekton is here. That means Imbessa gets a free wave. Complex gonna be able to do some work on this tier 2. Looks like Renekton's finally get a match. And I don't know. I don't know how you approach the fight now, especially in this corridor that is Otacon, right? It's so hard to not
Well,
get just
first of all,
funneled into a death.
at least MF is back. They got MF back in the fight. Was
Leon
or
ult taken by Frost. A nice charm from Gragaset. That does mean Dragon It Out does find a nice Cataclysm. MF off to the side, able to follow it up. But Neon Sword will go down. Complex with a nice ult of their own. Toxin is here. Uramechi TP'd in, but the fight's already over. Renekton forced to flash away. Complex wants more. That's a double kill for King VV. Gragaset goes golden. But the damage has been done. A nice flash from Ari does secure themselves a kill. All in all, kind of a messy fight for both sides. 3 members go down for TD. King VV does flash forward. That was aggressive. King VV. This is twice now that Jinx has got a little bit too aggressive in the mid lane. We'll say.
yeah,
And
definitely didn't need to do that. Now you
I
put
don't know if
your
yeah,
Toxin in a bad spot.
Toxin can't get this.
Yeah, no, you got to try resetting this somehow, or like stalling it out for Silas and not.
Yeah, they are
But
on the way.
PvP definitely like made this really difficult for this Drake to start and finish.
The best case scenario is the Drake does reset because I don't think Contingent can really contest it with Silas and Nautilus there. But it did get a little bit scary there. Neon Sword trying to play aggressive into Frost, but Frost level 13 now on the Silas, 2.5 items. Very scary. Tons of damage with this electrocute. Yeah, I don't know. I like the game is starting to hit a little bit of a mid game lull, but I feel like if you're TD and you're ahead, you just got to put the pedal to the metal. I mean, you do scale with the Jinx, so you don't have to like win early. But why not? You have all the tools.
Even though like they're up gold, I think this game could easily go both ways still. Again, like one good team fight from Contingent, then that gold lead is even. And I think that they need to wait like 5 more seconds for Vivi to get here.
Ooh, Atomic does find the dredge line, but dragging it out. Another nice ultimate for Neon Sword, but immediately caught out by Complex. Complex doing such good work, making sure MF can't ult for free. King VV does get the resets, but Gragaset does get the heck out of the dodge. We thought it might have been a nice fight, but once again, I will say Complex on these ultimates. Obviously, MF has her heels planted in the grounds, but doing what needs to be done. MF doesn't get to play the game. Not enough damage once she goes down. That was a 4-for-2 trade for TD. Soul points secured. And TD looking really strong here in game 2.
Yeah, they're just slowly creeping up this gold lead, and I think like the longer these fights are going and how they've been happening, as long as Complex keeps ulting the standstill like MF and they keep just denying basically and getting the reset on Vivi, I think TDH should secure this game as this game continues. I think what I would like Gragaset to do, I don't know if it'd be any good idea. This is just how mind is working. If maybe we have Gragaset on the flank, maybe with Urameshi to catch out the Jinx. Because again, Jinx doesn't have cleanse. I guess she does have a really beefy front line that can easily come and peel for her. But
Yeah.
I think they don't win these fights if Jinx is.
Yeah, I like the comp that Contingent has drafted. It only works if all 5 members get stunned up by Leona, right?
Yeah.
If Silas or if Frost or Complex are left unattended, they have such easy backline access, right? So if 5 members aren't ulted by the Leo, it's either gotta be Leo or Grogaset that keeps whichever member off of the MF, right? Because MF can do damage with that ultimate. It is interesting though, now that I'm looking at it. The lethality build with PTA, kind of odd. I would expect to see the crit come through. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Either way, the MF should be able to do a lot of damage, just unable to do so because as soon as they ult, Neon Sword is dying to Complex, so needs some sort of peel for the ultimate to come through. It's either that or Neon just doesn't ult in these fights to stay alive. Frost is here. Flashing away is Neon Sword, dragging it out, has engaged onto Frost. Frost forced to flash away. The MF ult goes wide, and once again, Complex gets a nice ult. That's 2 members down. Frost with the double kill. This should be a 1-fight. Frost gonna make it a triple. Nope, Jinx takes that one. King VV now excited. Toxin finds a nice bandage toss. Urameshi and Gragaset on the run. The damage is done, and now does the focus come onto Otacon? All 5 members are up for TD, or are they gonna play for this tower here? There's no wave. They need to leave.
They don't have a wave.
Yeah.
They might, but I think they just say like, hey, wave's not here yet. Let's just take Otacon and we just make this gold lead and XP lead even further. Because taking a look at like the XP lead, no like drastic like differences other than like top lane is like a level ahead, but now I guarantee you'll see probably like a level or 2 ahead on each lane after this.
Yeah.
But based on how this game's going, it's almost a 6k gold lead, 5k gold lead right now, just about. They're about to make it 2k, and just I don't see how Contingent can get back into this game because you do have a really good team comp, but you just have Complex constantly ulting the MF. I think what Neon needs to build is what's the assassin? What's the lethality item that gives you spell shield? Knight's. I'll be out here.
You're talking about the You're the color. Come on, don't put me on a spot like this. I know what you're talking about. It gives you the spell shield. We'll call it the spell shield item.
Is it Knight's Edge? Okay,
No.
okay. I've just been told I think it's called Knight's Edge. So.
All right.
Edge of Night. Thank you, Hunter in chat.
There
Edge
you
of
go.
Night. Oh my god, I knew it was Edge something. Christ. Tell me.
Yeah,
you
I can
tell
see
me I
it.
don't
She's
play
already
lethality.
going the lethality route, right? So might as well get that spell shield to nullify the complex ultimate.
Yeah.
I will say the one avenue. Oh, as we see Frost and Atomic try to get aggressive here. Something that could get a little bit scary is the Baron take for TD. Jinx is really your primary damage dealer onto that objective. If they're funneled into pit, it's a really easy time for Jarvan and Leona.
Yeah.
But they are so slippery, and we've seen with the complex ults, could easily get off of that objective and look for a fight. But we've seen Baron flows, we've seen burger flips before, so they have to be wary that that's really the only avenue that Contingent has back into this game. Because you're right, I mean they're firmly in the driver's seat. And then the way that these fights are going, Neon Sword just doesn't get to play. Like, as soon as she flashed away from Silas, like, the ult came through, Silas did have to flash away. But once that MF ult is down, I mean, that pick is pretty much done with the lethality, right? Which is why I might have liked the crit a little bit more. This is not your
Neon
jungle.
does have BF sword.
Yeah, this is not your jungle Contingent. You have to be careful. Frost does have the Leona ult now. And are they just forced to give Soul here? They did get a nice ward there, so Complex and Atomic are spotted out. But yeah, I mean, Soul secured.
Can't really do much.
They had no avenue in. You can't fight in a choke when Leona ult is available for the Silas.
I will mention is look where Dragon It Out is. Okay, I was gonna say there's no way he's flanking, right? But what I'd like to see is maybe Contingent go for like maybe the Baron or just mid or top tower, because you know like they're gonna go for Soul, like you know that they want it. Oh, they don't have vision.
The
But now
Fnatic Brush.
they ward.
Oh no, the ward gives him away. Atomic does find a
Oh,
flash Q. Or Mercy forced to flash, but this is a nice ultimate. This is where it gets scary. That's one member down. Complex. Oh, Complex stays alive for so long. A nice ultimate from Toxin as well. Complex gets out, dragging it out, trying to chase down the kills. Foxhound Kaz is on the back, but that is a Leona with no damage. Complex does go down eventually to a Q from Gragaset. Urameshi is here. Wait, this is a fight for Contingent. Contingent has responded. That's an even trade. And when you're this far down, going even is basically winning.
yeah. That was a really good fight from both sides. It went even.
Complex,
But
I feel
again,
like
it could
the
have been
ult's
worse.
been yeah, it could have been way worse. Complex went so far deep with that ult, and he's doing his job, right? He's making so MF
Yeah.
can't ult anymore. This time around, he had no follow-up, and there were multiple members that are waiting for him, which is why he got so scary, which is what I think they really need to do to make these fights work. The blueprint was there. It's going to be up to them to, by them, I mean Contingent, to make sure that's how the fights go from now on. But they see an avenue for success. The problem is they're so far down in a hole at this point.
How to easily solve that issue too. Complex was easy to just build GA, so you're still getting the denial on Complex is still getting the denial on Neon with stopping MF ult, and even if you do get bursted down, you still have a few second revive by the time your team can like recoup and
Yeah,
then like
for
do
sure.
that. But also what I was trying to say before Soul was taken was that I see Neon has BF swords, so it looks like we're not gonna get the Edge of Night this next item.
Nope.
What item would that be?
Bloodthirster
This-
probably.
Oh yeah, I get that's pretty standard for lethality MF.
Yeah.
I feel like at this point, like I don't think you need it because you're not lasting these long in these fights because you're just dying instantly. I don't think BF sword's gonna benefit you that much.
Yeah, I mean, it will give you a little bit of a shield, and a lot of the time Neon Sword's been in like a 1v1 situation, so it could drag out potential help to come through.
Yeah.
Frost has the Ari ult available. TD taking over this red side of the map. Baron is up.
Looks like they're just gonna start it. They have so much like priority in like every objective right now that they can just pick and choose when they want to take the objectives and like what towers
Leona's
they want to
backing.
take.
I feel like Contingent has to know Baron's going down. Maybe they think that they can't contest. And that's a free Baron. Now 5,000 gold ahead is TDH. You know, even so to speak in terms of levels in this top
Yeah.
lane, but I feel like Complex going to be at a more of an advantage now that gold has come through. And yeah, I mean, if if and only if Contingent can hold on through this Baron, maybe they can come back. But with this Baron, I feel like TD is looking to end.
Yeah, definitely. They're definitely gonna look to end probably this Baron, maybe get like an inhib and maybe look for something because Elder's up in 2 minutes. I'm assuming they're like it's gonna be an Elder fight. That's what's gonna end this
Charm from
game.
Gragaset. Toxic going to be taken down to about half HP. That is a very tanky Amumu here. 35 minutes into the game. And that is a major ult down. Neon Sword no longer has the ultimate available. Wow. Did you see that cannon minion moving when
I
it was
did
charmed?
that. I think I missed that one.
Urameshi. How the turntables taken extremely low. Complex. Actually, this might be Complex getting caught out. The ultimate does come through, but Urameshi is here to help the MF. Neon Sword forced to flash away. But Complex does go down mural on the top side of the map. 2 members of Contingent on bot means this is a free fight on top. King VVV 12, 3, and 10 on the Jinx now.
I think that's game.
Yeah,
Oh my
this might just
goodness.
be game. This is
Yeah, it's
a
game, I
very
think.
excited Jinx. Urameshi and Neon Sword doing their best. Frost does go golden. Frost will get stunned up. Frost taken down, but King VVV, oh
God.
my goodness.
14 and 3.
Yeah. Game 2, all T the Contingent got the better of them game one. Sides swapped. The series is now tied. We're going at least 4 here, Burrito.
I
Good
feel like
stuff
we're
from
gonna
TD.
game 5. I feel like it's gonna happen.
You're
It's
feeling
my luck.
the
Every time I'm casting a BO5, it just happens to go to game 5. And these two teams are just really, really good players, like on all hands, like around the board. Like I think it's just like two good teams. I think we're gonna go to game 5. Like neither of these teams want to lose, and I just want to take a look at this end screen right now. King Vivi with 38,000 damage, 14 and 3, followed by Frost with 33,000. Um, that was just a really good team fight comp
yeah.
on both sides, but I think just TDH had the upper hand, including with Complex, just really canceling these ults. And I just
Mhm.
want to mention that last fight, even though they did get the pick on Complex, Complex did his job by bringing someone else down with him. So he brought the two, made it a 1v2 against him, but that made the other side a 4v3 with Baron, and they instantly like just took their base with it. So I think it
Yeah.
was a really good play from TDH.
Yeah, really good splitting the map, forcing some tough decisions out of Contingent Purple. I will say Gragasset had a pretty nice game despite how the early leading phase was going. Almost matched King VVV in VVV. King VV in damage. A little
King
bit of a
DDD is what you're
yeah,
thinking
yeah,
of.
exactly. A little bit of a slip, I guess. But I mean, now that the series is 1-1, both sides have one on blue side. Do we expect? Okay, there we go. Contingent selects blue. Producer on it. Thank you, Soul Keeper. Blue side will go Contingent's way. Um, is this? I mean, is it gonna come down to whoever gets blue side last for a win?
Oh, maybe. So far, it's been what? Both wins on blue side.
Yep.
So yeah, I guess we'll see. Based on if Contingent wins this game, and then maybe it's just like the blue side, or I guess like the red side curse, and if you get red side, you lose.
The interesting thing about that is with TD being the higher seed, they elected for red side game one. So
Yeah.
if it keeps flip flopping, that means game five, assuming that blue side wins out, game five blue side would be Contingent. So
Yeah, that's
we'll have
true.
to kind of keep an eye on that. Um, we've seen, I mean, Frost still did so much work on the Silas despite 5 bans going his way. Is it about time for Contingent to kind of open up the ban pool and start targeting some other members of TD, or do you expect them to continue to go at Frost here?
Yeah, I honestly think that, like, unless if it's just like a comfort thing for Gregaset, based on like the champs that are being banned, you banned 5 people for Frost and he still performed very, very well. So it's at the point where like, do you just hate playing against that champ, or are you banning it because Frost plays it, right?
Yeah,
Because I really I really
I
don't
mean,
think banning him now is gonna be like make a big difference.
yeah, I mean, we saw like it was 5 bans plus the Ari picked.
Yeah.
So you could say it was 6 champions taken away
Yeah.
from Frost. So I don't know if Frost plays Nico, but that was another ban. So you can argue that there was 8 mids taken away. This was number 9, and he still performed. So I think if you're a Contingent, you have to start banning for your comp, right? You're playing blue side. You have an idea of what you want on B1. I think the bans need to reflect that.
Mhm.
Otherwise, you know, every other member of TDE gets whatever they want. And the Renekton answer was nice into the Ambessa before the mid game broke open and Ambessa was able to make her presence known. Um, bot lane was kind of a wash, was kind of a non-factor until the mid game. But if TD is able to get comfort every single time outside of mid, I mean that's a tough way to win a playoff best of 5.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Do you think any bans will be changed? I guess we'll see right now. Looks like so far they're on the road of just banning Frost out again.
Yeah,
TDH, I don't think they're gonna be banning anything different. I'll be a little bit surprised if Contingent it doesn't change any of the bans. Oh, they
same
actually went
bans.
with the Amumu ban, actually, instead of
So
who did they ban
TDH,
last time? They banned
they blame Braum
Braum
and
and
Nico.
Nico. Looks
So
like the first pick
Nautilus,
Nautilus.
Nautilus is picked, but we just talked about Braum is available. And if you're a pro scene extraordinaire, you like watching pro, usually the Braum is the answer into the Nautilus. Sometimes you get something like the Renata or potentially like Milio, depending on what
Yeah.
they play. TDH, the Ambessa
Why?
felt good despite the lackluster laning phase. They're gonna pick that up. Skarner, this is nerfed Skarner. I would be
How
very
badly was he
surprised.
nerfed?
He does like no damage now, which was
Oh,
a big reason of why Skarner was
was
so
so
OP.
strong. Yeah.
If you guys have watched First Stand, I'm not gonna give away any spoilers. Skarner was picked and did not look good. Instead it's gonna be the Vi. Okay, I like that pairing a lot more.
You know who looks good
Than
here if they play it?
Talia?
Talia.
Yeah,
Yeah. Talia or Poppy. Both do
Talia,
well.
Poppy. I mean Morgana. Honestly, if the jungle Zyra, obviously not now with Jarvan picked, Renekton picked as well. Um, jungle Zyra could have been really hard here. Playing into the Zyra plants is always really hard for melees to deal with. Said it's gonna be the Jarvan again and the Renekton, which did look really good in lane, but
Yeah.
once that laning phase ended, really didn't have the impact it needed to have. So
I
we'll have to
mean,
see.
yeah, we'll definitely have to see. I don't think Renekton was like the big issue that game,
No,
including last game.
it was just he didn't really get
Oh,
to do
there's
anything.
Braum.
There's the Braum.
So
Um,
I'm just
interesting.
confused. They
Yeah,
take
yeah,
red side, or no, I guess they didn't take red side this time. Contention took blue, right?
yeah. Contingent took blue. I will say I do like the Braum into the vacuum for the Nautilus. Uh,
It's the mid bands again.
it's the with mid bands.
Oh
The
man.
Braum with Ambessa Vi, the passive is gonna go pretty crazy. I will say though, it doesn't have the easiest time following a Vi Ambessa unless he's like right there with them, being able to
Yeah.
W forward. So we'll have to see how the Braum is piloted, but I do like the first three from TDH, and that's the same 5 bands we saw in game 2 for game 3
They
here.
really don't like mid lane.
Yeah, they really do not.
I mean,
Um, let's see, I don't know.
you give mid lane counter pick here, TDH surely, right? Because I don't see a world where you're counter picking Vayne. This is the pick I wanted to see game 1. Okay, I think
Okay,
that's a perfect pick. You have a Nautilus, you have a J4, you have a Renekton. They are all tanks. That is exactly what you want to see.
so the Caitlyn does
And they
come out.
listened.
Caitlyn obviously like one of these OG counters in the van. I will say though, if Nautilus goes in, it's gonna get really scary. With the potential stun up from the Braum, the condemn from Vayne as well. Lane swaps are gone. I say that I didn't expect lane swaps to happen in gold, but now Nautilus is kind of stuck in a not so fun lane. So I expect him to be out and about on the map as soon as possible.
Sandra. I
Lissandra
think
gonna
that's
be
a
the
pretty
last
good
lock.
pick. I think it's not a bad pick into Mbessa and Vi. Like you got
And
and
Vayne.
even Vayne, yeah. You got
Yeah.
very mobile champs. You got a point and click CC now.
Yeah, can go in with the driving as well. It does have some nice follow up. Could set up for potential Kaylin chops or even going in with Renekton. So lots of
Yeah.
versatility coming out from Contingent. How does TDH round out the comp? Swain
Swain.
gonna be the answer. Swain into
I like it.
Jarvan. Yeah,
I like it, yeah.
yeah, really good
Uh
stuff.
you're gonna definitely have to make sure someone goes Grievous this game because you don't want that Swain like just getting free heals. I mean either way, like even Grievous, like I feel like half the time doesn't really do much into Swain. But what I will say is I don't play ADC too much, but I know Caitlyn falling behind early is really bad. So we'll see how
Correct.
yeah, so we'll see how Dragon outplays around the spot lane because you don't want a Caitlyn that's really far behind, including into this team, because like they're pretty beefy. You know, you got a Mbessa, you got a Vi, you got a Braum with the Braum shield, you have a Swain. You really don't want to fall behind and just like not be able to do that damage that you need. And I
Hmm.
will also mention that I guess not really of Lissandra. I was gonna say they're very AD heavy. But like I mean I guess Lissandra rounds that out pretty evenly
Yeah,
and Lissandra does a
Sandra
pretty good amount of
probably
damage.
goes to Malignance, right?
Yeah.
And then just like the
Probably
standard burn items potentially.
you should go Leandros this game, yeah. Like the way
I will
you
say,
Leandros.
with the way that the lane went for Renekton and Abessa, in game two, do you expect Jarvan to say like, okay, you did fine when it was, the island. Let me camp bot side here, because Caitlyn, should get the push, despite Nautilus not really being able to engage in the Vayne with the range advantage, should get the push early. Do you expect Contingent to start stacking drags at the cost of maybe giving 6 grubs?
I think that they should, but again, I think it could go both ways. Either he's gonna notice that he should be camping the bot lane and stacking Drakes, or he's just gonna be like, I know Renekton's ahead, let's just make sure he stays ahead and like give him a kill. Like I could see both go I could see it go both ways.
Yeah, maybe give the first Drake and just make sure your anything gets ahead and then start focusing ball in. That does make sense. I will say, top mid and support have a lot easier time setting up the Jarvan. It's not that Jarvan didn't have setup last game. It's just the Jarvan, the way that the fights went, the Jarvan would be so far separated from the MF that Jarvan would die basically for free. MF would die basically for free. And so it's going to be interesting to see how the Jarvan is now piloted, with probably better early lane agency with the Nautilus, with the Renekton, with the Lissandra. So we'll have to see. If the Jarvan can't get stuff going early though, Vi not a champ that scales, but is very scary and can set up the Swain, can set up the Braum, make sure the Vayne has an easy time. The Mbessa Vi combo will go crazy if either of those champs get ahead. So, I mean, the way that
Yeah.
it's looking in my eyes, if Contingent can't get something going early, whether that's early kills, early Drake stacking, getting prio in one lane or multiple lanes,
It's gonna go to
um,
TDH.
it's gonna go to TDH.
Yeah. I also think this game, TDH, I think is gonna pull it out. I do think, again, what we were saying, if Contingent does get ahead early, I do think that they can easily win this game out, but based on how these games have been going, they've been going very long, so even, like, the teams that are getting ahead, it's still taking a really, really long time for these games to finish, and it was still going back and forth. Like, even though TDH won last game, there was a point where Contention was up, like, what, 1,000 or 2 golds at one point, so even though
Yeah.
these teams are getting ahead, it doesn't seem like it's making a difference in the long run.
Yeah. And we talked a little bit about it. Like, the longer this game goes, when Jarvan goes in, it's just an easy Swain ultimate, right?
Yeah.
Like, and the thing about Swain ultimate is, does it still go even when he's ulted by Lissandra?
Yep.
Yeah.
I
So
believe so, yeah.
I mean, obviously it'll dissipate if everyone gets the heck out of there, but either way, like, this Swain pick could be doing wonders for TDH. Both of these mid laners, though, if either one of them gets particularly too far behind, there's not going to be a lot of magic damage in this game,
Yeah,
right?
I
Like,
agree. Mm-hmm.
I will say Swim probably has an easier time proccing it than Lissandra. Lissandra a little bit more, burst combo heavy. Swain
Yeah.
definitely known for the extended fight. But the way that Mbessa and Vi want to play, they want these fights to be over quick. They want Caitlyn to be out of there, Lissandra to be out of there, Renekton, whoever they put their eyes on, they want gone, and then Vayne and Swain can do the rest. We'll have to see though. I mean, draft is one thing, playing the game is another. The series is tied 1-1. We will be going into game 3 right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back into game 3 of winner bracket finals between Contingent Purple on the blue
Righteous.
side.
It's an
What?
invade.
It's an
It's
invade.
an invade. I'm so
Swain forgot
excited.
items though. Look where Swain's at.
It's fine. It's fine. Late invade. It works. It's fine.
Oh, it
I'm
does
just
get crazy
excited.
when Dion might just walk into him.
Oh
Oh
my
no,
god.
this Caitlyn has to be
Neon.
careful. Oh, stupid Q!
I mean, that doesn't really. I'm sad. I mean, they tried. That's all I gotta ask for, you know.
Neon kind of sussed that out. Got the crazy ward. You feel like they would have made it happen when Caitlyn was walking up there, but nevertheless, both these teams back up. Nice ward from Jarvan coming out on the Raptors of Toxin and that TD squad.
Yeah.
But I don't think anything else is gonna happen here.
Yeah, I was just mentioning this in loading screen. Neon Sword, sorry, went along with the exhausting M. This game, like, it seems a little bit better. There's no, like, hard CC that you can really stop with cleanse. But again, it's just something that, like, I thought I'd point out. It seems like exhaust is, like, his favorite sum this series.
Yeah.
Wonder if he's gonna go at every single game.
All right, Star. Question for you, resident
Yeah.
mid laner. Do you like the
Yeah.
Arcane Comet tech on Lissandra here, or would you have preferred more bursts, like a electrocute? As a nice Q comes from Foxhound Cause, does get stunned up. That's the power of the Braum. But honestly, really, really good stuff. Got a nice chunk of King
On
Vivi's
Vayne,
HP.
I
Yep.
think that's a bit better to have it on the EDC than the support.
Yep.
But now you have the level 2 advantage. But back to what you were saying. I don't think Arcane Comet is necessarily bad on Lissandra. I definitely do think you are a little bit, I think, shorter ranged compared to, like, your abilities compared to the Swain. So I think rocking the electrocute would be a little bit difficult. So I don't think it's necessarily bad into the Swain. But, like, I feel like late game, it might be, like, a little bit more. Like, I think you want the burst late game, so.
Yeah,
Either way,
especially
I
on
think
something
both
like the
fine.
Vayne. Like
Yeah.
you want to go Vayne spotting as a Lissandra. Nice little combo from Frost there. Gonna be interesting to keep track of the stacks, see how much health this Swain can get.
Yeah.
But we're seeing the power of the Caitlyn, right? Already getting the push here on the third wave. And all the tools for dragon stacking is there. Now it's just gonna be up to dragging it out and the rest of Contingent to make it happen.
I also want to point out, Erm actually had it back and use TP. I didn't exactly see how low he was, but having him back and TP this early in the match means, like, Complex was winning that matchup.
Yeah, and it went Complex's way very early on into that, and then the solo bullet came through, and then it was all MSG until later on in the game. Both of these junglers pathing up towards top, Toxin with a little bit of tempo. Gragasset taken extremely low, and this Scuttle should be Vise dragging it out, doing the smart thing. I don't really have solo laner help here. Just gonna seed that one, pick up the mid wave as I go through, and go down to that bottom Scuttle, which honestly, I feel like if it's Jarvan, you really got to make stacking dragons a priority with the amount of push that your bot
Definitely.
lane's getting.
Including, you see, like, the top side of the map, Urmeshi is getting pushed under tower. He had it again early back and used the TP. He was losing a bit early. Mid lane doesn't seem to be going well for Gragasset either. I'm sure this will change soon, like, once they hit level 6. But even then, like, I don't think Gragasset, like, Lissandra as a champ.
Goes forward, but a nice condemn means King VV won't get stunned up, but that does mean Atomic left out for a little bit worse for wear. That's first blood for Neon Sword and Contingent Purple.
This should also be a Drake going over to them. It's up in 20 seconds. Braum just died. Vayne has to back. And they might look for a dive, but I don't think you do dive. Including
We'll
Neon.
say if you're gonna dive
Neon's not
early,
pushing
you
it.
should do a bot because there is no instant death on the bot lane tower, just top and mid.
Neon's not hard shoving the wave though, so it kind of seems like that they should just take. I don't know what's going on. It seemed like they wanted to dive or, like, take Drake, but then Neon was freezing the wave almost.
Frost looked like he was shading to kind of cover with that W. So no dive comes through. Instead, it's gonna be a late reset, and if TED are on top of it, they might be able to get some tempo for a dragon here. The bottom lane scuttle was secured, so
I think they definitely
uh,
can.
it'll be spotted out. Gragaset does use the
Still doesn't have
scrying
ult though.
orb. Yeah, interesting stuff. So Jarvan's backing. They're gonna give first strike despite the immense bot lane pressure. I mean, look at the CS lead already
Yeah,
for
I'm a
this
little bit
Caitlyn.
shocked. I'm a
It
little
was
bit.
just
I
I
mean,
think they stuck around for that grump a little bit
little
too
too
long.
long.
I don't know if the grump was worth it.
Grump over Drake. I don't know. Grump's looking pretty cute.
Dude, it's all about making a message. My dragon or my jungle is your jungle, but you can have dragon. I don't know. Either way, I mean the CS or the CS lead for Caitlyn has resulted in a little bit of a gold lead for Contingent.
And then
The
on the other side
neutrals,
of the
yep,
team, we
yep.
have Swain and Lysandra. Frost has almost double Gragaset's CS right now, so a little bit in the middle. You know, you got your bot lane ahead, your mid's behind, but then on the other team, your mid's ahead, but your bot's behind.
It'll be interesting to watch how Frost kind of navigates the Swain pick because a lot of the success TD had was from tempo that he made on his own, right? He'd chunk
Mm-hmm.
out Gragaset with a quick combo and then go move and make something happen on the map. Can't really do that with the Swain, at least early on. So we'll have to see. Complex does have level 6. Rameshi trying to be doing their best worm interpretation. A little bit of a bait there. If Hawkshand Kaz does find the Q, Urameshi won't be able to follow with the W, so that
Good
will be
flash.
flash from Complex. Yeah, fat part of the wall. How many times have we seen people just bonk their noggins on that wall?
I've done it too many times that I can't count. You see Dragon out against Frost mid though.
Yeah,
Here's
Frost is
some
mid,
action.
but does have the ultimate. The ult goes through from Gragaset, but Dragon out and Gragaset, not
Wow.
enough damage for the Swain. That's the power of the Swain into the Jarvan. Gragaset actually gets E pulled back from Frost as well, finds the Q, and that's creating tempo, I guess.
Yeah, you really tried engaging on Frost, but that's just how strong Swain is. When you don't have the Morellos, when you don't have the damage, it just becomes really difficult.
I mean, I get the gank. The only thing I would have changed is Gragaset has to ult before the Swain ult comes through, right?
Yeah,
Because if the Swain ult doesn't come through, I feel like that was an easy kill. The
yeah,
ult did come
probably.
through though, and that means that you just don't ever get to kill the Swain with the lack of damage between those. Toxin is here, doesn't have the 6 available.
You just go on Fox Sound here.
Oh, nice flash from Fox. Means the Nautilus gets out to safety. It was interesting that he didn't use the Q on the Vi. I feel like he might have been able to save the flash, but regardless,
maybe.
gets out of there.
Vi
Dragging it
also
out.
just got 6 there, so I was kind of expecting her to instantly ult the not. So I mean, King Vivi's low. I think
Yeah.
he noticed that and doesn't want to fight when.
Ooh, Urameshi popping the ultimate. So much damage coming out, but a complex, I think, dodged the first part of the E. So Urameshi doesn't have the E to follow. Instead, gonna use the flash. And once again, another solo bullet for the Renekton.
It looks like just right now TH is just getting beat up under all towers. The only like winning lane it seems right now is Frost,
Yeah.
which I feel like it's been going like that like most games.
And if there's gonna be a lane that really needs to win, it probably is that Swain, right? Because if the Swain is unlocked and can move with the ultimate, all of a sudden the team fights get really scary for Neon Sword dragging it out and like Fox on Cause. Because I mean, yes, the Caitlyn is ahead. Yes, it has a BF sword. That's not enough damage for the Swain right now.
No, I totally agree. I guess that's gotta be careful here. I know you got the disengage with your flash. You still have your E up.
Dragging it
But
out
you're
has
like
spent
caught.
so much time here.
Mm-hmm.
Just leeching XP. That's all junglers do. Just kidding. We love our junglers here. Gragas not having fun the past couple games in lane.
No. You think with having 5-man's mid, like you would at least be like doing like somewhat at least even in these even in these lanes, but like at this point, I don't know who drafts for contention over here, but I would be like hey, like these 5 bans, they're not doing really anything much mid. Like I rather, like honestly, at this point, I'd be like, can we just not ban mids if like we're not gonna go even or at least win these lanes, you know?
Yeah, we were talking about that when we were
Yeah.
letting in. The problem is, right? Like, think about it from Contingent's perspective. This guy's playing like 6th, 7th, 8th champion on the totem pool. Like, how bad would it be if he got his first or second pick?
Yeah.
You know, it's just something to think about, right? Like, to your credit, right? It's not netting them any like mid lane priority, other than that game 1. But really, that game 1, the mid lane priority came from Toxin getting caught out more so than anything Gragasset was doing. As a nice Q from Toxin will find Urameshi, but dragging it out is here. Toxin, Atomic, and Complex don't want to go too far forward. Wow.
He's
Okay.
just waiting for Frost to come in here.
That flash from Toxin means that's an engage tool gone. Frost is here. The rest of the team is following. Atomic with a nice ultimate, splitting the team, dragging it out, and Foxhound Kaz? Either way, both of them fall. But Vivi, not having fun because of it. But you know, if you're Vivi, you know, you take the team win.
Yeah, your team got 2 kills. We secured a grab. They don't get the objective for that, and now they can just immediately rotate down to Drake. And I believe they can. I don't know. They might be out of tempo actually starting this Drake. I don't think they'd have enough damage, including when
Wow,
King Vivi's
dude.
under tower.
Neon
gonna
got
try.
2 free turret plates. His 40 CS up. Now the question is, can Neon get unlocked and be a part of these fights? Right now the answer is yes. Atomic biting off more
Way
than
too
could
far.
chew. Yeah, way too far. That's gonna be feat of warfare. Going over to Contingent. 2 kills on this Caitlyn that is oh so far ahead. Toxin said, I wanted the drag, but the smite wasn't available. Toxin, why was he still on there? The exhaust comes through. Neon with a great flash to follow. VV with the ultimate does mean that the Vayne will get out, but the damage is done. Dragon goes down. Honestly, it might be a tower with how this bot lane is going. Is
Yeah,
this a dive?
definitely. I think this probably will be a dive. I mean, she still has barrier up. I don't know if it's gonna do much though. You got like
Ooh, Swain's on the way. The ultimate does come forward. Foxhound Cause. Oh, King VV is just 1 auto away. The E, the Q. Okay, Cataclysm to secure it. But now Frost is here. Atomic is here as well. Foxhound Cause gonna be able to get out, but dragging it out. Oh my goodness, the Jarvan is free. Wow, that's Frost ultimate as well. Gragasset is here to slow down all members of CD, and that was a 1-for-0 trade on that tower dive.
yeah, I do definitely think I think TDH definitely was out of tempo going for that Drake. If anything, they need to reset then go for it, because you realize like Neon has your Vayne under tower. That's like your main damage in taking that Drake, and like you haven't backed. You still have all that gold that you got from those 2 kills. You're down flashes, you're down ults, like you're just out of tempo. You need to back and reset, and they just got a little bit too greedy, and then Contingent took advantage of that.
Yeah, a little bit too greedy. Once again, you know, what kind of played them in game 1, a little bit came back there. Toxin really wanted to finish the Drake, but all of his members abandoned him. Maybe if all of them were hitting, they could have gotten it. But a little bit of a miscommunication. Not too big of a deal, but I will say Contingent does have a 2.5 gold lead here, 14 minutes in. Plates have now fallen.
And if you take a look
And-
at that,
A nice hook from Foxhound Cause. The ultimate, the ignite. King VV doing all they can to survive, but Gragasset with enough damage in the tank to pick up the kill. The hook back into the Lysandra passive. That's a double kill, easy peasy for Foxhound Cause and Gragasset.
yeah, it was a really good 2v2 for a Contingent. But what I was gonna mention is that Caitlyn has almost a 2,000 gold lead on King VV. So that's where that gold difference is you're seeing. You have 1,000 in the like maybe just under 1,000 in the top lane. But the main one,
The flash, the ult, the Q complex is not going to be able to get away from this one. And honestly, what a great use of the Otacon wall from Foxhound Cause.
yeah, it was really well. You know, they're really taking advantage of like the map and like vision.
Well, they have to, right? Because
Yeah.
honestly, like with I mean, Caitlyn is so far ahead of this Vayne, but with the way that mid lane has gone, Vayne is kind of like a ticking time bomb, right? If you don't close out the game by X amount of minutes, it won't matter how far down you put Vayne, because she will have eventually been able to get items. So really, Contingent doing a nice job of playing with that tempo that honestly was kind of given to them by the overstay for the dragon. Complex's ult goes
Complex.
wide. Flash from Irameshi will maybe get him out. I mean, dragging it out, and Fox and Kaz is here. Atomic and Complex really want to make this gank work. Oh no, the Cataclysm kind of stuck Irameshi in there. I don't know if that was the call. Complex gonna be able to take down the Croc. Complex rooted up. The ultimate does come through. Atomic does block it, and that's 2 kills and a shutdown to boot for TD.
Oh, poor Urameshi. I believe he was out, but Dragon Out was like, no, we're gonna fight this, and then ulted, trapped Urameshi.
And Graga said taking extreme low has to ult themselves, but the E will be available. Oh, nice dodge from the Lysandra. Graga said able to walk away, but Frost kind of a menace in the 1v1. I liked that lane allocation when Caitlyn was there to deal with the Swain, because I don't think Swain really gets the... Ooh.
Oh,
Graga said forced to flash out. I don't think Swain really gets to interact with the Caitlyn range. We'll have to see if they can get back to that. But Neon doing a very nice job. I think this tower is going to go down.
I think it might. I also want to mention earlier, even though Urameshi and Dragon Out did die, before Urameshi died, he did secure feats for his team, securing that first tower top lane.
That's true. Honestly, I'm of the opinion he probably gets out if his jungler doesn't troll him.
He probably was. I mean, I've done that before to
It happens.
my ADCs before. Like, it's just like you think they're right on the edge of like them being on the outside, and then they get TP'd on the inside, and you're like, well, that's unfortunate.
Urameshi not gonna let the lone death stop him. Is a level up on Complex. Does have a little bit of a gold lead still, and so still gonna be able to make their presence felt in the 1v1.
Yeah, so we have Drake and Rift up right now. It looks like how
It's gotta be Drake, I think.
Yeah,
for Neon Sword. Yeah, that's Vi immediately spotted out as well. So Urameshi should be safe. That will mean, I think, the Herald will go down. Yep.
Down.
Yeah, it's gonna be a trade. But honestly, stacking Drakes was kind of the name of the game when you picked this Caitlyn. You did give up the first one, but has gotten the next 2, so we'll have to see if they're able to eventually get that Elder Dragon.
Yeah, definitely. They're also stacking the Hex Drakes again. But I got a question for you. So
Okay.
no one on Contingent has Grievous yet, and this Swain is kind of a little bit of a menace right now. He went Rylai's first item.
Yeah.
And it looks like he has Tier with Kindle Gem, so he's going like full tank. How do you think he's gonna do in these fights? Like, I feel like even though Contingent's ahead, I feel like he's just gonna put out a lot of like frontline and damage.
So it's gonna be up
speaking of,
to.
We're about to find out.
And they can't win this. Yeah,
No.
Fox on Cause is like, I gotta get out of here, but he's walking into Atomic. Gargaset uses the ultimate, but Frost quick to follow with the flash. Gargaset just gonna be walked down because of that Rylai's, like you said. It's gonna be an easy kills for Frost. Dragging it out, Fox and Kaz are here, but these are 2 melees that are playing into the Swain. Make that 2 kills for the Swain. Can it be 3? No. Dragging it out does get away. Right on cue. I don't know if that was a caster curse or a caster blessing, depending
I feel
on how
like
you look at it.
every time I ask a question, it gets answered for me. So I just wait your answer.
Yeah, like Caitlyn has to be. I think Caitlyn has to both buy the Grievous and be the only one to interact with the Swain.
Yeah.
To be honest, right? Like Lysandra puts herself right on like the knife's edge of Swain ultimate when using abilities, and really, it's gonna be like it has to be a Lysandra ult combo into Caitlyn trap into just like making sure the Swain dies before he can really get ramping. Otherwise, we just saw what happens when a bunch of melees try to fight the Swain.
I mean, he's just gonna get. Yeah, I was just gonna say, he just got Fimbulwinter.
Complex missing out on the ultimate, so that is a cooldown that will be down. And we got ourselves a ball game. I mean, the Swain is so massive and so far ahead, but the team that the Swain is on is still down about 2,000 gold. This Caitlyn is very, very scary. Already 2
Up a
items.
full item, and that
Yeah,
item being IE.
yeah,
Not a good spot you want to be in for Vayne. But I mean, so far, like, we were talking about, like, if Dragonelle is going to be playing for Neon. So far, like, that hasn't really been the case, has it? Like, I feel like both kills that she's gotten was, I guess, like, there was
yeah.
that dive bot
I mean,
lane where she got it, but
it was
I
bot
guess,
side.
like, I wish I kind of, like, would see a little bit more, like, action around the Caitlyn, I guess. Because that's, like, where your gold difference is, and like, even though they are down the gold on TDH, they're not Contingent's not really utilizing where their gold is on like TDH.
Yeah, I like what's developed here. So Caitlyn and Nautilus have matched Frost now, and Lissandra is left to match the King VV's Vayne. And
Yeah.
honestly,
I think that's a good
that's
idea.
way better, right? Because the Vayne shouldn't be able to interact with Lissandra without being put into kill range, and Swain doesn't really get to have that free lane that has kind of been happening. Atomic is
I
here though.
Oh, they got
Frost,
the ult out.
yeah, they got the ult out, and they're just gonna back away. So, really nice stuff from Contingent. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, dragging it out does use the Cataclysm Complex. You can't flash that far, buddy. Ambessa goes down.
I mean, we were talking about that wall where
Uh-oh.
people failed the flashes.
This is gonna be a dead Caitlyn. The ultimate from Braum and Toxin means that Neon Force is forced to flash out. That nice Braum stun coming through, but Fox and Kai is doing their best to make sure the Caitlyn goes out. Instead, it's going to be a 2-for-nothing trade. But on the top side of the map, the team that has 5 grubs are making those grubs do work. That's tier 2 going down. Tier 3 has been started. King Vivi is here, but that means tier 2 is under fire in mid.
Yeah, it was a really good trade from Contingent getting those towers up top. When DPH got those 2 kills bot, they did get the shutdown and a tier 1. I do think.
Dragoset
Oh,
forced to flash away. Will get out.
Frost needs the back here. He's sitting on 1,800 gold, almost 1,900 gold, and Drake's up in 30 seconds. Like, I don't, if I was TD, I want to fight these Drakes because you got a 5-0 Swain
Yeah,
that almost
sure.
has Leandries. They still have no Grievous. Oh, no, never mind. Caitlyn did finally get the Grievous. We got the Executioners.
That's
But
good. Good to see.
still very far ahead, so I really want to see these fights bring up because like I keep talking about how far ahead the Swain is, but like if
But
Caitlyn can
if
pump out the damage, yeah.
if Swain is getting focused, where is the damage coming from for the rest of TD, right? Because right now it's a one-man show. It's Swain or bust for TD, and Lissandra is making their way down. Kaylin is here.
Yes,
The
we'll see
dragon
what
has been
happens here.
started. Frost is just gonna walk forward and ult. But Gragaset is here. Dragon.
They're
Oh
just giving it
wow.
up.
They're giving it up, but Frost, the ultimate will go down. I think they can win the fight. Oh, Dragon it out, goes back in, steals the extra Drake, finds a nice Cataclysm as well. I'm Atomic doing their best to make sure that the fight goes their way. But that's 2 quick kills down. Complex, meanwhile, does find the Caitlyn, but the damage is done. That is a 4-for-1 with the Dragon to boot. Contingent fighting back, a quadra kill for Gragaset on this Lissandra.
Really, really well played from Contingent. I completely forgot that they could just be like, hey, let's just wait out the Swain ult, and that's exactly what they did. They
Yep.
got out of the Swain range. Swain no longer is a champion.
Is this an inhib
went
going
back in.
down? I mean, they
I
have
think
5
so.
grubs. They have 4
Yeah, no.
members.
I wouldn't be surprised. They want to get greedy? No, I don't think they can go for it.
No, they're not going for it. Fox and Kaz going to make sure they get out of trouble there. Yeah, I mean, like you said, they waited out the Swain ultimate. Oh shoot.
They
Is
stole the
Contingent
Drake back.
is Contingent too far? No, they're gonna be, I got a little worried there that chase was on. Yeah, they sold the Drake back with a nice ultimate and smite from dragging it out. And I was just saying, once the Swain isn't a factor, can they win a fight? The answer was a resounding no. It wasn't even close.
I feel like we just need to stop talking because every time we ask a question, it gets answered for us in the very like next minute.
All right, here's a question: who wins the Otacon fight.
So what I realized, a lot of people don't understand actually why Otacon is so strong, because a lot of people don't realize that Otacon drains your resistances.
Yep.
So I always stand by whoever, if it's everyone's up on the team, I stand by whoever starts the Otacon fight loses the fight overall. Like, sure, they can secure the Otacon, but I think the fight that happens afterwards is the person that's like
Yeah.
fighting.
So
like,
whoever starts the actual objective and
will
is the
lose,
one getting
yeah.
shredded will always lose the fight. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a big pro play enjoyer. It's been quickly figured out that unless you have crazy tempo or can just sneak the objective, Otacon is not an objective you start
Yeah.
with all 10 members on the map, right?
You have to
It
get like
has
a
to
pick or
be,
something.
yeah, it has to be a pick. Because even if like you're trying to bait the fight, the fact that you've just willingly taken resistance shred to try to make a fight happen probably isn't a good thing. So we'll have to see how the setup occurs. Maybe the next fight will be around Drake instead, and then whoever wins that will go into an Icon. Who knows? I was just mostly saying it to see if I could get a fight to happen. It just didn't work.
You gotta say it at the right time. You can't like force it. You gotta like ask the question naturally. Like right now, if I ask you, do you think it'll be like a fight up top and then into like Baron or Otacon or both? Because that's how they're hovering right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely
Caitlyn.
Oh, Kaylin is so far up. This is a dead Kate.
Bye, Kate.
Oh, maybe not. Fox on
What a
Kaz
fuck.
is here, but yeah, Frost. The ultimate is there. Neon Sword doing their best.
Oh.
Actually gets out. Nope.
Nope.
Forces the flash from all the remaining members, but Urameshi is here. Toxin is extremely low, but Frost is doing so much work with the Swain ultimate. This is a losing proposition for Contingent. Gragasset is here. Okay, so 2 kills go down. Frost is taking extremely low. I take it back. Maybe it's a winning proposition. Oh no.
Vayne!
King VV just doing things.
He's
That's
waiting.
A shutdown. I
It's time to shine.
condemn. That's a triple kill. That's an ace for TDH.
You know, King VV. I almost said King VVV. God, you got me almost saying that.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna, if it comes out, it comes out. But King VV really waiting for his moment to shine, and it really showed. You know, those extended long fights where you can just hit in the back. Frost is taking up all that damage. And even though, like, you got excited because Frost is down, but in the backline, you still got King VV just
full health
pummeling him to
Vayne.
the ground.
Full health Vayne. Also, nice question. Fight did happen on the top side.
Did.
So, I guess it's your superpower. I just get lucky
I guess
every
it's
once in a
fine.
while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Complex
mean,
has got that tier 2 as well.
we see. So it looks like Blackfire Torch is gonna come out for the Swain. I almost think you say, "Hey, don't go to that. Go Seekers." Right? Once you get in the middle of everybody, you get low.
Oh,
you
for
pop
Frost?
Seekers.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just get low, pop the go golden, and let Vayne go wild. Thoughts?
Or thoughts. I don't know if this is even bad on Swam. What about Spirit Visage?
I don't
Alessandro's
know if
really
there's
hurting you, and you still get the heal, right?
I don't know if there's enough
Uh-oh.
magic damage as Fox on Kaz goes very aggressively into Frost. Frost forced to use the ultimate. Can he keep it going? The answer is no. Toxin is here, dragging it out. Renekton is there. This is a very split fight for both of these teams, but it looks like with a nice ultimate from dragging it out, will it go to Contingent Purple's way? The answer is no. Complex is on the back line. Vayne has been unlocked. That's a triple kill for Vayne. Making it a quadra. The penta is right there. They can taste it. But Urameshi says, no, you don't get those for free.
We need to win the game. We need to win the game. So they're going to go to Baron instead.
Yeah, the ping's on to Baron. You know, I said it earlier. They really got to close this game out before Vayne gets unlocked. I think we're getting to that point where Vayne is becoming an issue.
And that's why I also mentioned it, like, these past fights, or like these these past games where the team that gets ahead, they don't close out the game long enough, so it doesn't really matter. Like, now the gold's even. After Baron, they're actually going to be up 2,000 gold now, and that's exactly what just happened. Contention, like, at the start, like, 10 minutes ago, you would have said, like, oh yeah, they're easily going to win this game. And now Frost basically survived the game long enough to the point where King VV is now into this game. What's the gold difference now? only down 500 gold now, Vayne, compared to Caitlyn, which is really good considering
Yeah.
you were down like 2.5k gold, and you basically just lasted the game long enough. But where your Vayne's now alive with 3 items, and that's like your core right there with Bork, Terminus, and Rageblade.
You know, we're talking about different like tank items this Swain could build. How do you feel about an Unending Despair?
Oh, actually, that's probably a bit better one.
Oh, the
Ooh.
smoke comes early from dragging it out. Can't
Good
steal that
effort.
one.
Good effort.
Good effort. That will be 2 Drakes secured. Honestly, I feel like he really didn't even need to go for it, right? It's only second Drake. It's not like they're threatening Soul anytime soon. As Gragaset will be ulted, and oh my, the chain CC that Lissandra went for a ride. A nice ultimate will only prolong the inevitable. That's 2 quick kills for TD. A Baron to boot. Vayne gonna be matching the top lane, but this is
Their damage is dead.
yeah.
Like,
The Nexus is under fire.
I think they lose Inhib here. Even without Vayne, I don't see a way where they can maybe fight this. It is a little bit weird that they do have VV top lane. This is like a reoccurring thing I've realized in this game.
For
where
both
they
of
always
these
have
teams.
yeah, like it was Contingent the last 2 games. Now this game it's VV. They just always have like the Radius is always just in a weird spot.
Yeah.
Like, I guess you don't have TP up on like your side laners, but even still, like what's the Vayne gonna do by themselves in the side lane? Not much.
Well, I mean, for some top lane enjoyers, Vayne is the Renekton counter, so I guess you can have it match.
Yeah.
But I do agree. I think they need to be with the team. It's kind of interesting that they didn't feel confident enough without the Vayne there to threaten that inhib. So the inhib still stands. Otacon is on the table. Pings are coming out.
I don't think he meant to start that. The
Yeah.
range is far. You gotta run far.
Contingent does have a nice ward on it.
He's
So they
an
know that it's not started.
Yeah.
Oh, Neon Sword walking into death. Oh,
Uh-oh.
a nice. Oh,
Oh, brilliant E.
a good E from Frost secures the kill. King VVV. Oh my
This
goodness.
game?
King VV finds
No.
another kill as well. So that's 2 quick kills for TD. Looks like he's just going to be Otacon picked up. I will say Renekton kind of being a menace on this split push. The only problem is his team keeps dying.
Yeah. I mean, he's putting the pressure on the side lane, which it is good. Like, who knows? We could get it like a backdoor game, but like, based
Yeah,
on how this game's going, we're 32 minutes in. Vayne's now online. I don't see a way where Contingent can now get back into this game because
especially with the
they
ruinous
just got
Otacon.
outscaled.
They got outscaled.
Swain
I
has
will
blue
say,
pot,
like,
too.
the macro is there for Contingent if they don't die, right? Because if 4 members are there, you know, TD really can't start the Otacon. And you saw the pressure. I mean, the Mbessa was forced to back. Maybe you could play with that pressure Renekton's trying to make. The problem is they just keep getting caught.
Yeah, I agree.
You can't split push if you're getting caught, and the TP's not coming through from Mirameshi. Rightfully so. It takes forever to get to the other side of the map now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they're gonna have to play the macro game if they're trying. They're not executing to the fullest extent.
Yeah, I agree. What I will say
Yeah.
is Baron
You don't
and Drake
fight
are up
with
at the same time.
Suede. Yeah.
We
Okay.
have both important objectives up at the same time. It's soul point for TDH and
Oh.
uh
For
soul
Contingent.
points for it's soul for Contingent, soul point for TDH. Sorry.
You're good.
God, these games are getting to me. We're definitely going to game 5, I feel like. These games are way too close for it to tell.
I
Honestly.
will say if you are Contingent and the goal is to try to win the game, I feel like if TD really wants to put all their eggs into the dragon basket, I think you just got to go for Baron, right?
Yeah.
You could prolong the game. You can unlock that Renekton split push even more. I don't know though. I mean, we're getting to
agree.
the point where I don't know if they can really make it happen. Complex could be able to find out. Oh my goodness, Gragas immediately just taking a half health by seemingly just touching Mbessa. A nice ultimate from Mbessa means that they go very far deep. Neon Sword is able to walk out of there. Foxen Kaz forced to flash away. All 4 members are in a choke point. Gragas and Neon Sword able to find the Braum, but King VV once again untouched. Toxin goes in for a little bit of a joyride, goes down. So I mean that is a 2-for-1 trade in
They get
favor.
stole here, I think.
Yeah,
I
2-for-1
think they have
trade.
to try fighting this, or else
I
they get
just
stole.
I don't know. The TP comes down. Complex was forced to run away.
Or maybe they
Was
just have to
extremely
go.
low. Yeah, I think they're gonna get soul. They're gonna get it. Wow, nice fight. Maybe a little bit over aggression from the side of TD. I mean, Complex went so far in
I
with
think
that ultimate.
no. I think what happened was King Vivi as well as I forget who else it was. They like tunnel visioned the Nautilus that was really low. So that's like 5 seconds of chasing the Nautilus instead of like fighting with your team. I think that's what happened. Like I
Yeah.
think like you just gotta stop the tunnel vision. Like
Oh.
Nautilus isn't really gonna be
Oh.
the issue.
Fox and Kaz
You need
wanted
it.
to catch out
Yeah.
Frost. I will say, like, it was gonna be hard for VV to ever fight that fight unless they were willing to burn
Mm-hmm.
Flash. The Cataclysm kind of cemented that choke point. Kind of split it so like neither side could really get through. The difference was Neon Sword was able to auto over it, while like
Yeah.
you were saying, King VV was chasing that Nautilus. So, uh, yeah, I mean, good punish by Contingent. Does net them a soul. They are still down about 2,000 gold, but we're getting to the point in the game where really any fight can win the whole
Yeah.
thing.
I think it might be an elder fight, or there might be a fight. I think they'll fight. There'll be a fight that break out here. A team will come on top. They'll do Baron, and
Five
Inhib's gonna drop.
members of Contingent are here, while Mbessa is on the bottom lane. Or Meshi, I don't think he's gonna go match. I think it has to be Gragasite, right? Gragasite's the only one that has a TP. Neon Sword, aggressive positioning to try to take out a ward, puts themselves into danger, and a nice
Ooh.
3-man E from Frost means that's an easy kill onto the Caitlyn. Does go golden, finds so much more health. Frost will eventually go down. It's 1,000 shutdown for Meshi, but now Complex is here. King VV scaled up on the Vi, does go down. Meshi is doing so much work. Is this a Renekton pentakill for the win? Oh my goodness, Complex. Can they survive? Dragging it out, and Urmeshi are here. Is it gonna be a penta? Who knows?
Oh, there
Oh my
it is.
goodness. Wow, that was not the
Later
way I
on,
was expecting the fight to
yeah.
go.
I think I have to rewatch that fight back, but it seemed like I don't know. I think Vayne just didn't kite very well. And didn't really space the Renekton as he should have. But like, yeah, I completely thought that would be like a TDH fight. But either way,
It
like,
was very split, and I
yeah.
thought Contingent kind of fumbled it a little bit because when the Swain went golden, immediately upon entering out of it, dragging it out, ulted, and nobody else could follow. I was like, okay, Swain's just gonna kind of clean up here because they're misplaying, but somehow I think it was a split focus. I don't know. Contingent comes out on top, nets themselves a Baron. They have Dragon Soul, and now all of a sudden, this game is very. Oh, they don't get Baron. Sorry, I thought they did on the back of that. Instead,
No.
they opted for the inhib. You should
There
have
was
said
only 2
something.
alive. Oh, sorry. There was only 2 alive. I thought you saw it happen. Sorry, I was just letting you talk.
Yeah. So Baron doesn't go down, but they still have the Dragon Soul. That is pressure in the mid lane. Now it's kind of Baron or bust for both of these teams, right? Another one fight might be the end of the game if Contingent is able to win it because the inhib is down. I don't know. The later the game goes, I
I
imagine
know.
if TD wins it as well, then it'll be a one fight or a one game as well.
It's coming to a
But
point where everyone's almost full build as well. We got both top laners full builds. Vayne's almost full build. Oh, and now we have Contingent starting the Baron.
you know what? I think they
They're
won
gonna
the
have to walk in
fight
a
because it
cloak.
was a soul diff. It's been Hextech Soul 2 games in a row.
Also, the fights that TDH have been winning, I think, have also been in lanes, not in the jungle.
Yeah, true.
So I think that's what they realized.
Mid prio, given the way of TD, how does Contingent respond? The answer
they got
is
him.
they've clumped him. A nice ultimate from Nautilus means that all 5 members will be ulted by the Cataclysm. That means Neon Sword gets the free hit. That's another double kill for Neon. Make it 3, make it 4. Triple kill with Alessandra to boot. That could have been back-to-back pentas for the win, but I think that's going to be game 3 Contingent sealing the deal off of excellent team fighting.
Yeah, it was a really, really good match from both sides. I honestly didn't like I didn't think that TDH was gonna lose here, but like I guess like that the misplay in the jungle by their just before Drake was up, that misplay
Mhm.
over there, it really like I think that's what really sealed the game for them. I think they got a little too aggressive like with their lead, like forcing fights that they don't necessarily need to like fight that bad. Like I think they just like push out the side lanes and like fight in the again, like that fight there in the mid lane it was pretty even.
Yeah.
So like them fighting in the jungle where it's really hard for this Vayne to play around and like it basically like it enables Contingent's team a lot better, I think. And oh my goodness, just looking at the end game
Damage
screen,
is crazy.
Swain, 52,000 damage. Like that's exactly like it's just crazy to me that like we're still banning 6 champs, possibly 7 if like you count like TDH's ban. Like there's so many mid laners that's being denied for Frost and he's still performing super super well. But I do got to give it to continue this game for turning that game around because it was looking a little grim for them, I'm not going to lie.
And if you're TD, I feel like you just wish you could have that red side fight back, right? Because that netted the Dragon Soul
Yeah.
for Contingent, and then it looks like once they got Dragon Soul, that was the difference between losing and winning fights. I do think they played it a little bit better. There was that split fight over on Baron side, ended up getting them
Mhm.
the inhib, and then another fight ended up sealing the deal. Neon Sword was able to free hit basically until it was too late. Did eventually go down, but Urameshi and Gragas were able to clean it up, and I mean that I
Yeah,
like
pentakill as well
yeah,
on
Pentakill was
Urameshi.
crazy. I was getting hyped, my voice was getting all excited. I didn't know if he was able to actually do it or if Complex could turn the 2v1. Um I will say though, I mean, game 1 stomp for Contingent, right? Game 2 stomp for TD. Game 3 very back and forth. Came down to a couple of late game team fights to really seal the deal for either team. If the script follows, I mean, you called it. You think we're going all 5 games. This means that
It's
whoever
blue
gets blue
side
side,
winning. I know.
I'm assuming it's gonna be TD gets blue side and gets a dub. We might be going the distance here.
I'm sorry, I should have told you ahead of time when you're casting with me. Every time there's a BO5, I feel like it's always game 5. Like when I casted draft finals not too long ago and that went to game 5. It was like almost midnight my time. And yeah, here we are. Going into game 4, 2-1 on Contingent. So, we're definitely in for a good night here.
So I wanna ask. I mean,
Yes.
best of fives are stressful, right? When they
Very.
get into like 4 and 5, you're like, okay, like it's do or die. It's a 2 game lead. All Contingent needs now is one more game to seal the deal.
Mhm.
Combined with it being daylight savings and it going late, I mean, how much of a factor does fatigue really set in? Like, I know you're just sitting there playing a video game, but it's pretty intense the way that these best ofs go. I mean, I feel like it's got to be a major factor.
Yeah, you also gotta keep in mind that, like, I guess everyone's time zone's different. The big one being, what was it? Toxin's currently playing from Korea?
Yeah, I don't know what time. I think he's on a whole different day right now. Pretty sure.
Yeah, Korea, I believe, is what, 12, 13 hours, I think, time zone difference from where I'm EST, so it's like a 12, 13 hour time difference from where I'm at.
Hmm.
And yeah, so yeah, it's pretty much I don't know how daylight savings, but either way, like even without daylight savings, like best of fives, including when they start at 8 o'clock. I know some leagues start earlier because of the BO5s, but like I know a lot of people still stick with the
Hmm.
8 p.m. anyways because like people have works, they have jobs, they got school, and so definitely the BO5s definitely uh make everyone tired.
I will say, so it was interesting. Loading into that game, we were like, okay, the Jarvan has to get ahead early with the Caitlyn, make sure that they get the dragons, so eventually win the game. It was kind of true, but also kind of not, because somehow, some way, the team that had Renekton, Jarvan, Caitlyn ended up beating a Vayne Swain in the late game. I mean, that game was nuts,
I
and
know
it
there
feels
was
like we're only getting started.
There was 3 quadra kills and a pentakill that game. It was just crazy.
Yeah.
What,
Uh,
pentakill on Renekton and then 3 quads on Lisfane and Kate. I think we're just gonna get
uh,
side select right now.
yeah, I'm very
So I mean,
curious.
they're gonna take blue.
We're waiting on TDH to confirm. I'm assuming that they're gonna take blue. They did offer red game one. Um,
Yeah, but has that been really working out for them? I mean, that last game that we just played, like I think they could have easily won that. I think it was just that one misplay. So
okay,
yep,
blue
they,
comes
they take
out.
blue side. Yep, as expected.
Makes sense. Blue side undefeated currently in this best of five, but that could all change. I mean, we talked about about the physical fatigue, but how are you doing mentally after losing a game like that? If you
Yeah,
are, sorry, TD. Because like all the tools were there. All they had to do was not get too over aggressive. They could have secured themselves a Drake, put themselves on soul point. Instead, a little bit of a misstep, and that was all she wrote. Do you come out of it saying like, oh, like we had that one, it was on us, they didn't do anything special, or are you a little bit tilted? That was like a game
yeah.
they should have had.
I definitely agree. I think a lot of the time too, just BO5s do come down to the mental game. Like I know some people that like were down 0-2 and then they end up winning 3-2. They just come up with the reverse sweep and it's just like I think it comes down to like mental a lot of the time.
Yeah.
As long as like your head is clear, like you're still like upbeat and you're like, yeah, we still got this, like even though you're down 2-1 now, I still think that it's also you got to keep in mind this isn't really like finals. This isn't like who wins like the whole championship, right? So, you definitely just got to keep that in mind. But yeah, I do think hopefully their mentals are still good.
I will say this is the first time here in Arbiter that we've seen TD get tested like this. They had what was it, one series go the full 3 games in the regular season, and then up to this point hadn't dropped a game in playoffs. So they've already, if you're thinking about it, they've doubled their loss total with one series here, losing 2 games for the whole season. And if you're a team that's not used to losing, you could get a little bit nervous here. Like the pressure is on. Like you're the team that is expected to win, and when that's not happening, I feel like you start to feel that pressure a little bit. Maybe who knows? Obviously, I'm not in
Yeah.
their comms. I don't know what's going on over there. Um, but this is not, I guess, performing the norm for TD, and a lot of it is just Contingent is making the most of their mistakes. Right? They are punishing um, to the fullest degree.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. We'll definitely see coming into these next few games, seeing like what exactly happens. But also I think TDH is the one with the coach. I don't know if Contingent has one. I'm assuming that they do, but oh sorry, Tuna. Wait, Tuna is Contingent's coach. My bad. I'm getting the two teams confused. And they both have coaches. Okay, so yeah, so I believe like a good coach will keep them in like the right headspace, keep them in the game. So as long as
Mm,
these drafts to keep going as they're going, I think we're gonna keep having these banger matches because it seems like both these teams love to team fight, and I think those are the best games to cast.
Okay, Contingent on red side so far, except for I think game one was the only time that they couldn't 5 ban mid. Contingent being on red, do you throw out the 5 mid ban strategy and instead focus on what you think TD is gonna pick B1?
I still think it's troll banning that many mid laners because it's at the point like where like I understand that like why you're doing it, like you don't want him to be on comfort or whatever, but like he's also performed every single game with like all these bans. So you gotta like get to the point where like, hey, what's it called? Gragoset isn't really getting ahead even with these 5 bans. Like you think with that many bans she would be like winning by a lot, which some of
Mhm.
these matches like early game, like it's just not happening that way. So it's just like, do you get rid of some of those bans to just get rid of like maybe the Amumu first pick, which they seem to be liking, or like the Nautilus, because I think those two are like the champs that we've had every single game so far.
I don't know. Hopefully we have the game 4 draft phase start. Because it is a best of 5, and as much as I enjoy staying up late on a weekday, I don't.
Yeah.
But we will see. Um, if you're TD, I mean, he had it seemingly in the bag, only
Mhm.
for it to fall right outside your grasp. It was on red side. You have the blue side buff now. Um,
Who do you think
I
the
just
bans are gonna come out as?
I think
The
if
same?
if Contingent follows script, it's gonna be Yone, Victor, Ori in that order. Um, and then the
Ye-
last time we saw TDH on blue, it was Lux, Nico, and Braum bans into the Amumu first pick. Maybe Amumu is developing into a must ban on red side. So maybe Contingent breaks from the norm and throws in a ban that way.
Yeah.
Other than that, I mean, we will have to see.
Yeah, so right now it looks like we're just gonna need a 5-minute break. So it looks like one of the teams just isn't ready at the moment. So we're just gonna cut to a short break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll have the draft right up shortly.
Alrighty.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else.
We are back. Game 4 draft about to happen. Both teams said that they have readied. I don't see picks or bans coming through, so someone's a liar, and it ain't me. But we are back. We are ready. We were talking a little bit about the potential pivot for Contingent, maybe focus less on the mid lane bans and more on denying whatever TDH wants on B1. But so far the script stays the same. Yone
Oh
banned
my
away.
god.
Lux.
Yod Victor Ori.
Yeah, that's the if you see a different champ other than Yone Victor Ori, it means Contingent has made adjustments.
Or
We
they've been
will
listening
see.
in the stream or something like that, you know? But, I'm assuming we're gonna see the same bands here. I always
Yep.
forget what
Last we
TDH
saw
banned.
was Nico Braum for TDH on blue side.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's gonna hold. The
Looks
Nico
like it
does
might
come
be.
through.
So in
Okay.
this first wave of bans, we're probably looking at 5 mid laners already.
You know what's crazy?
What?
If TDH did the same thing the Contingent did, we could have had back to back to back salty runbacks.
Yeah,
Um,
probably.
but it hasn't happened. Maybe it'll happen this time. If it holds to script, Braum gets banned here and Amumu's first picked.
Yeah.
We will see. No, it's gonna be the
G4.
Jarvan. Okay, so we
Oh,
can't get
so
the
they're
salty run
probably then
back.
what they're probably gonna do is because they're probably trying to force the Amumu. But at first I was like,
Yeah,
Yumi.
that's
But they
kind of poking
banned the
fun.
J4 because they know that they want to first pick Amumu. So we're probably gonna see the first pick Amumu here, and they can't respond with J4. Yeah, there it is. They can't respond with the J4
Yeah,
MFs, which they did last time.
feel like if Contingent was a little bit more draft savvy, the Jarvan gets banned. I feel like you don't ban Oriana now because
You ban
the combo is
Amumu.
not there. You ban Amumu,
Yeah,
but didn't happen. TDH gets what they want on B1 supposedly. If it wasn't one of those three
it's gonna be
champions banned,
Nautilus or like MF. Is that what I'm seeing here? Seems like
Nautilus
Nautilus and
Nocturne.
Amumu, very popular picks. We get Nocturne again. What I will say is, oh, I guess it was TDH that had Nocturne
Yep.
last time.
This will be the first time Dragging It Out
Yeah,
is on the Nocturne, so
first game off tank, I believe, as well. So, because he's been on tank duty this whole time, playing either Amumu or J4.
we will
Um,
see. Has a nice go-in partner with the Nautilus.
I do like the Jinx.
Locking Jinx. I don't know. It's kind of scary when you see a Nautilus Nocturne, but it's gonna go through. Now if TDH is a little draft savvy here, I think you pick the Milio not only because of the great Jinx pairing, but it also makes it so that you can't get Amumu ult cleansed. Um, we will see. It's a good pick into the Nautilus instead. Okay, here's the
Aurora's
pivot.
coming out. They
Yeah,
finally. I was kind of waiting for that to happen because, like, you realize that they're banning 5 people on mid lane. So now I'm curious, who's Contingent gonna ban now? Oh, Braum.
okay, yeah,
Because
Braum to enable the Nautilus makes sense. The misfortune was secured as well. Grovs. Gnar is going to be banned away. Potentially, it's being hovered and discussed. Would be interesting. I don't think we've seen contingent poll. Or yeah, we did all the way back in game one.
yeah,
Um,
Naru came out. Yeah, looks like
instead,
they're gonna ban the
okay.
Renekton.
Oh, the Maokai ban came out so quick. The Renekton isn't there for the Mbessa now. So does contingent pick Mbessa blind on 4? I mean, that's 2 big Mbessa quote unquote counters. I
They
think
might.
dude, I don't know. The instant Maokai ban might have been a blunder. We'll see.
Well, I'm interested. Like, I guess they didn't. Surprised they didn't R3 mid. Or I guess they didn't really like ban it out either. Ari, I think that's a pretty fine pick into Aurora. I think I like Aurora more into the Ari because since Aurora's combo can go through minions compared to Ari's can't really with the charm.
Yeah,
I think Aurora
this
has
is
more burst.
nerfed Aurora as well. So
Oh, was she nerfed bad?
yeah, she's been nerfed. I think 2 or 3 consecutive patches, just a little bit of damage here and there. So it
I just keep locking her at solo queue. I'm still dropping like
yeah
15 kills.
yeah. I
So
mean, it's still a
oh,
good champ.
there's
There's
Ambessa.
the Mbessa. I don't agree with the Maokai ban. I feel like as soon as you saw the Renekton, you got to be like, all right, this Mbessa that's been giving us so
Yeah,
much trouble that made the MF unplayable in game 2 should get, the ban. But,
I guess they're trying it again.
neither
What
here
I
nor
will
there.
say is Contingent, they're gonna really need a really beefy top laner here because right now, who's this MF pairing her ult with? It's not gonna be the Nautilus, I doubt. Ooh, Renata. I really like that pick. Poppy is also a really, really good pick. I think I was talking about that
Mm,
earlier.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna you kind of deny the bandage toss. It makes Mbessa kind of think twice about when
Yeah,
they engage. I will say, pretty sure you go. Do you not go unstoppable when you Mbessa ult?
you do.
Okay,
It's
so
unstoppable. Yeah.
the ults can still come through and disrupt the misfortune. Now on top of that, you have the Renata Glass ult to come through. So even if the Mbessa can't find the mark on that misfortune, she really has to think twice about putting her feet into the dirt because Renata ult is gonna kind of do the same thing. Um, I really like TDH's combo of Amumu,
I
Aurora, and
agree.
Renata. That's
I
definitely
just
a scary combo.
MF is good with like hard CC, and you don't exactly have that. Like I get like you have like Poppy E, but that's only into a wall. You have Poppy Knockup, that's only if they're close. Nautilus R can go miles if they just run further enough. Like you don't have really like hard CC that lasts long enough for MF ult. So unless if like they're just positioning correctly and like well, I don't think these ults are gonna last long. And you have complex on Ambessa again, so like I'm not a huge like they're very pick comp contingents. So if they can just keep that up, it's definitely a change of pace compared to like what they have been doing, I think. But I think just also blue side, I think just TDH. Their comp beats it.
I mean, Blue side's undefeated so far. It'll be interesting. Of course, this will be, I assume, the top lane Poppy. Uh, there's been some rumblings and some rumors. If you've been keeping up with like the Los Ratones scrims of Nocturne coming back and potentially being a top laner as well. So we'll see. I imagine it's going to be the Poppy though. Makes the most sense in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the only thing about that though is the way that the fights have gone, it was a little bit different towards the end of game three. But the way that the fights have gone, they've been over before top laners can really TP, unless the top
Yeah.
laners are first. So it's going to be really important
Mm-hmm.
that this Poppy is present in these fights to kind of let MF exist like she couldn't in game two. If that's not there though, it's just I
I
feels like
agree.
it's gonna be a rinse repeat of game two for TDH.
But yeah, I think I agree. Just blue side buff. I just like their comp a lot more, including like we noticed that both these teams are very team fight heavy.
Hmm.
And contention, I think like I guess like they still kind of have like a team fight comp, but I think it's a little bit weaker compared to like TDH's, including like the hard CC. But you know, we also have like Ari in the mid lane when we had that, what was it, game two, she performed very well, so I
Yeah.
guess we'll see if we can she can pull that off again, but this time in the win side of things.
Yeah, and I will say, going back to that game two win for TDH, a lot of what they were able to accomplish was because Frost was piloting that Silas and was able to, like we said, chunk out mid, go make a play, chunk out mid, go make a play.
Yeah.
You can still kind of do that on the Aurora. It's
Oh, you
just
definitely can.
I think you need a little bit more items than the one item electrocute Silas.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to see. The early game for game three was almost totally controlled by Contingent, right? The Caitlyn was 2k up. They were stacking Drakes. They faltered a little bit in the mid game, which allowed TDH to come back with that Swain that was so far ahead. Um, it just feels like if you're Frost, I mean, there's so much pressure because it feels like Frost needs to win not only his lane but the game. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it hasn't happened in their losses.
I would like to see I want to see Toxin gank bot lane here. Getting Jinx ahead and Aurora. I guess either none of oh my god, words. Sorry. I think ganking any of these lanes will benefit well, but I think the best lane is probably ganking bot lane, getting your Jinx ahead as well as making the MF fall behind.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you could get the scaling champion ahead, it's always worth your while. I will say, a complex now not facing down the Renekton might be an opportunity to get the
Yeah.
Ambessa ahead as well. Mid lane's gonna be real tough once Ahri gets ultimate to really make anything happen. But you could utilize the pressure to force the Ahri ult out make her play safe, then unlock the Aurora to go make plays. Because really, if the Amumu gets anything more than like three men in his ultimate, the Aurora damage coming through is going to be crazy. I don't know who's going to win at this point. I will go blue side just because that's been
Yeah.
the way that this series has gone. But we will see once we come back from a short break.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else. What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else. What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is match point. Contingent now has a 2-1 lead over TD, and many of us thought TD was probably the favorites here. So, some interesting developments. Contingent is on red side, and blue side is so far undefeated in this series.
Another 5
And
point.
yeah, can they break the streak and close this game out 3-1, or are we going all 5 games, Burrito? You tell me here right now.
With
What's
my
happening?
luck, I think it's gonna be 5 games, including with
Okay.
how blue side's been winning. Like, almost like, yeah, blue side has yet to lose. Maybe Contingent breaks the streak here, but who knows? I'm just gonna point out Sums and Masters again. We see Neon Sword with the exhaust again. Again, I don't fully agree. Like, I guess you do go it for Mbessa, but like so far, has it really been working? No, not really.
I mean,
Now
they're
you
two and
have
one. They're 2-1.
yeah, but also they've also been on
No,
blue
I
side
know.
twice.
Yeah, it's
So including now you have Renata ult, like you have Renata ult, a Mumu ult. There's like a lot of things that can hard CC you, so we'll definitely see like again, like I just I'm not a fan of it. Like, but if that's what he's comfortable on, then that's
all
what
I
he's
know
comfortable
is
on.
whichever ADC takes cleanse is probably gonna win the lane
Yeah.
because both these times King VV, like I feel like if Neon always takes exhaust. If you just take cleanse, you can cleanse both the ignite coming out from the Nautilus as well as the exhaust. I
Yeah.
don't know, just me.
Well,
We see the power of the grasp on Urameshi and this Poppy. We'll have to see if it has the same effectiveness that the Renekton did earlier on. As
oh,
it was a nice hook, but they
okay.
are at a disadvantage in
Yeah.
terms of levels. They do finally get the level 2. I am Atomic has to be careful. Foxland Kaz. Oh, I feel like if you flash ignites there and Neon follows, that would have been a dead
Flash
Renata.
auto too. Yeah.
Yeah,
I honestly think so too.
but Renata lives to what do they do? Kemburgle. What do the Chem Barons do
In what?
in
TFT?
the show?
Oh, oh, in the show? I don't know. They're like
Kemburgle.
the
I like that. I'm keeping it. I don't even care what they do at
Chem,
this point.
it's about
The
Chem
Kemburgle.
Barons?
Yeah,
Like is
Chem
this stuff
Barons,
lives?
Yeah. Chem Barons, Kemburgle.
I was lost
Anyways,
for a second.
um, despite that tangent, nice hook from King VVV, but the auto on the minion means that VV was able to walk away. I know I said King VVV. It's just gonna happen at this point, guys.
Yeah,
It's late, and
it's
I
his
was
new
already
man.
struggling.
I will say, we're just looking at the jungle pathing. I was gonna mention this a little bit earlier. Both teams, positioning for different sides of the map. We see Toxin in the bot lane here, which, I kind of wanted to see. Like, I want to see you get the Jinx ahead, and it looks like that we're gonna
As
see
the
this
gank
here.
path was undetected. Oh no. The bandage toss, it goes wide. That does mean that Foxhound Kaz will go down. Nice chain CC from the rest of TED there. And Complex forced to flash away from
And
a
that's
gank
what I
in
like
top.
to see. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Complex loses the flash, but like he's still alive. We got the kill early on Jinx's, which like again I wanted to see. I wanted to see Toxin like play earlier for the bot lane. That's what happened. Dragging it out, playing for the top side, like a little bit like weird. Like
Ooh.
Poppy isn't gonna be the carry, you know. Um,
Uh, I will say though, with Complex not having the flash though, it should just be like Poppy,
ooh, good
just
flash from
100%
Frost
no.
there.
So I think the gank was more so to make sure that the counter pick works, more so than actually getting
Yeah,
a
that's
kill.
fair.
Because now Poppy should be extremely safe. Had the freeze set up as well. Complex gonna try to break that freeze. Has to be extremely careful. The wall's right there. We'll see if Urameshi can make it happen. But with Nautilus going down, the objective timers, you got Dragon coming up here shortly. Do you think the Jinx team should prioritize dragons and scale?
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense to me.
Yeah, like I think there's just no questions asked, including you got the kill on Jinx. You're already up that little bit of gold, a little bit ahead. Although, even though they did get the kill, Kaz didn't use any sums. He didn't use flash, didn't use ignite, still has that
Yeah.
up. Just looking at the sums, Aurora is the only one that really has like that has sums down, which is the Flash. But like in this
It's
team, like
Aurora. She's got
yeah,
W.
yeah.
Not the end of the
As long as
world.
she gets the reset, she's fine.
Kings are
Including like
coming
how the
out.
lane's been coming out, like just even though Aurora gets nerfed, like again, like I don't even notice half the time when she does get nerfed because like it doesn't really seem to make a big difference.
Oh,
Although
checking it out.
Toxin,
Walking forward, I already used the spell shield, but we saw what happens when Toxin goes a little bit too far deep. But Aurora had the ultimate available. Is it enough damage? The answer
it will
is
be.
maybe yes. The
She gets
Nautilus
the resets.
does go down. Gragaset will go down as well. That's Feat of Warfare, just like that. 6 minutes in, 2-0 in Aurora, and they're off to the races.
Yep, they claim them feats of warfare, and although I think it was a really smart fight for
Ooh.
TDH here. On
The
bot
exhaust
lane.
comes forward. Neon says, maybe I don't win against the fully stacked lethal tempo Jinx. The flash does come forward. The barrier is there, and that's a solo bolo. The rare 1v1 in the bot lane going the way of King VV.
And that's almost like why barrier is. I mean, I guess I was talking about her having cleanse, but like again, having exhaust didn't really do much for her there. I guess it is for the late game for the Ambessa, but
You know what's crazy? I feel like
what?
Neon Sword wins that if they just do a quick trade because they have the serrated Dirk. Do a quick trade, back
Walk
off, let the
out.
lethal tempo go
Yeah.
back down, and then do it all over
Go back
again.
in. Oh yeah, definitely, but
But you know,
it's not
Neon
how it
man
played.
moded that, and I can respect that they fought to the death.
So it looks like Drake is actually gonna go down to Contingent here. It looks like they don't even know that they're on it, and Toxin's just taking Krugs on the top side of them. Oh, they already took Grubs. When did they do that? Oh, after they got
After
the
the
fights.
win,
Yeah.
yeah, off the top
So
side
busy
win.
looking at the solo bolo bot lane, I completely forgot that Grubs were already gone. I was wondering, like, why is he down there and not like Grubs?
I would say it does get the charm onto the Aurora, is forced to ult
He's dead.
away. Not enough though. Frost on a killing speed 3-0. A nice ult from Toxin secures that kill.
I'm gonna say it once. I'm gonna say it again. Stop banning this man. It's not doing anything. Like,
Well, I mean, to be fair, it was only 3 bans this time.
well, that's because they P3'd it. I guarantee if they didn't pick the Aurora, we were gonna see the other, what, Aurora and most of
What
the other
I don't
man?
understand is why they're so afraid of Victor. I mean, Victor's a good champ, especially when he gets to
But
scale.
Victor has to scale. Like,
Yeah.
so far, Frost has been playing super well, and the champs that do well early. Silas, Aurora, I mean, Swain, it was like the outlier, but still, like, you get what I'm
Ooh.
saying.
Big Q
But,
from Neon there. Atomic. That was about a quarter of their HP off that double tap.
yeah.
Uh,
Toxin's looking for another gank down bot lane, knows that
and
MF has no
as
sums.
yeah, as he should. MF no suns. MF forced to back way off onto the tower. Graga set. Even in the trades that she's landing the charm, it just doesn't look like Aries
No,
are gonna be able
Aurora
to do
takes
that
them.
now. Yeah.
Like, I've played this matchup both ways before, and it's always like Aurora that comes out on top. Like, unless if like you're dodging like very well, it's pretty much like who lands the CC. Like if Aurora misses her Q or her E, more importantly the Q.
Oh, complex with a nice ultimate. The top lane roam. Wow, good stuff from Complex. The ultimate, kind of hard to hit on Ambessa when there's no setup for it, and
Yeah.
it hit his mark. The Aurora followed through. That's a 4-0 Aurora, and that's an extremely scary proposition for Contingent to try to win this game, to break the red side losing streak. So far, not very good. Toxin is here on the top side. Urameshi doesn't have the W anymore. Does find the ult on the Toxin. Complex actually flashed as well. Is now taking a lot of minion aggro. Urameshi gonna be able to walk away. A nice ultimate from the Poppy there.
Yeah, good effort from TD's side. A good ult from Urameshi, but I'm telling you, it's like the blue side buff or something, like the triple V. whoever's on blue side just does really well early, and then like I guarantee you late game it's gonna get a little bit iffy. I guarantee you Contingent. Oh, they actually have Neon here.
Ooh, a nice ultimate from MF forces out the flash of Frost. Toxin does find a 4-man ult, but it's a little too late. Oh, Charm, just a little bit outside, but it doesn't matter. Gragas able to take matters in their own hands, find a kill. The Dredge line finds its mark, but Contingent went a little too far forward. Complex, meanwhile, was taken extremely low. There's no ults available. They're already down gold. They do force the back. Atomic's gonna stick around, but I think this should be grubs picked up by Contingent. No, they're a little bit nervous, as they
Oh, we
should
got a
be.
TP
Double
coming in from
TP.
Aurora, yeah.
Yep. So that's gonna be 5 grubs for
They stopped the
TD
objective,
here.
but
Yeah.
yeah, 5 grubs.
Oh.
We have Drake up in a minute.
Ooh, flash. I
Yeah,
really
how the
thought Neon
flash
was
picks
going
up.
down there.
But yeah, that fight went really well for TDH. Just like they got super greedy. They just really wanted to kill that Frost. They realized like, yeah, like she's low. I want this shutdown gold, but like at what cost, you know? And like that's exactly what the cost that happened, you know, just
Ooh,
top lane.
Urameshi, ulted up by Complex. Toxin is here. Flash forward, forces the flash out of the poppy.
Got trade and flash. It's pretty standard. I feel like that's better for TDH because I feel like flash on a Mumu isn't as important. It's still really nice to have. It looks like Dragonhead's gonna look for an ult on this re-engage.
I just don't know if there's enough damage between the two. Ugh, Gragas had taken so much damage from the combo from Frost.
You're 12 minutes in the Ludens and Dark Seal, so
yeah.
that's a Fed Aurora for you. Up almost 20 CS as well. Looking at the gold difference, like 1500 gold diff. We're also 12 minutes in the game and we're like at a 3k gold diff as well.
Yeah. I mean,
Drake is live.
This is a very accelerated TD comp. We talked about the power of the Renata, the Mumu, and the Aurora, and they have all those ultimates available to themselves except Atomic.
Oh.
Not what you want to do when you are the Renata Glass. The ultimate only hits Gragaset as well. That means Dragon will be secured. So 2 Drakes secured by Contingent, buying themselves some breathing room. I feel like if it was 2 Drakes TD's way, with the Jinx to boot, that would have been like
game over, yeah.
Yeah. So
Think... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think Atomic just walked up a little too far.
Ooh,
Oh, right now.
A nice charm from Gragaset means that the ultimate will be forced
Really
to be
good
used
ult
by
from
Frost.
Frost.
Yeah, really good ult. We've seen some really good ults between these solo laners. Urameshi on the top side, Frost in the mid.
But what I was gonna say earlier before Frost almost got caught out was Atomic getting caught out. I think was just a little too aggressive. They need to look at like their Fed mid laner that Frost is still at base, that they don't need to like necessarily start the Drake because they know Contingent can start the Drake right now, and I think she just got caught, and like that's just what happened. Just really unfortunate.
3,000 gold separates these two teams. We are 14 minutes in. Tower plating is now down. And once tower plating goes down, the team that's already ahead, it feels like they can accelerate the gold lead at a rapid rate. The ultimate from Foxhound Kaz was used, does find the Q, the root, King VV, forced to flash, forced to barrier, dragging it out is here. Does have the inside track. No, they decided not to pursue further. And I feel like King VV, got away with one there.
Yeah, literally. I think that it was well played from both teams. You know, like they tried their hardest trying to kill King VV, but got both sums. That's still really good. Looks like probably gonna lose a wave here. They so just gotta be careful. I don't think they can dive her, but you know
they can't. I don't think they can 2-man dive with
including
it being...
with was it the W from Renata? What's the
bailout?
or whatever?
Bailout. I think,
yeah, that
right?
one. Yeah, bailout. Yeah, that's the one.
the other thing is King Vivi still had the ultimate there. So if they go for the dive, ult comes through. If it hits, the wave's now gone, and you're kind of out in the open when that happens. So 3,000
Alright.
gold still remains as the lead. Has slowed down just a little bit.
Have
The
Rift up, 20 seconds.
Yep, Rift is coming up. Nautilus is here. Does have the inside track. Renata
I
not
will
quite on the
also
same tempo.
mention, never mind, I'll wait because I know there's gonna be a fight here.
Yep,
For sure.
Urameshi, nice W. And ultimate means Toxin might be caught out here. Foxhound
Honestly,
cause
I
I feel
think
like if
that
he
ult saved Complex a little bit.
yeah, I mean the only way that makes sense is if Fox flash cues Toxin there to
Now
make sure
Poppy's
the
with no ult this fight. My ult's a
oh
really
the
bad ult.
Complex is kind of got. Oh no, a nice W means that he does get out. Does take about half his health in the process.
And now Gaga sets out with no R. They're really getting rid of these. I don't think
Ooh.
Contingent can start this. Like, I don't think they can fight this. They're down 2 ults. Not if they get
Yeah, we'll have to
hints
see.
like
Toxin is here. Oh, the TP does come forward, and so
They know they need to run.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, TP was used. That means MF gets to free farm in the bot lane, but the team that has 5 grubs, ooh, as a nice Q does come forward, forcing the ult out of Frost. Fox taken low, but not low enough. The team that does have the 5 voidlings, the 5 grubs there, with the Rift Herald means there's tons of pushing power about to come through. The
they're
Jinx
gonna get
also could get excited. But instead, Atomic is taken extremely low, dragging it out, doing the Toxin impression. 3, actually make that 4v1ing on the back line. And that's 2 kills for nothing.
Jeez.
3 kills.
They get 3
for
kills
nothing.
and the Drake. I believe they can get even second tower here. Neon's backing now, but like I don't think they're gonna get there in time.
They
That's
should be able
definitely
to,
fine.
right?
It's 5
Like,
grubs. It's 5 grubs. It should be. Yeah.
yeah, it's gone. They might get 3.
Vivi needs to back up though. No. You can't.
Okay, we've seen VV get caught out in mid before.
Drake's also up
So-
in 30 seconds. Like, they need
Yeah.
to know when their tempo ends, because that's how they struggled. I think it was this team. There's I forget what game it was.
It was
where-
game 2. VV got caught out on the Jinx
Yep.
in mid, and it made it so they couldn't get dragged. So
Yeah.
they've learned their lesson. They're evolving over the course of
That's
the best
good.
of 5.
That's good.
Does get the back off. That was feet secured as well during all of that.
But we're almost at like a 4K gold lead now.
Yeah.
Definitely one that you're not really wanting at this point in the game, including 18 minutes in the game, and it's already this bad.
You don't even scale if you're
Yeah.
the side of Contingent. So I think right now they're just playing to punish. TD has been prone to making some game-altering mistakes over the course of this series. I don't think they'll do that with their back against the wall, though. It's win and force a game 5 or losing, not go home because they just go down to losers bracket finals. But
Yeah.
you get the point.
Yeah. So this Drake is live, and I think Atomic is gonna learn their lesson this time, that there's most likely people in that banana bush, which now they know because Jinx fired that mini rocket in the banana bush. Frost is
So-
just gonna take that bot tower uncontested.
People call it the banana bush. It looks like a kidney bean. Why don't they call it the bean bush? I guess that sounds
I
kind
don't
of weird.
know. I like the double B. They got the beam bush. That's 2 ults burned. Oh.
Yeah, and a TP is coming through. Toxin is here. This is a dead Nautilus. Give it to the Ambessa. She TP'd for it. Nope. Said VP goes on a rampage, dragging it out, taking about half their health from Frost's combo. Dragon on the table for TD should be uncontested. There's a mid lane and top lane tower that Contingent could potentially play for.
There's just so many.
Yeah, the tempo's not there.
Yeah. Also, just on Contingent side, there's so many ults being wasted, and like they're getting literally nothing out of it. Like, this is the second fight in the row where you had to use 2 ults and then they get nothing out of it, and then the objective's up, and then what are they supposed to do?
Watch it go
Right.
down.
Literally.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're trying. Give credit what credit is due. They're trying to make something happen. It's just
Yeah.
not connecting. An ult from Rameshi means that he gets
I
to
don't
walk
like
into
that
3
vibe.
members instead of 4.
He's
Can
crying.
Poppy pull out the moves?
No
Oh
way.
my. Okay. Complex ult does come through. Does hit the
It's Rose
mark.
Aurora ult.
How close is her W? Oh my goodness. This Poppy buying so much time. That will be top tower secured. Potential mid dive as well. Poppy kind of creating tempo out of nothing. No, Fox. Oh my goodness. I don't think Fox
Guys.
knew that he was taking tower there. And
Doing
this
that
is
too.
a oh no, that's a 2v1.
Oh.
King VV said, "Guys, what are you guys doing? Like, this easy cleanup for me." Does mean that VV does have to use the barrier, but well worth
I
the
mean,
trade.
yeah, that's definitely worth. You have a 7-0 Aurora, 6-0 Jinx at 21 minutes in the game. I feel like I'm gonna say this now, but like it might be the curse, but like I don't see how they lose this game. I do see a
Maybe.
world where like they do get the picks and get back in this game on the contention side because they do have the 2 Drakes. They still have like 3. They have the outer turrets now gone, so Nocturne can kind of be into play now that there's no towers. But they also just gotta find these picks because they have been trying. I will give them that, but like so far these ults have not been doing much use.
Stop just a little bit too late to stop that back. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. At this point, you're 7K down, which is it's whatever. If it was maybe like 30 minutes into the game, we're only 22 minutes in. This team of TD has definitely been accelerated. Neon, this is not your jungle. Aurora comes through. Neon taking low. Does go down to the Jinx. Rocket. Urmeshi is here. Is this the fight to turn the tides? No. VV
I don't think so.
uncontested. Free firing. That's a double kill for the Jinx. Complex wants more. Won't get it, but a tower is on the table. There's no wave, though. So the damage is done. 2 kills for none.
I would just go Otacon here. Reset go
They're
Otacon. I guess.
low. They're very low.
Yeah, no. Possible.
They want to stay. Okay.
I think it's
Oh, they get it for
fine-ish.
free. Yeah, they have 5 grubs. Might as well, right? Just take the free gold where it is. Don't flip an Otacon. Instead, get an uncontested inhib tower with the inhib to boot. King VV was slow, but a nice trap means nothing will really come of it.
We're
And
22 minutes in the game. Almost a 10k gold diff. It's looking a little grim for Contingent. It looks like we're going to game 5. But I will say, as long as Contingent's mentals are positive going into this game 5,
you
blue
get blue
side's
side.
won. Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been winning every single time.
Or maybe that's the strat. Maybe be like
Mhm.
you kind of sack this game, get TD a little too overconfident, and then take blue side and really turn on the gas. Maybe I don't know. I don't think anybody wants to really lose at the rate that this loss has been
Yeah.
happening. It's not over. I'm acting as if
Definitely not.
the game's already done. It would be a crazy comeback if it did happen.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
I don't know if Contingent really has it in them to make it happen. But
Well-
yeah, like to your point, I mean, it'll be a late game 5 if you keep the mental, you get blue buff, or blue buff, I guess
Blue side buff.
blue side buff.
Oh, looks like they're gonna
It's
start
anybody's series.
Otacon. You know, this might be the fight to turn it for Contingent, but your team is just so mispositioned. You have Neon mid not even rotating when you know that they're on it. Walking backwards, it looks like they're just gonna give it. Which, why
They
are
got
they? It
s-
looks
they
like they're
got
getting
scared.
off of it.
That
Or
is
they just
the
drag it in the corner.
furthest that I've seen it ever go.
Oh, I don't know why Complex
TP.
TP. That seemed like a waste.
Got a little nervous.
If
I
I was
looked at the
Contingent-
comms they were nervous.
Maybe,
So-
yeah. I mean, if I'm Contingent right now, I would be walking to Drake and Nautilus
You
is
would
walking
think.
up, Neon's walk is backing.
You would
Yeah,
think.
realize okay, they canceled it because they realized that VV.
Ooh, VV.
Oh.
We've seen this before. The Jinx getting a little too overexcited in the mid lane. The zap, a panic zap, going the wrong way. But this is gonna be 2 kills. Actually, Complex able to get out with a nice little ultimate. Some fancy feet, fancy footwork. The Nautilus will be stunned up. A Toxin with a nice flash means Frost goes legendary. Dragging it out is on to Frost, but it doesn't matter. This Aurora is so fed. Had the Zonyas as well. I thought this was Contingent's fight, but that's what happens
looked
when I'm
like it.
thinking. Yeah, it looked like they just kept taking a fight a little bit too long, right?
Also,
The
but it's
Jinx,
PTSD too.
yeah, the Jinx was a good pick. And then as soon as Complex got out, I feel like you got to back off, right? You used 3 ultimates to secure that 1 kill. Is that just game?
I got 5
26
grubs.
minutes.
It could be. But you know, it was looking. I'm not gonna, before this game ends. I just want to say, oh, this is
Oh,
definitely
wow.
a
A
game.
nice bandage toss. That's an ace. 5
Maybe a little
grubs.
PTSD, but it looks like we're going to game 5. You know, at least this one was a short one.
Oh, they're so low. Members of Contingent have spawned.
Or
Foxhound
maybe they
Kaz.
can't.
Yeah, Jinx is so far away. Okay. Bailout was used. Unable to find a kill. Shutdown goes to Nautilus. That's a little bit unfortunate. That's
God,
1
that frost
kill
damage.
for Aurora. Dragging it out. Gets smited. Toxin able to find the trade kill, but that's 2 shutdowns into Contingent's pockets. I am Atomic taking extremely low. Frost as well. Ermishi does have the W, but a nice trap from King VV means this Poppy might go down. No, the charm comes through from Gragas at King VV with a nice ultimate from MF. Will fall. That's 2 kills. Gragas able to pick up the Renata. So some consolation prizes. I mean, they do get 4 kills, but their base is in shambles.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking good for Contingent. They did get some shutdowns there, which was nice. But yeah, I think just one more team fight, and I think this game is over. But what I was gonna say earlier was with that, not this team fight, the one around the Drake where Vivi got caught. I was getting a little PTSD because this happened the game before where I think it was they took Baron and then they were out of tempo, tried instantly going for Drake, and they completely lost their tempo because they all got shut down, they lost, and then so I was really nervous that was going to happen again. But I think it's at the point where Frost is just so far ahead along with King Vivi with the consistent damage. Both of them are just so far ahead where I just don't think it matters. You catch one, but the other's still alive, right?
Yeah, for those of you that can't see the gold differential, that's a 4,000 gold lead in the mid lane. I mean, that's nuts. Frost, it doesn't matter how many bans you throw at this guy. He's putting in work, keeping TD alive in this series. It looks like game 4 is all but decided, and if we go game 5, a big reason why is going to be Frost. Speak of the devil, Frost forcing out the flash from Neon Sword. No counterplay. I mean, Frost is
Where'd he
just so
go?
far accelerated. Yeah, Aurora putting a MF into her hat. Says we'll see you back in game 5, but I think this is going to be game 4 going TD's way.
You know, but hopefully, like, even though this obviously game, like, it was very difficult for Contingent, but I think they just need to say, like, hey, we're going to game 5, but we get side select. We're just gonna pick blue, and we won on every single
Renato
time.
ultimate means that this game is decided. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills. Yeah, that is game 4. We are going the distance, folks. Put it on, Silver Scrapes.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, we're definitely going to game 5. I'm a little bit glad that one was a little bit shorter because we're already at midnight over here where I'm at. But you know, I'm just happy that I'm just happy that these games are going, like, they're a really fun cast, you know?
It's a fun cast. We are going to take a 5-minute break per the request of the teams. Hopefully, Soul, you going to hit us with the Silver Scrapes? All right. We will be back. Enjoy the music.
Be ready, Soul.
Welcome back. It is Do or Die Game 5. Get hyped. I know it's late. Coming at you. I'm excited. Blue side undefeated so far. Contingent is on blue. Now the question is, can TD? I mean, they were so close in Game 3, just securing a red side win. Didn't happen. Because of some untimely mistakes that we will not talk about. But this is Game 5. It's a best of one. Win or move and win and move on to finals, or lose and go down to the losers bracket. We are excited. Star, I know you're probably not as excited. You were dreading Game 5.
I mean,
Um,
I can dread it as much as I want, but I think it's always like I always am getting this game 5. Every time I cast a BO5, it always seems to go to BO5, and I could dread it as much as I want. I know it was coming, and even though like I'm tired, I'm like the both teams have been performing really, really well, including like last game, like TDH completely stomped Contingent, and even the game before that, I thought TDH was gonna come out on top, but no, Contingent, the blue side win, like it's again the blue buff. So here we are with draft is now live. It looks like we're gonna get the same bands.
same 3 bands for Contingent. I'm expecting. Could be Yone, Victor, Oriana. There it is. Nico's banned. So no Nico for Gragoset. Timo hovered as a troll, I'm assuming.
Yeah. I'm assuming we're gonna see, I guess, like Lux ban as well as who's the other person that always banned? Amumu, I guess.
Yeah, Mumu on red side, APR TDH.
Aurora is still up.
Yeah, and Aurora looked extremely scary in game 4. Lux gonna be the ban, so Gragoset without the 2 comfort picks.
Looks like
Nautilus
Nautilus. Yep.
gonna be B1 Nautilus is
Nautilus
crazy to
every
me,
single
but
game. Like, was it every single game this year we saw Nautilus?
no, it's been either Nautilus or Mumu on B1.
Oh, I'm just talking about like in game, like in the
Oh
whole
yeah,
game
he's
total.
been
Yeah.
100% presence here in this best of 5. Nautilus B1 means TDH. Last time we saw them take Nautilus B1, it was in best of Vi on the 1-2. Not going to be the same this time. Jarvan
Maybe
secured.
Jarvan MF. So that's a common pair we've been seeing. Or just the Jinx again, Vivi
Okay.
did really well on Jinx last game.
Nice
You know
and
what?
simple, front to back
You know
team
what
fight.
I'm gonna see? You know what we're gonna see? We're gonna see the Aurora R3, I bet. I think we are. Volley Bear, that's a new one that we haven't seen at all. Like
Yeah,
a
it could be a
split.
flex as well. So I expect
Yeah.
ADC to be picked here. Um, who knows though? I mean, it's anybody's guess when it comes to these kinds of drafts.
Mhm.
Now, how
I'm
hype would have
assuming
been if it was Fearless?
Tristana.
Okay, so Tristana Nala is very aggressive into the Jinx. Will be interesting to see if the Braum does come out to kind of nullify that. You can also go stuff like the Milio a little bit. You could go Renata again. The Renata looked great last game.
Yeah, I think
Ooh,
anything here would be really well as long as it's like something that because it looks like they're doing like another death ball comp. They did that
I,
what game one? Oh,
yeah.
Hui. No Hui.
Okay. Hui locked in. I mean, probably the
I
correct
was
call,
kind of
right?
right.
Yeah, because if they don't pick it here, then they know they're getting 5 banned. So it's not going to be the Aurora. It's going to be the Hui this time around. Two late game scalers in Hui and Jinx. Complex probably going to be playing something a little bit more early game oriented, I expect. I don't know. Um, if it's Rumble Renekton, you got to figure it's going to be Mbessa. Right?
Yeah,
Right,
it's
guys?
surely like they've picked it what the last 3 games. Like you see the Renekton ban, you know that they want to go Imbessa. There it is. Okay, I was gonna say they should ban the Imbessa here. Should pick support here. We already know. We already see the ADC and support and give top lane the blind. I think that's just standard thing to do here. But what do you think Contingent's gonna respond to this?
After this fourth pick, or what do you
Yeah.
think?
Or like what do you think they're gonna pick into this?
Into the Hui, maybe something like Lysandra. You got like Lysandra Volibear set up. Could be pretty scary for the Jinx or the Hui.
Tarek.
Tark's an
I think
interesting
honestly,
choice.
I like it though, to be honest.
Whoa.
A
Akali
Kali.
locked in. Not something I had on my radar.
Neither did
Um,
I. I don't know if I like that here, to be honest.
I will say the backline access is going to be kind of easy, right? I mean,
That's
it's
if
not like
like but Tarek has ult though. Like that's just the thing like I'm a little bit worried about. If you can wait
you
out the Tarek
can't
ult for
ult
the
Akali ult if Akali kills you before it comes down. That's all I'm gonna say. We'll see
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
if
And he kills
Gragasek
fast
can do
enough.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then Mordekaiser are gonna be the lock. It still could be flexed between top and mid. Either of these champs could jungle. I don't think Mordekaiser jungle is very good, but I know it's a favorite for a lot of some junglers in LXC. So we
I've
will
never
see.
seen it. I've never tried it, but Darius in the top lane. Ooh.
Yep.
So how do you
Okay.
feel about these teams right here?
I feel like if you're Mordekaiser, you go jungle because I don't think
Yeah,
that's
oh
a
yeah, yeah.
very fun lane
I was
for
just about
Mord.
like the teams overall. Like what are your thoughts?
I I mean, I have a lot of thoughts. Blue side is undefeated, so I mean, Contingent's got that going for him, right?
Yeah.
TDH does have the momentum. I mean, game three was basically theirs until it wasn't. And so if you're kind of if you're counting that as like a oh we messed up kind of thing more than Contingent really deserved that win, then TDH should be like firing on
Mm-hmm.
all cylinders. But Contingent has shown, on blue side, they are very strong. They are able to secure gold leads. Um, and if you're looking at these two drafts, they're gonna have to do it quick because Jinx Wei scaling into Oblivion. There's a timer on
Yeah.
this game for Contingent.
I mean, we said this what game 3 it was that they have a timer. Vayne did get online. I do think TDH should have won game 3, but again, like they did some misplays where like they got Contingent got ahead again. They got Soul. So yeah, it really does depend. I really do like how Contingent seems very deathball like, but they do have the Targ, and I do have to like admit like they got a lot of. I
They
would
got
actually
some,
they don't really have a lot
they
of
got some
disengage.
answers. Now
I have
here's a
answers though.
question
Yeah.
for you.
Yes.
Does Tarek get to do anything with Mord on his screen? Because I feel like if Mord just ults him,
Oh, good question.
the ult I don't think goes through. Even if it was
No,
maybe
it doesn't.
Does it go
but-
through if it was started or channeled before getting put into the Death Realm?
But my question for you back is, even if Mord ults the Taric, you still have a Darius Hui Jinx on your screen
Yeah, but
that
Darius
your
Way
team now has to
Jinx,
deal with.
there's just like no peel though after that. It's just Jarvan, right? So like if you're looking at like Volibear, Tristana, Nautilus, Akali, unless TDH is grouped and ready to go, the chance for a pick is pretty high if Tark isn't there. So we'll have to see. I do like the pick into the Nautilus though.
Yeah.
Makes it really hard for Nautilus to do what he wants. Um, in other news, it looks like OSG, Tactical Freeze, and TD Chrono Break are also going to
on
Game 5.
Jesus Christ. This
Um,
playoff's going crazy right now.
so 10 games between these two sides of the bracket. I will say, Game 5, what a time to throw out a curveball. I don't know if Akali was on TDH's radar.
Probably not.
Maybe this is a pick that is just coming out for the do or die situation. I, the one hesitation I have about this comp, it is 5 melees into Jinx Hui with Tark
You
to
are
boot.
so right.
It's
Yeah,
so
that's insane.
tough to get on top of
Like,
Jinx
I
Hui as
want to
5
say, like,
melees.
blue buff, like, wins this game, but, like, I want to say, like, TDH's, I just like their comp a bit more. I'm also a big Hui enjoyer as well, so I think I have a little bit of bias towards TDH, but also, again, the BB, the blue buff,
The
or,
Yeah, the flip side of it is if Jarvan gets some of that Lee syndrome and goes in to 4 melees,
yeah.
unless Darius is there, it might be a bad time. So we'll see. I mean, I see avenues. I think TDH's comp is more versatile in how they can approach the game. Contingent is we got to get on top of you and blow you up. Otherwise, we're just going to lose the
Yeah.
fight. So you want to go TDH here. Blue buff is undefeated. All I know is it's best of 5. We're in game 5. This is do or die. One of these teams is moving on to finals, and one of these teams will drop down to the losers bracket, where I think they get do they get a week off, potentially? Yeah, so
Yeah.
they'll be able to do some scouting and feel good about themselves that it went the distance. We will see what happens in this finale. After a quick break, we will be right back. We are live, best of 5, game 5. It all comes down to this. And Neon Sword immediately starting W on Tristana. That is not usually what you want to have happen.
No, definitely not. But I think it's just that it's that or Flash, because I think she was had a Flash there if not. But sad, another 5-man or 5-point, I guess. But I will mention Complex is a little lurking in that top lane bush right now, ready for that Mord. The one thing I don't know much about top, but the one thing I do know about top is Darius is the 1v1 king. So I
Yeah.
guess he's just looking to get that bleed stacks on him, and as we're just looking at the junglers, we see Toxin starting in the bot lane. Where's Volley going? He's like back and forth.
Bot
Okay,
as
he's got
well.
bot as well.
Um, it'll be interesting to see. I will say, like, it is heavily Darius favored this matchup,
Yeah.
but Complex didn't take the TP like you were talking about before we got into the game. And so if Oliver gets up there and makes that Mord favored, could be really, really bad depending on the wave state. Your
Yeah, I
Meshi
definitely
not
agree.
even able to walk up to his minions. Throw out a Q, man. Hopefully he's doing that while he's not on screen. Meanwhile, I mean, this might be 3 pushing waves for Toxin here.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I mean, you're just there to counter gank at that point because I don't think they definitely don't know, but both junglers are starting on the bottom of the map. Although Volibear, it looks he's 3 camping, I believe, unless if he went Raptors, Krugs, and walking
He went
off
Raptors
from right there.
Krugs into
Oh, okay,
red.
okay.
Yeah,
It
so
looks like he's a little
he's
bit
back on top.
behind,
Is behind.
but I will say,
Red side clear does take a little bit longer than blue side clear.
yeah, Dragon and Out is going to be
Okay, some
definitely
heavy
there
trading in
for
the
the
top
gank spot.
side. Here, Meshi. That's fully stacked to Darius. Oh my, wait, what?
Oh,
Okay, that's flash for flash. But now Complex is in the hole. Does have the
yeah.
pot available. I expect both these top laners to use it.
Oh no.
The back
Oh
is stopped.
no.
Tragedy strikes. Complex. Didn't know there was a ward in that bush. First
That
blood.
was his word.
Urameshi.
No, that was blind. That was red ward.
Oh, was it red ward?
Yeah, it was a red
Either
ward.
way,
It was a blind snipe.
gotta feel bad.
Oh,
And we were just
I
talking
will
about it.
say in the mid lane, Frost is no mana
Ooh.
right now.
Frost no mana, Graga set. Pulling out the Kali and is up farm. Despite the range disadvantage, the smite goes, dragging it out's way. I don't think Toxin wins this 1v1.
No, I don't think so either. Early game Volibear? Yeah, no thanks.
Okay,
Get me
Urmeshi
away.
got the kill, but Complex, it's still Darius' favor. Does he have the
The
W?
bot lane
No.
though.
Complex finds the trade kill. It was interesting. The gank was good, but the wave wasn't pushed, and so it sat in front of Complex's tower. Urameshi probably thought, I really got to get this to push, otherwise the gank was for naught.
Yeah.
The only way that goes worse is if you don't get the push and you die. So,
And that's what happened.
yeah, it
Really good on
happens.
complex, just getting
Yep.
that the first blood, yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna get that kill backwards. And they're still even in CS. I think Toxin here, yep, gets a spot scuttle here.
Ooh, this is King VV without the support of their support. A flash forward from Foxhound Kez means the Jinx now has no flash. Frost has been here basically forever with no mana, it feels like. At what point do you just have to back and TP?
I think it's gonna have to be soon because
Once
like
Gragasite gets ult, that's a little scary.
yeah, I think he now knows that like I got to back. So he's just gonna take that time now. I would prefer doing it on Cannon Wave, but oh, it looks like Frost is gonna stay, just baiting us, keeping us on our toes. We see Dragon out bot lane. Do you think they might go for a dive here? don't think
If
they
Volley had ult,
can.
maybe. I think they're just gonna go for the dragon.
The
Yeah,
dragon, yeah, that's what they should do. Dragon and out, going for the dragon.
makes sense. Living up to the
Yep.
namesake. Fox on Kaz though said it was only a bait. Atomic taking a ton of damage will be forced to back off. Toxin is here. Gagaset looked like they took a tower shot as well, but all in all, net positive for Contingent as they pick up the first Drake of the game. It's been what was last Drake? Was that also Hextech?
It's been Hextech twice. It's been Cloud Soul another.
I
I forget what game 1 was.
I wish Twitch let you do another like side prediction. What do we think the game 5 drag
Dragon?
is gonna be? It can't be Cloud, and it can't be
I think
whatever
it's
else is
gonna
coming up.
be. It's
Can't be
that's
Ocean.
Ocean. I think it's gonna be, since every game has been bloody and ravenous and crazy. I think we're gonna get an Infernal Soul.
Toxin is here. Ultimate was already used by Urameshi. Atomic is here as well. And the dunk comes down. Whoa. Frost, meanwhile, is caught out. Oh, the E goes
missed the
wide.
E.
Karagaset, I don't know if the damage is going to be enough. The exhaust means that Frost lives with 1 HP. Toxin forced to flash away. Complex, no mana, which means this could be a fight for Contingent. No, it is Feat of Warfare for TD. This is shaping up to be a banger.
What I will say though is, before Archons even spawn, I think we know what
Yeah, which lane it's going.
which way it's going. It's been like this to say past 4 games. It's gonna be Blood Petals once again.
Yep.
But I'm honestly happy. with
Ooh,
it.
Neon
It's a
Sword
good
knows that Jinx doesn't have flash. Oh, somehow the trap still lands, but the reset does come through. King VV forced to use the barrier, and that's a win for Neon. Meanwhile, on the top side, giant win. Securing that neutral is TD. And this game's close.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Oh, the flash, the buster shot, Neon Sword.
God damn.
King VV says, "This is game 5. I want the win, solo bolo."
That was a really good play from Neon, but although he is overstaying here a little bit, I mean, I guess Foxhound is here to save the day a little bit.
Oh, Frost also doesn't have any summoner spells. Atomic is here though. Oh, the stun goes wide, so Foxhound Kaz should be able to back on out with Tristana. And dude, I am excited. This game is shaping up to be a good one. Complex getting aggressive onto Urameshi. The E will not land, so Complex gonna be doing a ton of damage onto the Mordekaiser, taking
Just
tower
ignoring
shots.
the tower, just acting like the tower just isn't there. And this is the thing I was worried about. We were talking about draft and like, what if the Moor just ults the Targ? I didn't mention it here, but I was just when you were talking about it, but like, what if the Darius gets fed? Then what? It doesn't really matter if like Tarek is gone, but then now you have like a Darius with Ghost that's gonna run at your Tristana. Then what are you gonna do?
You pray that Tristana has ultimate available.
I
That's what
guess
you
that's
do.
like the best way.
Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how these two teams kind of approach the objective setups. But right now, a great gank from Dragon It Out means Atomic will go down. Neon Sword 2-0 on the Tristana. If anybody's been paying attention to Rivals games, we are Tristana enjoyers. Groggaset making the pick work. Frost should go
Not
down. We'll see. Oh, Fear comes through. He's just going the wrong way. That's the problem. It's gonna be a Q, so Kargasat does get the kill.
Finally got her
work for it.
revenge after 5 games. I think that's like one of the first few, like what? First
The
solo
pocket?
bolo? Or like, I guess like the pocket pick came out,
She
but...
got it on the RE technically. In
Oh yeah,
game-
she did. I do
game two.
remember that, the shutdown and Silas.
I will say the pocket pick making dividends because not only does she get the solo kill, not only is she 1-0, but she's also somehow 20 CS up on a Hoi as a Collie. That's not something you see every day.
Yeah, you definitely not. I will say, like, I think a Collie is like a good pick into way, or maybe I'm wrong, but
Ooh,
I
jogging it
think,
out.
ooh.
Won't find the Q onto Atomic. But the hook is found out onto the Jinx. There is no E available for Atomic. It's interesting that they didn't pursue that further. I guess the bomb for Tristana was already used, so really not going to be a ton of damage. And now this is kind of a late reset. Should mean that Dragon is going to go TD's way.
Definitely should, but we know sometimes people like overstay. Like again, I've been talking this about a lot, like where people are overstaying or like their timers are like off and like they're still. But we'll definitely see like what happens here. I do think
I
a
mean,
lot of their
Gragaset
gold.
is the only completed item on the Rift right now, right?
Yeah,
And Tristana with the lead doesn't really need to reset. It's still up on the Jinx despite having
yeah,
gold in
it's
the
true.
pocket. So we'll have to see if they do stick around for this Dragon. Atomic to be taking a lot of damage. The hook does come forward. That's the solo ult from Atomic. Does buy some time. The flash forward means that Atomic.
He's
No
still
way Atomic
alive.
gets out. Oh my goodness. Tragedy strikes. That is 3 for
Oh
nothing.
no.
I thought Atomic was caught. Instead, he proved me wrong. It was all a bait in the end.
I mean, that's literally the worst case scenario, I think, for Contingent there. I was just so unfortunate for Gragaset, you know? Like, literally lived with 1 HP like a million times, and you were talking about, like, that she has that item, but I guess that
Oh.
item doesn't matter on a tank.
I think this might be another dead Mordecaiser. Nope, the E does
It's
land, so I don't
Malin
know if
Drake, too! I'm sad.
Complex can't chase. Dragging it out is here.
I was wrong
Mount
about the
Drake.
Drake soul.
I don't even know what you guessed. You could have
I
lied
guess
to me and said he called it,
Infernal. No,
and
because
I
remember
wouldn't
I
have
said
known.
I was gonna say it was bloody and ravenous, so it was gonna be it's gonna be Infernal, but I guess we're getting the Mountain Soul. I guess we haven't had that yet, I don't think. Oh no, I think that was game 1 actually, Mountain Soul.
Oh,
I'm
TP
thinking about
coming
it.
through. Interesting. Okay. Gragaset had just TP'd bot. I don't know what's going on. The Akali's under their own tower on bot side. Hopefully he's on a DC.
She looks good. She's moving now.
She's moving. That does mean there's no TP available. This is a free lane for Akali to potentially get some plates, some free gold. I know the kill didn't come through on the Taric, but you know, I don't know what is happening. Frost has looked so good the first 4 games, and now is 56 CS 12 minutes in. 13 minutes in, I should
Maybe the
say.
tiredness is getting to him, you know. It's late. It's late for me right now. It's almost like 1 a.m. It's 12:37. It's getting late out
You
here,
got
you know, game
locked in.
5.
It's game 5.
Like I know we're casting and like we're watching this game, but imagine playing it. Like these like it must be like really, really like draining. I've never been to playoffs, so I've never really done a BO5, so I know all I know is like just from like my friends and like experience from casting these. I know these games are really long and obviously like no one wants to go to game 5, but like when we have good players like this, it's just bound to happen.
We talked about it a little bit before we got into this game. Foxhawk has going to be actually rooted up by some good traps. Complex in the Death Realm, losing the 1v1 all of a sudden. Neon Sword is here. The exhaust means that Urameshi doesn't go down. That's why you take exhaust every game.
Ready for game 5 for the Darius.
Yeah. It was all a moment. I mean, Neon looking really good on this Tristana pick, 3-0. King BB as well, 2-1 on the Jinx. So the ADCs are having a fun time. We were talking a little bit before this game loaded in that blue side is on a timer, right? Quay and Jinx, unbelievable hyperscalers. But I will say, when you have 70 CS at 14 and a half minutes in,
It's
the
not great.
scaling isn't great right now. So I mean, what do we think of this game? We're 15 minutes in. For all intents and purposes, we are halfway through, right? Here at the midway mark, I mean, the gold is just about dead even. Is there a team where you're like, yeah, they have the tools to close it out, or is it still anyone's guess at this point?
I still believe that it is anyone's games, and I know you are mentioning like Frost being under CS, but you also gotta remember he performed super well the first 4 games, and now it's team's turns, you know, to do a little bit well. We have Complex 420, haha, funny score. But then we have also King VB with 2 early kills on Jinx. So like even though he's like not doing the greatest as he was compared to the other 4 games, like his
Fox
team's
got to
still
be
doing
careful
well.
here. Yep, not worth your life is the Red Ward will get cataclysmed. Flash comes forward. Jinx ult, not enough. Now Neon Sword is fully static lethal tempo. Frost is here to dissuade any more aggression. But that's an undetended bot lane tower. So first turret goes Contingent's way. I think Feats of Warfare went TDs, right?
Sorry, say that
So
again.
Feats of Warfare went TD, right?
Looking in chat, looks like. What doesn't it say? Oh, I guess we can check on their.
I
Oh,
think
no one has
it's
taken it yet. Okay, so yeah, it did go to contingent side, but I think
Warfare goes
based on
Contingent, or Warfare
objectives,
went TD. Objectives is the
it's
last
1 to
thing.
2 right now. Contingent have 1 tick on the
Yeah,
objectives,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then TDH have 2 ticks. So this Drake up in 30
Yeah.
seconds.
That's.
Could
I mean, if they
be.
get Drake, they get the Feats of Warfare, or if they get
Looks like
this
they're looking to
Shelly.
go fight the Rift. If I were
Oh,
them, I would
King
just go for
VVV
Drake.
is all alone. That's an easy shutdown for Gragaset. Uh, I mean, something about King VV on Jinx and getting caught out in mid lane. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely not the place you want to be. I think just Jinx has to know, along with a bit of Atomic, that like if you're against Gragaset, you just can't be there, you know?
I think Jinx needs to know that you can't go kissing assassins on the lips.
No.
I mean, it's a big pick, right? Because now Jinx
Hmm.
is respawning, but is at least 30 seconds away from being able to do anything at this drag fight.
Complex walked down for this though, because they want these feats.
Yeah.
It's now 2-2 now that they got the rift. So
Yeah, it
whoever
comes
gets
down
this
to this
Drake,
Drake.
yeah.
TP does come forward from Urameshi onto the mid lane. And now the Jinx has to be careful here. She's left all alone. If she walks forward and gets caught out by
Oh
Urameshi,
no.
she's not going to be able to do this. This is a split fight.
Basically,
It's very dangerous for
needs
TD
to walk
here on this
around.
objective setup. I don't know. This is, I mean,
Where is
it
she
looks like Jinx
going?
isn't even going to join. I don't, does Contingent not know? Are they just waiting
Maybe?
for Tower to do its thing? Oh my goodness, this is a nice edge. I don't know why it feels like it's do or die here at this fight, but the fight has started. Ultimate comes through. Tarek means there's no damage coming forward for Contingent roster, and this is a double kill for Complex. Make it 3. Neon Sword does go on a rampage, but that's a 3-for-1. And Complex, can he get the apprehend? No
He
buffer.
did.
Neon Sword won't be able to find the return kill. That's 4 kills for Complex. What if the Darius gets fed? You asked earlier.
I
That's
did.
what happens.
Yeah. So that's what like I was shocked about. I guarantee you that would have been a winning fight, but I don't know if you noticed. Neon went for Vivi.
Yeah.
Like sure,
Well,
like
and I think it was
Jinx was
a good
alone,
pick.
but
It was
like
just
I think
your
you
whole
gotta stay
damage
with your
went on
team, you
Vivi.
know?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
yeah, that's
yeah.
what I'm saying. Like if you're really fighting for this feat and you see Vivi mid, you go, oh, okay, this is a free 5v4 mid with like their DPS gone. Like you just stay in the fight. Like who cares about Vivi? Like sure you got
Yeah.
the kill, but you lost
So
Drake, you lost
big brain.
your life, and you lost what, 4 kills and Drake?
Big brain. Neon
Like
Sword stays with their team and then just gets the 4-man ultimate with the Buster Shot, and it's just an uncontested dragon.
yeah.
Could have happened. It
Like
didn't, but it could have.
TDH was not supposed to win that. They really weren't. But I guess
Uh,
like
I mean, it's best of 5. And I
yeah.
mean, Neon. To Neon's credit, like hopefully they're communicating. I have an easy kill. We can give this
Yeah.
Drake. Feats aren't everything, but instead, it was 1-for-4
Mhm.
at the end of the day. Feats are secured by TD, and they're now a little over 1,000 gold up.
Yeah, I
Here
still
almost
believe
20
this
minutes
is
in.
anyone's games, I believe.
Yeah, it's just that momentum thing, right? It's best of
Yeah.
5. And like you don't have the gold in front of you, right? You can look and say like, okay, I'm X amount
Yeah.
of items above this person, or like we're probably close or we're not. But like when you lose a 4v, or when you lose 4 members for 1, it never feels good. And now in this best of 5 situation, will it affect the mental of Contingent? The answer right now is no. They're still playing aggressive, but they do the right thing back on off. They knew they weren't going to be able to pop the Tarek.
We see Complex slowly sneaking down into this bush. Oh,
Turning
not
into
sneaking, just walking.
turning into an ARAM here.
Everyone's so tired, they just want to ARAM it out. We
uh,
just see Ruinous Otacon though has spawned 5 games of Ruinous Otacon. That's just how you know how this series has been so bloody. Complex just walking up back top. Who wins the 1v1 now? Top. Is it still Darius? Dragon and out doesn't.
I'd imagine that it would be, but that is a lot of armor on the Mord, so who
Mhm.
knows? Frost is hitting this tower uncontested, forcing the TP out of Gragaset. I think this mid lane is gonna go down. Nope. Interesting. Interesting.
Frost slowly coming back in CS as well.
Yeah,
Only 30 behind now.
it seems like the name of this mid game is push out sideways, group mid, nothing happens. Go back to
Complex might
sideways.
get stuck here.
Toxin is here. They're gonna turn on Toxin. This is a split fight. Dragonet out.
They need to go.
Gonna ult on top of Complex, but the ult from Mirameshi means that Complex is in a 1v1 situation, just getting free stacks onto the Mord. Gonna be taken down extremely low, but now this is a 5v5. Make it 4v5. Gragaset wasn't here yet. King BV getting the resets. That's 2 kills for nothing. Will it be 3? No. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes, it will be.
It will be.
Gragaset is here, and that's not where you wanted to be. I feel like once the fight was lost, she just needed to turn back around and go mid or something.
Yeah, no.
Because now I
really like the ambition, but they get Otacon.
Yeah, this is a free Otacon. And a little bit of miscommunication, dragging it out, ulted on top of the Darius, only to find that the Darius was no longer there. I feel like Mord almost swung this whole game by ulting the Darius instead of letting the Darius die to the hands of his team.
I think Darius 100% dies there, or if not, like gets him like maybe like a 1-for-1, but instead you just made it like he was completely caught. Complex was completely caught, and Urameshi was like, I want to 1v1 him, and just pressed the R key, and then just completely ruined it. We do have Drake up in 15 seconds. It looks like we might get another 5v5 here.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Contingent, I mean, this is only Soul Point. I feel like they should just play for that top tower, play for that mid tower that's almost down. But we will see. It's anybody's guess here. Best of 5s get a little funky. Neon Sword immediately jumping into both bottom laners, doing so much damage. That's a huge chunk on Atomic, but Toxin forcing the flash out of Neon Sword. Fox and Kaz, not sure how the Nautilus ended up there. So far, 1-for-0. Complex ghosting forward, flashing as well. Won't find the Q. Does get exhausted. Meanwhile, on the top side, Urameshi is pushing for free. Does have the TP as well.
Yeah, someone needs to go stop that. I think it has to be Frost because he is the TP.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, this will be soul point secured if all 4 members stick around. 5 members, I should say. But it might be a mid tower tier 1 going down and a top tier 2 for soul point. That's a lot of gold going into the pockets of Contingent. Just kidding. Top's really not that close going on.
Yeah, I was looking at the gold lead. There's about 3k gold lead. TDH on now soul point. I do have to speak a little quieter because I did just get ganked IRL, but we won't talk about that. But yeah, like if you were in Contingent shoes, like what do you do?
Honestly, I have no idea. I mean, you have pick potential, right? Fox on Kaz could look for a Q here. You have a ton of damage coming out from Gragaset and Tristana. The problem is, both of these teams, I feel like, are over grouping. It only benefits TD to do it, right? Because there's so much single target damage between the Tristana and the Akali. It makes it really hard to get that assassination attempt. It does come at the cost of, you know, Frost is still 40 CS down, but they're playing safe, right? They're not allowing Contingent to do it. I don't know why Contingent is grouping so much. Maybe it's because they're just not on the same page. But we'll see. It's a developing story here in this game 5. I feel like if Akali just got on side lane, even if Darius matches, you're pulling the Darius away from your team.
There's
Akali has
just
TP.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. If you
So
guys aren't winning these fights, just have like just one. I think you just 1-3-1 these fights, and no matter like what the objective is.
Ross forced the flash away. Gragasset using the E to
Gragasset.
get on top of the wait, I think that's a dead man walking, and it is.
So
Frost
this is exactly
goes
what we're
down.
talking, but now they're gonna start Baron.
Yeah, Gragasset
So
needs to back, get some health, and TP in. But I just don't think. I mean, they don't
they don't
know.
even know.
They don't
They
know.
now know. They now know.
It might be
It's
too late.
too
Maybe they
late.
can win the fight after Baron goes down. Oh no! Fine! Blue team
Ooh.
dragging it out. Finds the smite, and wow! It goes from bad to worse. Wait! King VV is in the back of the pit, free firing. What is happening? Buster Shot does go forward, but the fight is already lost. The Baron goes down. I thought that was going to be a one fight. It was numbers advantage for
And-
Contingent, and
oh my
somehow,
God.
some way, the Jinx just gets the hit for free.
What is this game, man? You know, that was an amazing steal by Dragon It Up. Only fortunately one person only walks away, and that happens to be Gragasset.
Now, I will say, if
No.
there is one person to get the dragon or to get the Baron buff, Gragasset should be the one to put that side lane pressure down. Okay, maybe they're not gonna have it anymore.
Oh.
What? What is happening?
I think the tiredness is getting to everyone a little bit, you know? Like, there's some plays where just really, really well, and then, like, 30 seconds later, it's like, they're like, I'm tired. Oh, like why are we backing here? Like, you see what I mean?
Oh my
He's so
goodness.
lucky he's Jarvan, because, like, it's just... He needs to back.
They're keeping
But
us
now
on our
Fox-
toes. Oh my gosh.
Fox is
It's
fine.
never ending. Foxhound Cause forced to flash away. Dragon is up in a minute and a half. Gragasset will be up. She will have the ultimate as well. But these fights are just so funky. I just don't know really who's winning. I mean, the gold lead is red side, but we just saw Dragon It Out get that Baron steal. I don't know. I don't know what to think right now.
I mean, Drake's up in a minute. I guess no one has Baron now. Gold diff hasn't really changed. There's a 13 into Darius, though. You gotta keep in mind that.
Ooh, okay. Nice blue ward from King
I
VV.
think Frost needs to go top, though, and protect this tower, and then use TP to TPN, because I think they might lose, inhib tower. Oh, never mind. Urmeshi's just backing. I guess
Now,
he
is
doesn't wanna
Urmeshi
waste
gonna
the
walk?
game.
The only way
I guess
that this
so.
makes sense is if he walks. If he TPs, he just should have stayed topside, in my opinion. Yeah, so he's gonna walk. Frost is there, like you said. Actually, nope. They see Mordekaiser, the missing ping comes out. Mord's not here. What am I doing? I'm just gonna walk back to Dragon. And you're right. It looks like it's gonna be a 5v5. Tarek does leave the map, however, with 18 seconds on the Drake, but the push from TD means River is secured.
Yeah, definitely, back in there is a little bit late, but he's probably just resetting on his wards as well. He's got a control ward now, and his whole team's there, so it's not like, Prio's being lost in the river. Looks like they're just gonna start this right away, pressure being drawn, and Urameshi isn't here, actually.
River went back top. I don't understand.
I don't
What
know
is
either.
happening, man?
Now he's
Dragging
taking
it out. Dragging it out. Just got the Baron steal. Can he make magic strike twice? He gets
Oh,
the Drake. Oh my goodness. The
God.
Target gold does come through as well, but this time it looks like the fight is going Contingent's way. That is 2 kills.
Complex is still
for
alive, though.
one. Complex is still alive. Neon Sword. Can he do it? No, Buster Shot comes through, but it's too late.
Oh my
That's a
God.
quadra kill for the Darius.
Don't tunnel vision,
Gragasset
don't
is
tunnel vision, just go for the
so
towers.
low.
He's tunnel vision, man. Just go for the towers.
Oh my goodness, this game keeps delivering, dragging it out
Oh
now,
my-
2 for 2 in the steals. But the fights have gone TDs away. Is this enough to maybe get an inhib?
I
mean,
think it's
Gragasset
inhib
is
one.
up.
They have 5 grubs. They have 5 grubs.
Yeah, they get it. They get it. They get it.
I don't know, Gragasset, though.
They
She's
don't
a
get
menace
it.
on Akali. Yeah, they got the tower at least. You know, it's progress.
This game is living up to the hype. What more could you ask for? It is win or get dropped down to the losers bracket, move on to finals, or face an elimination match. Oh man.
You
I
think
mean,
you think people joining the stream right now, they're like, oh my god, is this like finals? Nope,
yeah.
this is just playing for finals, you know? Like
Yeah.
none of the teams here are eliminated. It's just the one gets 2 weeks off and the other gets a week off. So it just but you know,
I
they
mean, they're
really
gonna need a
want to
week
get
off
that secured spot.
regardless after this series, right? Like
No, just put me in a hospital bed already. God damn. You know,
this
complex.
game is crazy. A
Mm-hmm.
Baron is coming up in a minute. But the way things are going, it just means Volibear's gonna be there to steal it away. I don't even think he got the
Mm-hmm.
smite, which is crazy on that
Oh
that mountain
really?
on that mountain Drake. It
I'd have
got
to
down
look
to
back
like
at the
3 HP,
replay.
and I'm pretty sure he just autoed it. Oh,
What
Foxhound
Contingent
Cause.
or fight breaks up? Continue to notice. I think they finally are. Uemeshi can just side lane and like because it looks like
Ooh,
oh
Toxin taken extremely low. Toxin's already gone and out of the fight. I am Atomic. It does get the Taric ult. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but that is jungler down for support. That's a trade you'll take any day of the week for Contingent. It will net, however, TD a inhib, and they're threatening an end. They have 5 grubs.
I
Complex
don't
is
think they can
here.
end.
Level 16.
Oh,
Gragaset is taken so low. Dragging it out, force the ult right on top of Complex. Complex just focus on the towers. Now attention is traded on to that Volibear, but the Volibear has so much sustain, it doesn't matter.
God.
Complex is legendary, 19 and 2, but will fall down to Neon
Oh my
Sword, but
god!
gets
God
the
damn it!
kill. Oh my goodness, that is
What
a
is
20
Darius?
kill Darius. Complex says, get in my backpack. I am carrying you to finals. We are not losing this game 5. Wow. Oh no, Foxhound Cause stops the backs from everybody, but I don't think this is a fight that Contingent want. Gargaset does find a nice little combo onto Atomic. All it does is ruin tempo. I thought
Definitely
the
does.
Nautilus was gonna go down there, but
He definitely was, but Gragas had tanked the Jinx ult, so the thing that the giant rocket that should have killed him got stopped by Kali. So
oh, there you
really
go.
good block for Gragas.
That's what she was doing.
So we have Soul up once again in a minute. We have Baron currently live, and if I am TDH, I'm like, we got two objectives stolen.
Really, they just played for the fight at some point, right? They've been
Yeah,
winning the fights after it's stolen.
like you need to realize that Urameshi is just side laning and not really like TPing or like walking to these fights. You just need to take advantage of that before he can get to the towers and take your side lane, you know?
Now the question is, with an inhib down, will TD just take Baron and try to the end of the game? It looks like the way they're positioning
That's
is
what they
that's a
want to
yes.
do. Yeah.
I don't know though. Dragging it out, still alive.
Looks like
He,
they're just gonna start it.
yeah,
And it's
there's
gonna
gonna
go
be
uncontested.
there's
No
gonna be
stealing
no
today.
response. And by getting Baron here, you essentially secure that the dragon won't be taken by Contingent, because if they go for this Drake, they could threaten end on top side. But
You know what I would really like to see
Volibear has a date
TDH
with
do?
wolves. I don't understand what's going on.
I'd like to see TDH just run it down, like not run it, but like walk it down mid. Like you know that they want this Drake, or are they just gonna take it uncontested again?
You're
They're
saying
starting it
utilize
up.
the Baron buff? Wow.
Yeah,
Mind blown.
but it looks like they're just getting this uncontested. Or maybe a steal.
Oh, he's doing it again. Oh,
No,
it doesn't
not
go
this
through.
time.
That is soul. And that might be the final nail in the
This might be
coffin.
game now.
That's soul. That's Mountain Soul. Foxhound Cause goes down to a nice Jinx rocket as well. That's Soul. That's Baron. That's 2 members down. TD. All the tools in the tool belt to finish this best of 5 out and secure themselves a spot in finals.
Yeah, I don't see how both their tanks are dead. I don't see how they stop this push. One of the towers is already down.
Oh, Tarek
It
has
is
the ultimate
Taric ult,
available
yeah.
as well. That's 1 tower down. Frost goes golden. Complex still alive, looking for the kill onto Urameshi. Urameshi forced to flash away. Toxin will be able to find it, but goes down in the process. But
That is
damage is done.
game.
That is it. TD, a long,
God.
hard-fought series, punch their ticket to finals.
I will say that is a banger to end up on. Like, oh my god. Also, I just want to point out every single game before this one, Blue side has won, and TDH was just like, nope, Complex is just gonna lock in the Darius, drop 20 and kills in a game 5, and just be like, yeah, nope, we want finals. I'm gonna, yeah, what you were saying earlier, I'm gonna put my team in my backpack and I'm gonna carry them to finals, and that's exactly what just happened that game.
So peep the damage. You gotta feel for Neon. Neon Sword was trying their best. The most damage in the game wasn't even close to being contested on their own team. It just wasn't enough. I mean, this series was back and forth. We had it all. TD comes out victorious, but I have to imagine if you're contingent, you're happy with your performance, and you're
Yeah.
going into the losers bracket finals with a lot of momentum.
Yeah, based on these games too, I wouldn't be surprised if we see these two play again in finals. If TDH is the top team and Contingent just played super well against this team, like I know during regular season these two were the top two teams, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them again in 3 weeks from now.
I don't know. It's past my bedtime. I don't know
Yeah,
what day it is. I
we
don't
should
know
probably end it here because
what we're
I'm getting
doing.
thanked IRL now. It's late.
All right. That has been Star Burrito. I am righteous. Thank you so much for tuning in, Soul Keeper, keeping it real with the production. We hope you enjoyed this crazy best of 5 series. TD moves on to finals. Contingent will await the winner of whatever series comes before them in the losers bracket finals for another spot into finals to potentially rematch TD. The series had it all. It's been fun, but it is now time to go to sleep.
Please. Good
I
night, everyone.
I'm excited. Finals
Yeah,
is gonna be a banger. We hope you all have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your week. You'll see Star Burrito tomorrow
you will.
for Sentinel. So get hyped for that. Last week of the regular season for them. We will see you all later. Good night.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead, a full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, gets off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves of blood and gold. Always wanting more, feeding from the source. They don't really listen until they feel the force of art in. If you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped to be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill